know it's different about you. Let me guess, Horizon?
Shut up! No, nothing!
Do what you want. I don't recognize you as my sister anymore.
Akkee, isn't it cool that even though the sun and the moon are rivals, they can still find time to be together?
They aren't rivals, silly. They're just different.
Just like us, right?
Yes, like us, brother.
Akkee! Akkee!
I'll be fine. Take him down.
I knew she couldn't do it.
おい！それスノボじゃなくて人体だから。それにこれってケツでブレーキかけるやつだし、吉原大炎上の次は異世界大炎上なんてシャレになりませんから。
あがこれぐらい犠牲を払ってこそコラボに対しての俺たちの気合が伝わるってもんだろ。
銀ちゃんの言う通りある。コラボのためなら尻の一つや二つ差し出して当然ね。
ゲームは終わりだ。
え、皆さんそれって銃？
嫌
話してやってくんねえか、サダール。そいつは新橋じゃねえんだ。
僕なら噛まれてもいいってことですか？ケリーさん、本当にごめんなさい。
さて、行き先は？
ってもしかして僕またメガネだけになってない？
Want to see something cool? Isn't it cute? Let's see what other sea creatures we can discover. What beautiful scenes are hiding under the sea? Let's explore the undersea mystery. Play matches and complete missions to earn tokens. Then use them to observe sea creatures and unlock them in your guide. The more you discover, the more rewards you can claim. Make sure to check in often, because rare sea creatures will periodically generate extra tokens. In Battle Royale, the adventure starts before you even land with a brand new whale-themed airplane. On Bermuda, look for mysterious whirlpool entrances that take you to the fresh, cool undersea realm. The high-tier loot zone becomes the Hydro Zone, surrounded by towering water walls. Don't worry though, you and your bullets can still pass through freely. Giant whales will also fly across the sky and drop bubble airdrops as they fly by. And yes, you can fish mid-match. Fishing spots will appear around the map, letting you reel in fish or even loot. Find upgraded fishing spots for even better rewards. Some fish will even follow you after you catch them and grant special buffs. Plus, there's a new event weapon, the Hydro Blaster. Hold fire to spray a continuous, super accurate water beam. When you run out of ammo or reload manually, a QuickTime event will pop up. Hit it to fast reload and gain a buff. Some other weapons can get this QTE reload too, so try them out when you find them. In Clash Squad, the Hydro Blaster is also available, along with the same QTE reload bonuses on select weapons. The Undersea Realm joins the Bermuda map pool, and cyber airdrops and spawn areas get themed visuals too. The ocean secrets are waiting for you to discover. Expect the unexpected. Random events may now pop up in Clash Squad to shake things up. You might start round 1 with 1,000 cash, get a random melee weapon each round, receive blue walls over time, and more. Good news to all tactical market enthusiasts. You can now deploy a tactical gadget right at your position with a simple tap. Fast and easy. Meet Ray the Watchman. Wielding both sun and moon power, he's on a mission to scatter the darkness. His active skill, Bond of Eclipse, tags the first unbound enemy hit in a fan-shaped area and creates a link with them that only Ray and the target can see. If Ray reduces the tagged enemy to a certain HP or below, they get instantly knocked down. If the target is knocked down or eliminated while tagged, Ray's skill resets immediately. For more skill adjustments, here's a quick overview. Some weapons have received balance changes. Check them out. Say hi to Pyro, your new fiery companion. Log in daily to watch Pyro grow and earn rewards. You'll meet Pyro for the first time when you open your profile. Choose Pyro's personality, drag them around your profile or lobby, and watch them pull off all kinds of cool moves. Pyro has 3 states: active, faded, and inactive. Daily logins keep Pyro active. Missing logins dim the flames, and staying away too long makes Pyro inactive. No worries though. Log back in and this little flamehead will jump right into action. Every login boosts Pyro's EXP. Keep it going and Pyro will level up from a tiny spark to the ultimate fire puncher. You can also unlock new looks and accessories to give Pyro even more heat. Presets will no longer be locked in once matchmaking starts. Even better, you'll be able to adjust them in the cabin or before the first CS round starts. However, you'll not be able to switch presets once you've used the loadout. Don't forget to tap the preset button to check out what presets your teammates are using before making your choice. In-match quick messages are now smarter and will suggest messages based on what's happening on the battlefield. Tap on the message to send it out to teammates. Some messages will even auto-mark enemies on the mini-map for you. See a player with impressive stats at the end of a match? You can now invite them to your team right from the match results page. Team invites are also smoother. If you accept a booking request while you're in a match, you'll join your friend's team as soon as your current match ends, so you'll never miss an invite again. We can't wait for you to try out the improved filter system and new themed filters like Cyberpunk and Golden Era. Looking for a smoother gaming experience? Try out the new frame rate boost feature. If your frame rate is set to high or above, open settings and enable this feature to enjoy crisper, smoother gameplay. If you love the competitive vibe, the new CS custom room updates are for you. Now you can choose a specific map area for each round to get targeted practice. What's more, play and win like a pro with the new ban and pick mode, complete with the new ban and pick feature, an esports-styled CS store, and gameplay rules. And that's it for today. See you next time, survivors!
Akkee said the moon and the sun aren't rivals. I still believe in that.
Actually, I'm already there.
Talk to you later! Woo, such a welcoming committee.
Get him now!
Not now, Shiro.
Watch out, Ray! It could be a trap!
Yeah, thought about that too. I'm okay, man. Hold your horse.
Dude, Ray!
It's so good to see you, Akkee.
I'm sorry, Ray. But you should know, things are not like in the past. I don't want to hurt you, brother.
Come on. A simple hug would do it.
Things are different now. Give me your device and get away!
This time I'll decide for myself what to do, sis.
Oh, I know what's different about you. Let me guess. Horizon?
Shut up! No, nothing!
Do what you want. I don't recognize you as my sister anymore.
Akkee, isn't it cool that even though the sun and the moon are rivals, they can still find time to be together?
They aren't rivals, silly. They're just different.
Just like us, right?
Yes, like us, brother.
Akkee! Akkee!
I'll be fine. Take him down.
I knew she couldn't do it.
おい、それスノボじゃなくて人体だから。それにこれってケツでブレーキかけるやつだし、吉原大炎上の次は異世界大炎上なんてシャレになりませんから。
アガ、これぐらい犠牲を払ってこそコラボに対しての俺たちの気合が伝わるってもんだろ。
金ちゃんの言う通りある。コラボのためなら尻の一つや二つ差し出して当然ね。
ゲームは終わりだ。
え、皆さん、それって銃？
嫌いやろ。
話でやってくんねえか、サダール。そいつは新八じゃねえんだ。
僕なら噛まれてもいいってことですか？ケリーさん、本当にごめんなさい。
さて、行き先は？
ってもしかして僕またメガネだけになってない？
Want to see something cool? Isn't it cute? Let's see what other sea creatures we can discover. What beautiful scenes are hiding under the sea? Let's explore the undersea mystery. Play matches and complete missions to earn tokens. Then use them to observe sea creatures and unlock them in your guide. The more you discover, the more rewards you can claim. Make sure to check in often, because rare sea creatures will periodically generate extra tokens. In Battle Royale, the adventure starts before you even land with a brand new whale-themed airplane. On Bermuda, look for mysterious whirlpool entrances that take you to the fresh, cool undersea realm. The high-tier loot zone becomes the Hydro Zone, surrounded by towering water walls. Don't worry though, you and your bullets can still pass through freely. Giant whales will also fly across the sky and drop bubble airdrops as they fly by. And yes, you can fish mid-match. Fishing spots will appear around the map, letting you reel in fish or even loot. Find upgraded fishing spots for even better rewards. Some fish will even follow you after you catch them and grant special buffs. Plus, there's a new event weapon, the Hydro Blaster. Hold fire to spray a continuous, super accurate water beam. When you run out of ammo or reload manually, a QuickTime event will pop up. Hit it to fast reload and gain a buff. Some other weapons can get this QTE reload too, so try them out when you find them. In Clash Squad, the Hydro Blaster is also available, along with the same QTE reload bonuses on select weapons. The Undersea Realm joins the Bermuda map pool, and cyber airdrops and spawn areas get themed visuals too. The ocean secrets are waiting for you to discover. Expect the unexpected. Random events may now pop up in Clash Squad to shake things up. You might start round 1 with 1,000 cash, get a random melee weapon each round, receive blue walls over time, and more. Good news to all tactical market enthusiasts. You can now deploy a tactical gadget right at your position with a simple tap. Fast and easy. Meet Ray the Watchman. Wielding both sun and moon power, he's on a mission to scatter the darkness. His active skill, Bond of Eclipse, tags the first unbound enemy hit in a fan-shaped area and creates a link with them that only Ray and the target can see. If Ray reduces the tagged enemy to a certain HP or below, they get instantly knocked down. If the target is knocked down or eliminated while tagged, Ray's skill resets immediately. For more skill adjustments, here's a quick overview. Some weapons have received balance changes. Check them out. Say hi to Pyro, your new fiery companion. Log in daily to watch Pyro grow and earn rewards. You'll meet Pyro for the first time when you open your profile. Choose Pyro's personality, drag them around your profile or lobby, and watch them pull off all kinds of cool moves. Pyro has 3 states: active, faded, and inactive. Daily logins keep Pyro active. Missing logins dim the flames, and staying away too long makes Pyro inactive. No worries though. Log back in and this little flamehead will jump right into action. Every login boosts Pyro's EXP. Keep it going and Pyro will level up from a tiny spark to the ultimate fire puncher. You can also unlock new looks and accessories to give Pyro even more heat. Presets will no longer be locked in once matchmaking starts. Even better, you'll be able to adjust them in the cabin or before the first CS round starts. However, you'll not be able to switch presets once you've used the loadout. Don't forget to tap the preset button to check out what presets your teammates are using before making your choice. In-match quick messages are now smarter and will suggest messages based on what's happening on the battlefield. Tap on the message to send it out to teammates. Some messages will even auto-mark enemies on the mini-map for you. See a player with impressive stats at the end of a match? You can now invite them to your team right from the match results page. Team invites are also smoother. If you accept a booking request while you're in a match, you'll join your friend's team as soon as your current match ends, so you'll never miss an invite again. We can't wait for you to try out the improved filter system and new themed filters like Cyberpunk and Golden Era. Looking for a smoother gaming experience? try out the new frame rate boost feature. If your frame rate is set to high or above, open settings and enable this feature to enjoy crisper, smoother gameplay. If you love the competitive vibe, the new CS custom room updates are for you. Now you can choose a specific map area for each round to get targeted practice. What's more, play and win like a pro with the new ban and pick mode, complete with the new ban and pick feature and esports-styled CS store and gameplay rules. And that's it for today. See you next time, survivors!
Akkee said the moon and the sun aren't rivals. I still believe in that.
Actually, I'm already there.
Talk to you later! Woo, such a welcoming committee.
Get him now!
Not now, Shiro.
Watch out, Ray. It could be a trap.
Yeah, thought about that too. I'm okay, man. Hold your horse.
Dude, Ray.
It's so good to see you, Akkee.
I'm sorry, Ray. But you should know, things are not like in the past. I don't want to hurt you, brother.
Come on. A simple hug would do it.
Things are different now. Give me your device and get away!
This time I'll decide for myself what to do, sis.
Oh,
I know what's different about you. Let me guess. Horizon?
Shut up! No, nothing!
The fire has burned for 2 full weeks and only 12 squads remain standing. Welcome to the grand finals of the Free Fire Max Asia Invitational 2026 Spring. Today, we wipe the slate clean. This is Champion Rush with no game limit whatsoever. South Asia's Thunder, Southeast Asia's Fury, everything on the line. One final day of war. Only one team will rise through fire to be called champions by the end of the day. Welcome, survivors. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only Lucifer, about to burn the day down with our mics.
Yes, indeed we are, because today, as you said, it is the Champion Rush today, and on top of it, only one of these teams who've been playing for so long, either from the South Asia Plains or who made it from the main event, will be crowned for all the efforts, for all the toil that they went through, finally will be crowned as the champions. who is going to be Asia's kings? That's what we're going to be unveiling at the end of the day. Whether on top of it is going to be in the 5 games, 6 games, 10 games, 12 games, there's no upper limit, there's no roof to destroy. It's all for everybody and open for all to get this.
Absolutely, man. No upper limit, like you said. Does it end early, though? Do we have one dominator that starts off hot, continues hot, activates Champion Rush, and just says, bye-bye, buddies, the 15k USD is mine, and they walk away within the 4 or 5 games that we have out here? And 4 or 5 games could be asking for a lot, right? Because of what Dewa United has been proving that they can do. Maybe today is the day Revenant XSpark goes back to their winning ways. Maybe today is the day Revenant XSpark plays the grand finals like they play an opening day, or maybe even a point rush day in terms of point collection. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, speaking of point rush, the teams with 80 points will activate Champion Rush. So it's going to be a mad dash to get there. And after that, the first team to get that Booyah will be crowned champions. And like Lucifer said, no upper limit. There are no maximum number of games. By the time we crown the champions, we will not be looking at points, but we will be looking at who manages to achieve these conditions.
We keep talking about if there is a roof, right, to something to blow apart. Right as of now, there's nothing like that. That's the best part. Here in Free Fire Max Asia Invitational 2026 Spring, if you become the champions, you get all the bragging rights. You get to be the Asia's best. And on top of it, you get this hefty briefcase that every other team was fighting for. 18 teams in our South Asia plains, 18 teams in the main event, and the last 12 right as of now surviving to just get this first place under their belly. But with that, we will have a lot more podium finishes. The team at the second position will get 7,500 and the third position team will be getting 3,500. This is a major deal. You end up in the top 3, you will be the podium finishers of FFMAI 2026 Spring.
The minimum you walk away with is 1,400 USD, and that's a lot of money. How heavy your briefcase is will be determined by how many points you pick out there, at least for the start, before you activate the Champion Rush. How do you climb up? You hit the Booyah, you walk away with 12 placement points. 9 placement points for the second spot. You minus off 1 point for each consecutive position you hold on the leaderboard, except the very bottom. 11th and 12th gets you no placement points at all, but every elimination counts for 1 point.
Points matter at the end of the day. And on top of it, we were talking right before we started the show as well, to be very consistent. You need to make sure that as quickly as other teams are right now grasping towards the Champion Rush, you are treading in that same fashion and the ladder. And if you're able to do it, especially with another criteria, is the one unique active skill, which everybody as a viewer, as a caster and a player has been loving it, because you are bringing something new to the game every time you step in, with the difference in terms of the compatibility of the various active skills within the team itself.
The entire squad must run 4 unique active skills, no duplicates allowed, and this has just been making all of the action so much more exciting. I want to see exactly who brings a little bit of a curveball activation on those active and passives today. We've got the teams playing here in the grand finals, and as you can see, we've got a stacked roster with South Asian teams. Southeast Asia has got only 3 representatives this time. Can they overcome the odds? Can they overcome the numbers to still rip this one away from the South Asian squads?
Like you rightfully said, when we were witnessing FFMAI 2025, it was a lot of Southeast Asian teams who had the advantage. They were actually also looking really great when we were talking about it. Bigatron by Vitality, Falcons, and all of them, right, doing such a phenomenal job. And now the South Asian teams with the new patch have actually risen through fire. Throughout the 2 weeks that we have had in action, they have now come into a position where they can be Asia's best. And that's what I'm loving. Like, if you just go back to the 25 season, they played there for the first time. South Asian teams understood how the lobby is. And now they've come to the 26th season and they're playing in such a phenomenal fashion, both in the South Asia plains, after in the main event. And now they are just one step away from being crowned as the champions. It is as easy for us to say here on the desk, but it is not an easy job to do. We've been talking about it. They've made it to the best 12. But how do you manage the pressure when somebody else activates Champion Rush?
Absolutely, man. And even though we had a breakout run by Dewa United, I would say that it's still inconsistent, right? The verdict is out there as to who's going to be able to be champion here today, because, again, the slate has been wiped clean. These teams are very inconsistent at dominating because of how good the other squads within the lobby are as well. You've got 11 other teams, if you're Dewa United, to really worry about. Team Hind can take it away anytime. Expand has been stepping it up from Malaysia. So many squads capable of disrupting your your play, because when they come across you on the battlefield, it's literally do or die. Today, even Dewa United, they are not safe. The race to 80 points is not going to be easy at all. Everybody wants this. It's a difference of $1,400 and $15,000 at the top.
That's literally almost 10 times the prize pool from the 12th position to your first position champions. So there's a lot that every team is going to be gearing for. But one more region I want to kind of talk about this time is going to be the Bangladeshi teams. Last season, we did not see them at all. This time, we have, yes, one from the main event, but also from the South Asia play-ins.
Yep.
That's Extreme X. This team, commendable in terms of their performance, and I don't know how, by the knife's edge that they've been qualifying all times, AJ.
Yeah, Extreme X has been impressive. Straw Hats just a little bit more, right? I've been very impressed by the rotations of Straw Hats, getting into that final circle, playing for the top 3 sometimes. They do have a Booyah to their side. They've got a 25% top 3 rate, which is very fancy for a squad out of Bangladesh trying to prove themselves. And I think Straw Hats have done that so far in terms of showing us exactly what Bangladesh as a region is capable of. And like you said, Extreme X refusing to give up no matter what the challenge is, be it at the South Asia Plains or at the main week. But these are the team lineup, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, for the 12 squads that are going to be joining us. You've got Dewa United, Horus, Team Hind, Expand, as well as Autobotz Esports. And I would say all 4 of these squads definitely stand out in this competition.
Oh yeah, big time, AJ. These 4 squads, on one end we have Kiki, on the other end, from Expands, and you have Luki. If you go to Autobotz, you either have Johan or Mad God. And on Team Hind, I think this roster yesterday showed us that they are, as a whole, star-studded. KD got us the IGL. Sahil Jat yesterday ended up having a lot of eliminations as a highlight, and on top of that, Shoto, no question at all, with having an MVP such as Vulvin. So a lot of eyes, and especially being the recent title holders as well, Team Hind have an opportunity to grab a second for themselves.
Yeah, no doubt at all, man. You've got Straw Hats, NXT Esports, Team Akkee, as well as iQOO Total Gaming. Maybe the best out of iQOO Total Gaming has not been seen just yet, but they are definitely a squad who can pull away 80 points within 5 or 6 games. They are a squad that will need this competition. They will need this grand finals to go the distance to stand a chance at becoming champion today. How long can they hang on, though? Or can they speed up the process by getting a couple of Booyahs within the first 4 matches in itself? Because iQOO Total Gaming does not look like a squad that wants to sprint to the finish. They want to make this into a marathon. They want to jog first at the start. But do they have enough time in the grand finals?
I agree on that point. iQOO Total Gaming have not had a great run. There's not been a sprint race for them. It's been a marathon, and then they've managed to figure things through. But along with them, the team who's also managed in that same direction is going to be GodLike Esports. Everybody expected them right at the gate to be performing like how Revenant XSpark on day 1 did. Get themselves multiple eliminations and Booyahs, table topping in the South Asia Plains. However, Revenant XSpark had a problem. They could not perform in the similar way they did in the South Asia Plains in the main event. So some troubles over there. I hope they did refine themselves on whatever issues that was caused in the main event. Now that they've made to the main event's grand finals and 1 step away, this is their opportunity to strike and win.
I find Revenant XSpark very suspicious, because this is a squad that can get those eliminations. We saw it at the South Asia Plains. We saw the aggression out of Revenant XSpark. And later on in the main week, Revenant XSpark took their fingers off the triggers unless they were forced to. They were kind of trying to lay low as much as possible, focusing on their placements within the final circle instead of looking for elimination points, which I think we are going to see the opposite of. We are going to see Revenant XSpark go back to their elimination ways today, whilst looking for that final circle, and I wonder how they're going to fare at that. Because Revenant XSpark, although they were fairly far down the 12 spots, they do have a lot of placement points, outplaying some of the other squads. But this is the race to Champion Rush. The data tells us that by the time we get to game number 6, 11 teams would have activated the Champion Rush condition already. Do you believe these stats?
I kind of maybe think yes. Dewa United Horus, as you can already talk about it, with 4 games they should be able to get it. If you check their past record, yes, yesterday they were not all out. However, in their day they played day number 2. In the 3 games they were able to play, they secured 90 plus points. That gives us an idea they should be securing in game number 4. After that, in game number 5, we have 4 more teams: Team Hind, Expand, Autobots, and Straw Hats. So totally, at least at the end of 5 games, we'll have 5 teams with the Champion Rush condition activated. But from here on, yes, if we go all the way towards the 6 games and we end up seeing all the teams activating the Champion Rush, there could be an opportunity. Everybody's gunning for it, but I feel like we might get restricted around our game number 6 and 7.
The Champion Rush curse. Do we see a repeat of the Free Fire Max Asia Invitational 2025? The first team to activate Champion Rush at Game 4 was Bigatron by Vitality from Indonesia. Exactly what seems to be the possibility today. Dewa United Horus, very aggressive on the points. They could activate it early. What we just saw on the image shows you exactly that. But can they close the game at Game 5? Or will we see somebody else kidnap it just like what Avita KDC did? They managed to activate their Booyah after getting their Champion Rush condition. It went all the way down into a game number 8. Do we go the distance? Do we have even more matches today? That's going to be a big question there, Lucifer.
I mean, this is actually a really good screen to kind of talk about, as you already mentioned, right? Dewa United, Horus, are they going to be cursed just because of what happened in the last season of FFMAI? Or are they going to make sure that doesn't repeat? Because as we did see, right, the race to the Champion Rush, around getting 80 plus points for teams, we did see around the 5 teams end up activating it. If we go to game 6 and 7, all the teams should get closer to it. But with that, let's see on which particular games, because the maps are in front of us, the game schedule, and we are going to start on Bermuda, AJ. We're going to give everybody an even ground. From there, immediately jump to Kalahari, Sniper's Haven.
Absolutely. And then, of course, we head on into Solara, where those slide rates will make a very big difference for rotations. Next era, where we can definitely see those M590s and Mag 7s come out to play a little bit. And Purgatory, you know for a fact Neptune's going to be hoping for those cute flight paths just to bring in an extra layer of drama for our grand finals. Do we get to see a game number 6, 7, or all the way down to 10? Do we end this one early? There's always a potential for that to happen. But as we all know, and as we've already mentioned at the opening of the show, it's easy to understand the rules of the grand finals and Champion Rush. It is not easy to make it applicable when it comes to those points, because everybody is equally as hungry as the other, and in such a lobby, getting to the top could be fairly easy. Staying up there, getting that final Booyah could be close to impossible for some of these squads.
Yeah, we just saw it, the curse. There could be an opportunity that somebody else flies and takes it away, steals it under their nose itself. So right as of now, this is the grand finals, the Champion Rush, and our first 5 games that you're going to be seeing, the 6th one, and from there on, all of them being randomized till the game 10 if we even head there. And even if we head further, all of them will also be randomized. But for the time being, not something randomized, at least, is the preferred drop spots based on what the teams have told us. We have it on front of our screens. And yes, that laugh and peak clustered. 6 teams! This is grand finals, and we have 6 teams who say that we are going to go to peak.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying it's just going to be all-out drama today. It's going to be very difficult to predict who gets to dominate, because when you've got 6 squads here potentially going in for the hot drop close to peak and Kota Tua, there's a high probability of a third party, of a fourth party, early eliminations on the squads that we think might be able to dominate, because the teams at peak are not small squads, right? You've got GodLike, you've got Expand, you've got Dewa United, you've got Team Hind, you've got iQOO. Are we throwing in all the Titans to peak straight up from the very get-go? I hope we are, because it's about to get exciting, my friend.
Imagine if this actually does happen in the very first game. You have no idea that race to Champion Rush criteria, we can completely throw that into the dustbin. We can just trash it out. That's how it'll look in the very first game. But still, there's one thing that Dewa United Horus, in comparison to other teams, have showed us is if they don't have their game number 1 really well in terms of how they would have wanted to conclude it, they still pick their pace up in game number 2, 3 and 4 and still will manage to make it. So I'm looking forward to how Expand started their main event, if they can do that, if they can replicate something like that. And after figuring out of how the lobby was, AJ, we also saw Team Hind figuring things out in the very second game in the main event's day 1, getting their Booyah. But one thing that teams need to understand is having the confidence, consistency, and on top of it, whether they get the Booyah prior to reaching the Champion Rush doesn't matter. It's how you get the Booyah once you reach the Champion Rush criteria.
Absolutely, man. Let's take a look and see who you and I think are going to be dominating today. Both of us think that Dewa United is going to be showing up in the top 3 within the very first game, but a little bit of a difference right after that. Team Hind and Expand, I've definitely got my eyes on them. You think GodLike and Revenant XSpark are going to be stepping up. The commonality here is we think the Indians are definitely going to wake up from the get-go.
I think this is an opportunity for the teams from India, right? Especially having 6 squads half of the lot right as now in the grand finals, 12. It is them. This is their opportunity. And yes, according to stats, if I kind of bank on my predictions, GodLike should not be here because they've not at all had a great start in the starting pages of the South Asia Plains, or you take the main event. But on the other end, I think after all that they've been through, right, all the grind that they had to put themselves through, figuring out their squad, the new change that they had with iQOO not being there, and now Nobita is in a spot that, yes, everybody is enjoying seeing Nobita play. On top of it, Revenant XSpark, I think, had to be there, just kind of banking on what they did in South Asia Plains. And you mentioned, right, maybe they did not go all out in the main event. They had something that they were holding back on. They just wanted to make it to the grand finals. And that is the only basis I have, knowing what X Divine can do. And you mentioned, they always managed to make it to the top 4, top 3 in the final battle in terms of their rotation.
And I actually hope GodLike has been trying to keep a little bit silent in the competition, just so that they don't want to be gunned down a little early as the other squads aim for them, look for them in terms of the hot drops to annihilate them early, understanding that they're a big threat, right? Because right now, GodLike looks like they're not a threat to the championship at all. Yes. Maybe that's going to be that secret weapon. Maybe that's going to be the tactic of GodLike Esports, to just surprise everyone and run away with it. Because if you're looking at the stats, it really doesn't look like anything great at all. It seems like they've managed to scrape on through, and a couple of extra mistakes could have taken them out from qualifying for the grand finals. But that's not who GodLike is. I think we're going to see a little bit of dominance out there from GodLike and the other Indian squads. Let's see exactly what we find here at Bermuda as we open up game number 1. Things are definitely going to get a tad bit dicey. I would not be surprised to see a final circle with maybe 10 squads still alive by the time we get there.
This is the grand finals of Free Fire Max Asia Invitational 2026 Spring, and as you said, we are hoping for seeing 10 or all 12 squads in the final fight. That's how interesting today it is going to be. All drama, all chaos, and there are going to be a lot of thunderstorms brewing because of the bolt makers called in. The flight path starts at Shipyard, ends right ahead of Mars Electric. But do we end up seeing 6 squads all clash it out at peak?
Yeah, very nice. iQTG choosing Riverside and Mill instead. Truly understanding, truly reading the game and understanding they might have a very big chance of survival here if they rotate a little bit later on. But Expand, they were united. GodLike, they do not want to listen to the others. They want to dominate peak. This is looking like it's going to be very rough for one of these squads very early on.
4 squads right now have dropped at peak. It seems like they wanted to start it off. It doesn't work. Wolvin gets taken down. That's an early elimination. And GodLike, this is their control point. This is their stronghold. However, Yogi's been found from Kiki. And that's trouble as he confirms that as well. So a little bit of eliminations being exchanged very early on. X has an opportunity. But there's Expand as well, who's troubling Dewa United Horus now.
Dude, I don't know if anyone needs to get punished for this, because we clearly knew this was going to happen. 4 out of the 5 predicted squads do make it into peak, and they're just asking for trouble, right? Because you're not going to be able to guarantee anything for yourself in a situation like this. Autobotz double on the elimination out of the players. Dewa United, on the other hand, losing Zax pretty early on, and they have the outside perimeter. The ones closer to the vending machine and a little bit of cover would be Team Expand.
And this is the opportunity if you want to take down Dewa United Horus. It's happening from Expand. Early on in their close range battle, they are unable to stabilize themselves. 3 of the players have been lost. What a great start coming in from Expand. But on the other end, Dewa United Horus now have completely disappeared from peak. Expand, great start, 3 eliminations, and now have spotted Team Hind's player. I think that was either on the roof or the edges of the maze.
Yeah.
But great play to start things off for Expand.
Marco brings his buddy right back in here. Team Akkee, on the other hand, spotting out Autobotz. Venom really low. Winchester in hand. He's been marked by the Moko already. Reset going in to force Venom to reset. So he's gonna be right back on the flight path in a little bit. Expand, on the other hand, picking up elimination number 4. They need to get to the vending machine, but look at who has arrived. Extreme X with a mini jump pad right up on the roof now at peak, looking to see if they can get lucky with the numbers here as they look at Expand. Our fake first shot will not find the connection. Flicker had the VSK, did not use it.
This is something unbelievable. Oh, there it is. Finally, he was waiting for the opportunity, and Afik, he stood out and was eliminated. But Sajan also got trouble, but thankfully, Extreme X playing together, they will quickly recover him. But still, Sajan's still getting hit. That was coming in from Expand's Waltz, and Waltz will pick him off at that roof's edge. This is Expand saying, you pick a player from our end, we are going to be avenging him instantly, irrespective that you're in a position where we might not have the height advantage, still do it.
Yeah, that's a very poor strategy from Extreme X. It's kind of splitting up on the roof, not backing each other up, not playing the 2-2 split, and they lose a player, now going to be forced down to the lower ground to get to that vending machine. And obviously that's not going to be something they're looking for in such a crowded area at peak. Team Akkee, on the other hand, up against Autobotz. That went very well for the squad, and now they fully command Graveyard. But there could be a rotation here. Team Akkee going in for the hunt. They want a rematch with Autobotz.
Autobots, they better be ready. They've always, yes, managed to win the battles, but now they're making their move at the zone's edge, and Team Akkee have spotted it. Fix wants to make a run. The opening's been found. Johan is down. And that could be giving another elimination here for Akkee. 6 already. Mad God also will be trapped. His position compromised. Kunal, he answers back. Mad God as well. Things are changing up right now. Team Akkee might be in trouble. Fix has to make a run. But Team Akkee have lost 2 of their comrades. And right as now, it's up to reset and Fix.
Mad God, truly a Mad God in that elimination. Has the Drogon, gets a double connection. UMP versus Drogon. Mad God has the advantage. And he gets the drop. Akkee wanted the chase. And Autobot showing them exactly what awaits them if they want to keep pressing on, asking them what they are capable of early game. 7 eliminations, make that 8 as Mad God gets his well-deserved quadra elimination.
This is amazing coming in from Autobots, but GodLike wants something similar. Nobita this time, now with the right weapon, just a mini Uzi, but Nancy quick on the Vector revive and will confirm the player from Extreme X. But as you did mention, it seems like a couple of bad decision and hasty ones are being pulled off from Extreme X, and it's not working in their direction. Flicker wants to get close, and yes, he does, only to just get his player back up. But Tusine's also not yet brought back up. This is, yes, their own fault because they've not managed to get enough coins yet.
Okay, all right. They're backing away. I thought they would just stand there and shoot those players down. They had the right guns in their hand. Unfortunate that Extreme X does not continue to farm on GodLike, because that was the opportunity to put a very early end potentially to the Indian squad. And Kiki showing up at the right time here. Dewa united for a little bit of revenge. Now they spot out Straw Hats as well. Shots from afar. Extrove looking for that reposition. North's going to be in a little bit of trouble. He's leaving the rest of his buddies, cutting a lot of distance between him and the Straw Hat squad, who do back away, not wanting to engage so early.
Dewa United Horus, after their couple of losses that they had at peak, now have moved towards Bhima Shakti Strip and now held in cage. Straw Hats, they're stuck. They've, yes, glue-walled themselves inside the compound, but for how long? Dewa United Horus have their eyes on, and once Dewa United Horus find an opportunity, we know all of them together will jump in. And that's all they're trying to do for the time being. UAV sent out from Straw Hats. Nothing much on the other end of the compound for Straw Hats in terms of information, but Expand, they're also getting close by in the same position. Dewa United Horus are, and Dewa United Horus are actually retreating. They're moving back. They're letting the position at Bhima Shakti Strip be somebody else's.
Understandably so. Dewa United not on to a great start here. They understand that they need to go back into their looting phase to be battle prepared when they bump into these very aggressive squads today. Dewa United Horus finding out the rough way that this was not going to be as easy as they initially thought. And if that confidence was not overstacked at peak, I think that we would see a very different version of Dewa United Horus at this point of time. But because of the early engagements, the squad now backing away. Still very early now game. 12 squads, 44 players. As close as we will get to a fully stacked lobby. Nobody wanting to go down just yet. Now it's the battle between Straw Hats and Expand.
Expand had a great start at peak. 5 eliminations in total. Waltz, he's the man if he wants to start off opening in terms of elimination, and he's already made his way in with his teammates. Little Plushie will try to hold them off. That was well played coming in from Straw Hats, but they're still right now perplexed and stuck in one position. And they were United Horus. They were waiting for this, I guess, and they make their jump. Adrian right now holding at the windows edge are North and Zaxxon. Now Straw Hats or Expand, both might be in trouble. Depends on the decision, the fight that's taken ahead.
Again, the rematch between Dewa United and Expand might just break out here. Expand backing away slowly. They have to get a little bit faster if they want to survive this. Flanking around towards the right-hand side. Dewa United looking for the entry. Riptide Rhythm. No, the Valiant Dash will break down those defenses, but North was not tickled by that move at all. That A124 on standby. The thrill of battle is waiting to be popped here by Dewa United. It's all about the shot call. They just want to see what's happening around them before they make that move. Revenant XSpark on the other hand, Vincent finds Booyah from the side of Horaa. That's not good for the Nepali squad.
And Horaa are moving to another trap of a lot of eliminations. Their two squads were already trying to find an opening. While they've lost one to Revenant XSpark, Horaa, if they don't understand that they moved in the wrong direction, it might invite a lot more teams to fight out here at Bhima Sakti Strip. And that's what Revenant XSpark are doing. Dewa United, Horus, they are waiting for a chance to go in through that opening. They finally want to decide, but Horaa, we already spoke about it, very small compound that they're stuck in. But Revenant XSpark, I think they also got information. They decided to move in the other direction. The UAV used and they're backing off.
I was about to say Revenant XSpark about to play with fire. Just getting into a situation where they could get caught out. Chasing after Horaa could have been a very early end to Revenant XSpark. This is where you see the maturity coming out of the Indian squad, choosing the rotation into a defensive spot first, acknowledging that this is a chaotic lobby. 12 squads still alive. Straw Hats, no eliminations just yet. Dewa United knocking on their windows just moments ago. And now Dewa United going in for the matured decision making, backing away to look for a defensive spot. It was clear Straw Hats were not going anywhere.
I don't know if this is a blessing for Straw Hats or the other teams not getting taken down while they were waiting to eliminate Straw Hats. First it was Expand, they backed off. Dewa United made a jump, now they've been backed off. Revenant XSpark decided they wanted to chase Horaa Esports, but they also decided to move in the other direction. However, one team that's been chasing and they've been clinging to the backs of Team Akkee is Autobotz. They've been picking them every time in the direction that Autobotz are moving. They've been finding players of Akkee. Already Autobotz at a total of 12 eliminations. This is game number 1. We were talking about Dewa United, we were talking about Team Hind, Revenant XSpark. Those should have been the teams taking up points. Expand. But Autobotz, they've gone all out in the game number 1 itself right as of now.
All out in game 1, all thanks to Akkee, you can say. Adrian, they've got the electrotherapy connected. Zach's powering him up. Adrian tagged up. He cannot make a mistake here. Adrian still pushing on forth. Kiki gets Shoto. Dewa United getting a double here. M24 in perfect performance out of Kiki. Sahil Jat with the God Nate takes Zax out of the equation, but Dewa United not stopping just yet. Adrian with the M1014 going in. Level 3. North drops him. And this is Team Hind getting annihilated early. Exiting in the 12th spot.
Unfortunate here for Team Hind. Dewa United Horus, they were just backing off, and then Team Hind decided to take up a fight. And we were talking about the thrill of battle A124 that Dewa United Horus had, and it was just timed really well. And then they dashed in right towards the players of Team Hind. Sahil Jat tried his best, but it's not going to be enough. But on the other end, it feels like Autobotz, they've not had enough. 12 eliminations is not enough for them. They moved closer towards Bhima Sakti Strip right as of now. And everything right as of now is unfolding at this one position that Straw Hats took.
Extreme X now, battling with Dewa United right outside the circle. At the very perimeter stands Dewa United. Adrian, M1014, souped up already by the Enhanced Hammer. 2 players down on the ground. Dewa United going back to their annihilating ways. Found 2 players already. Flicker with a sliver of health. Cannot save the rest of his buddies. Does he have a mini jumper? Flicker caught out. Flanked around, and Kiki with the final shot in. Annihilating Flicker. 2 squads out in succession. Team Hind, Extreme X, both annihilated by Dewa.
This is why you should never allow Dewa United Horus to start things off. While Expand had an opportunity to eliminate them at peak, almost they tried their best, but Dewa United Horus understood, backed off. Opportunities for Dewa United Horus are not something that any team should be giving them, and especially when it is the grand finals. There is no more qualification. There is no more that you have to stay in the top 8. It is about getting towards the champion rush. But on the other hand, it seems like every team has strayed away from the peaks position that we were talking about, and everybody is now making a jump at the position of Bhima Sakti Strip. Revenant XSpark backed off by defense. They spotted a team flying close to the compound that they are in, and now they want to challenge, and that's going to be Team Akkee. And Team Akkee, initially they had a good start, but right now they are getting challenged. Autobots already troubled them. I don't know how well they're prepared for this battle with Revenant XSpark.
Yeah, Revenant XSpark needs to make a decision here. If they go in for the annihilation onto Team Akkee, I think their probability increases as far as the Booyah probability goes. Because Team Akkee backstabbing Revenant XSpark will not be good for the Indian squad and their chances of walking away with a Booyah. So far, Dewa United and their players are on fire with the damage, annihilation of those glue walls, you name it, they've got it.
Revenant XSpark want to catch the same train. in terms of eliminations. They've had only 3. And that was also with a couple in chase where they were trying to move towards Horaa. It's Divine. We've always talked about this man. He's been bringing his team towards the last and final few circles. This time, what can you do? But for the time being, GodLike, after they get troubled by iQOO Total Gaming, now they want to defend that. But Dewa United Horus, they see that jump from GodLike. GodLike hold themselves. Zax, however, quickly turns things around. Puts Nancy Marco North with the launcher. GodLike, they thought they're going to be safe on the compound, but instantly get eliminated. Dewa are going on a spree of eliminations, dominating every squad they spot.
This is what I was talking about. That absolute chaos as we get towards the end of the game. 10 squads still alive and kicking. Anywhere you jump, you could just bump into a bunch of Annihilators. In that particular situation, it was the Annihilators that jumped on in. Dewa unstoppable at this point of time. GodLike not looking very godlike in that engagement. Dewa United have got a great advantage now with that high ground. IQTG with a great spot, a boulder and the monster truck for the reposition. Shanky's going to get left behind though. Can he stay and help the rest of the squad with his positioning? But great positioning overall for IQTG.
They have a truck for the time being, and on the other end, Horaa, they're in big trouble. They might be getting eliminated. One small compound that they're stuck in, but TG, they get spotted from another team. They get instantly hit back, and for the time being, they hold off. They know that they're in a good spot. No teams to backstab them, but they shouldn't make a mistake with the Bolt Baker being active as of now. Holding off, slowing things down. This game in Bermuda, game number 1, has not been a map that multiple teams have picked. Booyah. GodLike, Revenant XSpark and Autobotz are the only 3 teams so far in the journey who've gotten a Booyah in Bermuda. So, treading lightly and taking it step by step should be the approach.
Talk about timing on that Horaa blue wall. Dewa United still with that high ground advantage. Adrian getting the knock on to Mafia. Pickup should be easy. Fuwara, X-Divine, Revenant XSpark about to be dismantled, but Fuwara takes himself out with a misplaced grenade. Expand with the open ground revival as they run on in looking for GodLike's Nobita. Players being knocked down. Instant backup. FGL does not find the connection. Nobita still safe. Straw Hat's in trouble. And Waltz does not get the final shot, but the follow-up in the MP5 gets the final play of Revenant XSpark out of the equation.
Expand, they've made their way in. Put down Nobita as well. Nobita tried once more to survive, but that doesn't work out. And with that, GodLike will be eliminated. But Dewa United Horus, they have the rooftop, and now they're not allowing Autobots who got closer. And Straw Hats are taking an advantage on that. On the other end, NXT, they vanquish and eliminate iQOO Total Gaming with the plethora of nades coming through from Ash. And that is another team to be eliminated.
Autobots with a phenomenal rotation here. Grenades not going to find the connections just yet. Straw Hats backing away. Expand on that lower ground. Glue wall separating Autobots and Expand. The floor separating the Straw Hats. Expand as well as the team that holds on to the highest ground possible. Dewa United with 16 eliminations.
One saloon building is what teams are holding right as now. They want a fresh cut, but who's going to get it? Who's going to be able to get eliminations? Who's going to be walk out here like a boss at the end of this game? Expand, holding at the edge, and we know they love to play together, denying the entry. And this is what happened when we saw Ash picking with the nade on iQOO Total Gaming, but not having the number, and Horaa ended up picking Sabo, last man surviving. Oh, it was not actually Horaa. It was coming in from Straw Hats, the compound that they are in, and now Horaa, they're trying to pick off Akkee, but yes, they actually do it. I thought Dewa United Horus will be able to steal it away. I don't know how Horaa are also surviving. We are moving into chaos that's going to unfold, but the zone, AJ, that's shifting, giving chance for teams to still stand here at the saloon building, but Expand, they decide to challenge Straw Hats, go right in, find the opening. Extra will be put to rest. On the other end, Autobots, they make a challenge towards Horaa. 2 of their players are down now. Horaa, Savage, the last man standing, position now known by Kunal, and he'll put an end to him. Autobots get this game to the top 4 teams.
Autobots, beautiful play, beautiful rotation, but now one player down on the ground. Venom needs to be picked right back up, but Adrian says no with the Winchester. Dewa United still have got the advantage with the numbers. Now Dewa United, early rotation, looking for the circle. Autobots under pressure. Dewa United don't need to move, and they know everybody else needs to reposition, and they're playing their advantage well here. Expand, like you said, don't need to get out of the salon just yet, but Autobots are now in a little bit of a pickle. They have to depend on their glue walls on this rotation.
Rotation so crucial for Autobots, but Dewa United Horus is Adrian holding with a Winchester, and on the other end there's Kiki. That is going to be a tough battle with only 3 lads at their end. On the other end, you can see Expand, they're just holding off. They're letting these two teams fight it amongst themselves. But Autobotz, they're also not making a mistake. They're waiting for an opportunity. But Mad God being troubled, his glue walls multiple times being destroyed. Johar is deciding that we go challenge Expand at this moment, and that's the reason they're treading in this direction.
Whoa.
But KK, he finds on this AWM. He was relentless in taking these shots, and finally the connection comes through.
Oh, one more needed for Kiki. Can he find Kunal? Kunal with a jump. Kiki smashing down those glue walls. Just having to reload at the wrong timing there. North with the pressure as well, peppering down those shots. Car 98 for action. Expand have been safe for the time being. Now they're finally going in for the attack. They understand that now is the moment. Lukey with the Morse. Stealth bites in play. Finally comes on out. Not tagged up. Autobotz from the bottom. Dewa United being squeezed from both sides. Out of the circle they go. Tanking the damage. North will be pressured. Walls with the MP5. Mad God. Backstab. Akkee caught out as well. And Autobotz taking advantage of this tense situation. Zeon up against Mad God. Timing from Mad God. It's now a 1v1v1. Kunal sorts it out. And Waltz gets the final shot with the SMG. And Expand walks away with Booyah #1.
What a game coming in from Expand. The way they converted this to be a Booyah. Look at Lukey celebrating. Unbelievable.
Wow.
They let Autobotz and Dewa United Horus fight amongst themselves. The opening when Expand got it, it was all on Lukey. He picked off Adrian who was on the roof. That gave them a chance to move against Dewa United Horus. They made the jump right towards them, and Autobotz, while they wanted to go and fight with Expand and saw them moving in the other direction, it was them also squeezing Dewa United Horus, and Kiki ended up being the last man sandwiched in a glue wall, which Kunal spotted, and Kunal was not ready. He was a little surprised on how Valz just with a UMP moved to his direction and put him down, but this game itself from Expand, you have to give it to them multiple times right from the start at peak. The way they ended is just a brilliant job, well done.
Oh yeah, it was a brilliant game for sure. One team got the Booyah, but three teams won this lobby. That's Expand, that's Dewa United Horus, that's Autobotz Esports, Malaysia, Indonesia, India, all three stepping up very early on. And of course, even though Expand gets the Booyah now, the Booyah means nothing except extra few points for the placements. As far as the dominance of the table, all three teams have outperformed everybody else.
27 points. AJ, has there been a day in our All South Asia play-ins, our main event, that three teams in the top three, we were talking about the podium just on that prize pool as well. Three teams getting the same amount of points, 27, 27 and 27 as you said. These three teams took this game. It was a well-deserved, well-fought out, well-played from all these three teams coming in from three different nations, and what a performance in the grand finals to start with.
Autobotz almost managed to outdo both Dewa and Expand. I think the biggest problem with what Autobotz did there was in the final battle sequence, where they did have an advantage, rotating from that lower ground, but going in for that flank, using the outside perimeter of that final zone, taking some damage from the blue before engaging, just didn't give them an extra chance. And the guy that took the final shot, Waltz with the MP5 level 3, had the Oscar, had the Nikita J. Beeps Joseph, making this guy a walking, running tank. That Oscar getting refreshed a little bit quicker, all thanks to that Rocky, just made this guy battle ready at all times out in the open. Amazing flanking coming through from Expand at the very end as well. 6 eliminations, 2,489 on the damage with 5 assists for Waltz.
I think Waltz has been a player from Expand that we even saw during our game #1 in main events, day 1 performance. And he's been consistently performing, even in some situations where we think that, okay, Expand don't have the better game or better positioning. It is always Waltz picking up eliminations for his team. Even if they get eliminated, he has the IS. So a great game coming in as he becomes the MVP. We also have to talk about the team with Afiq, Zeon and Lukey, with Morse being played on top of it. Alok, we saw them with this play and setup in the games that they got the Booyah on. So really well played, and they don't have a Beastion coming through. They did not concentrate on throwing down nades. As you can see, there's no Alvaro as well. So this is a really good setup in just going in for gunfights.
Oh, very shocking to see Expand bring that Alok in, focusing on a little bit of the recovery instead of just going all out with the Annihilation. They don't bring in the Time Turner out of the Chrono, which is very weird for me, but it seems to have worked out well for the squad. If you look at Expand, they were looking to be aggressive, and one of the things that was definitely going to give Xeon that advantage was that Alok, and he used it perfectly. But I have to say, props to Luki as well as the sniper of the squad. The usage of the Moss, I think, was pretty brilliant all throughout the game. He put himself in positions that was really giving trouble for Dewa United. Although they were having that high ground, they could not punish Expand because of what Luki was doing with that AWM.
This is one of the reasons that we are kind of talking about why Moss has become so crucial, especially for snipers. But let's talk about Expand. They started in Circle 1. We saw around peak of how they were trying to deny Dewa United there itself. They were the first team. Got 5 eliminations in their name. But look at Autobotz. Initially got a little bit of trouble coming in from Team Akkee. Then they decided that when Team Akkee decided to challenge them, they put them all down. One after another, Autobots went behind Team Akkee in manners that Akkee never thought. And most of those Circle 1 eliminations was all because of Akkee gifted towards Autobots. But as you said, yes, in this final fight, coming and breaking down towards Bhima Shakti's strip of how it unfolded. Straw Hats, unfortunately, holding that position for far too long, that one saloon compound. We're talking about it, right? If you hold a compound, your position is known. You better find another approach to it or defend yourself so well. Expand charged right into it. Extra gets taken down, and from there, Straw Hats completely broke down. They couldn't do much as the defenses started losing ground, because in that same position, they used so many glue walls from the very beginning till the end of the game.
And I want to say that Autobots performed well mainly because of the points they picked off of Team Akkee. But I have to say also the rotation within that final zone battle was very important. Autobots was outside. GodLike was shooting at them from the back. You also had Expand to worry about right within the saloon itself. And Autobots held their ground with those glue walls. Those were some of the best plays we have seen out of Autobots in terms of survival, as well as trying to take advantage of that situation. There's a couple of lapses within that final battle that did not give them the booyah, but as long as they can maintain this sort of a performance with the numbers, getting that champion rush condition activated should not be a possible, should not be so far from them. Refinery this time, just like Peak, about to be lit up by these big squads again.
I don't know why, but they go in for a fight. But thankfully this time when we started this off on Bermuda, none of the teams got eliminated, and as you rightly said, right, there's going to be drama unfolding, and we want to see around 10 teams in our final fights. Yes, that happened here as well in Bermuda. It might go down in Kalahari as well. And looking at Team Hind, they had an opportunity, but the unfortunate positioning in terms of them having a fight right in the head-on with Dewa United Horus. And in the very early game, the two teams that got eliminated were all kudos to Dewa United Horus. Unfortunate for the teams who lost it, but Dewa United Horus, that confidence gave them the final fight opportunity. If not getting sandwiched, it could have been their booyah as well, AJ.
Yeah, I think one of the bigger mistakes that the squads definitely need to think about and fix in the future is looking for these circles early, because one big mistake that teams like GodLike or Team Hind made, Extreme X made, was the late rotation. And when you're late into such a tight compound on a map like that, you're not going to have a safe spot. Everybody's going to be shooting at you because you're out in the open, right? We've got our predictions for this next matchup as well, and I think we are on absolute sync right now, except for the Autobots part. I think India is going to rise up big time this time round through iQOO Total Gaming, Revenant XSpark, as well as Autobotz.
See, going towards Kalahari, this has been a very successful map, if I want to call it, towards the Indian squads. They have seen their victories here. They've had a lot of conversions, yes, and especially this being a game where we are kind of talking about that teams need to reach to champion rush. This is not us trying to figure out who's going to get the booyah. It's about securing as many points as possible. And the reason I've brought in Extreme X, yes, not the likeliest team that you would have, like I should have had maybe Straw Hats in my pick, but Extreme X, they try to do something out of the ordinary, and I think that could be something that they try to pull off here. Unfortunately, they got eliminated again, as I said, Dewa United. There's been Dewa United's name in this game number 1 multiple times, multiple instances, and that's how they played the game. However, there's been other challenges, other teams who've played really well. Autobots, as we already spoke about them. The way they rotated, unfortunate that the zone was closing in their direction. One of their players got lost because of Kiki. So situations like that make you force in the other direction. You figure out and question your own thoughts. but still that you're picking up points should give you enough confidence as you move into the next game going through. But it's Kalahari. Now in Kalahari, there's at least 5 teams out of these 12 that have gotten the Booyah, and Revenant XSpark have gotten their Booyah twice in the overall South Asia Plains as well as right now main event. So Revenant XSpark, if they go back to their winning ways, this is their opportunity to strike back into the points.
Absolutely. Total Gaming, on the other hand, have a little bit more of consistency on this particular map. iQOO Total Gaming with a possibility of a Booyah here. Of course, that will definitely come in with a little bit of a disclaimer. As long as Malaysia and Indonesia does not make it into that final circle, right? I think Expand has been great with the rotations, and as we have always seen, Dewa United Horus just a couple of steps ahead of the other squads, getting into a better spot. Even when the final circle started shifting, you saw Dewa United. First of all, they already had a great spot to move from, which was that high ground advantage. They were able to scout out all of the other areas. The moment they got information on where that next circle was going to go, they could already put together a great idea as to when do we move, where do we move, keeping themselves at the very top in terms of possibility for a Booyah. And you look at the others, they just didn't have a possibility like that. Although Autobotz were great with their rotation, I think they doubted themselves a little bit. They should have stepped into the house. They should have taken the fight up against the other squads, because they are definitely a team that engages very well up close and personal. We'll have to wait and see what happens here in this Kalahari map, because I think it's going to be as chaotic as the first one. And I do have to say, because it was so chaotic, the teams that dropped out early, it does not mean that they're not ready for this grand finals. It just means we have a damn good lobby on our hands.
Indeed, it's a brilliant lobby right as of now. You cannot predict that, hey, this team's played out really well in game number 1. They're going to continue that in game number 2. It could completely and drastically flip in other teams' direction. And one of the teams I want to talk about that held themselves off is Horaa Esports, the team from Nepal. The compound that they were stuck in, chased from Revenant XSpark. They chased off even iQOO Total Gaming. None of the teams who tried to battle, just like how Straw Hats held themselves. Even Horaa held their position for quite far long, but however, compared to Straw Hats, Horaa picked up a lot more points in their name. So I feel like Horaa, if they continue that and this time maybe open themselves to a compound where they have a lot more control, lot more options to fight for, they could have an opportunity to go grab a lot of points in their direction. Now Horaa Esports would want it because they're the only team from Nepal right as now fighting. We know what these lads could do. They will try to challenge. Going into Kalahari, snipers have their land laid out for themselves.
Absolutely, man. It's all about the snipers here at Kalahari and how you move out there on the battlefield. Do you get to dominate early? Do you get to eliminate some of the top competition early as well? We'll have to see. And if you look at the snipers, Dewa United's Kiki has definitely been on a phenomenal performance so far in the competition. Right after him is Luki and iQOO Mafia. These 3 players we have to keep our eyes on this time round. Can iQOO Total Gaming get to the top? The very first hot drop in itself, it looks like it's going to be between them and Revenant XSpark, with a potential early clash out of Santa Catarina into confinement.
I think this is a decided thought that Revenant XSpark have taken, because they know that iQOO Total Gaming always drop down to Santa Catarina, but they decide that they will retreat back, confined together at confinement itself. On the other end, Team Hind have actually taken a little bit of a split drop, and we can see KD God might end up fighting with one of the players who also taken a split drop. That is going to be Voodoo. This is just between Stone Ridge as well as the sub. Very interesting positions, but if you kind of tie and talk about clusters, there's only one. That is going to be at Maze. That's Expand and Extreme X. That's going to be fighting right now in the very first start of Kalahari.
Span and Extreme X. Extreme X was not very extreme in the first game. Can they charge up this time around? Do they have the right guns in hands? Pick with the BSK early. Luki picking up the AUG. This is about to be trouble for the side of Extreme X, who don't seem to be having the best of weapons in hand. They've got an SMG on hand. Rusty needs to back away alongside Flicker, who still has not managed to find a sniper for himself. Rusty tagged up. Waltz moving on forth. They're saving their active skills. Luki finally activates that stealth bites. He's got eyes on both Flicker and Tusin getting into position. Arpik on the other hand. Mini Uzi and the backstep off of the XM8 gets them Flicker first off. Tusin going in for the revival. Ice Grenade will find that first tag. A124 popped at the very same time. And it looks like the thrill of battle will keep Expand back to Sin for that revival. Looking for the coin machine first because the man was dead broke. This might just be the end of Extreme X. Could not pull away that revival in time.
He did not have the money and he went for the coins, made a jump, but he was not quick enough to at least use that coins to get a player back up. On the other end, quick enough to get an elimination. This time is going to be Nancy. Did get denied previously when they were making a jump from P towards the saloon building. This time they will quickly grab only one player from Dewa United. Horus, GodLike, have a total of 2 eliminations that have accumulated and now are comfortable in a position they're holding at command post.
See what they get work off of this one. GodLike at command post means great big advantage at the very start. They've got a vending machine for those upgrades. Expand back and away from the Straw Hats. If Straw Hats knows what's good for them, they will not go chasing after anyone. Luki with the stealth bites once again activated early. Team Hind with the fight. It is Horaa Esports up against them. Savage and Shodo taking each other down. But Team Hind has got back up here. Once again, the pickups. Sparcy's beautiful card play. But again, Team Hind, Shodo saving him. And now Sparcy's under attack. Riptide Rhythm breaking down his defenses. Drogon in hand, has the card, turns around, fires those shots. But Team Hind, right place, right time with a little bit of interference from GodLike as well.
Team Hind, we spoke about this earlier itself. Stone Ridge to the sub, there could have been a battle a little early as well, but it didn't happen. Eventually, it did break out, but in advantage of Team Hind. On the other end, the battle for GodLike picking up eliminations is still not ended. It seems like Dewa United have decided that they want to challenge, but Dewa's Kiki, he picks off the last player from Horaa, so that's going to be an early elimination for Horaa as well in here in Kalaha.
Oh, beautiful. Nobita striking down with the SKS. Adrian could not fly on away and get a better position. What a shot from Marco. North finding the connection straight to the head. He gets annihilated. GodLike looking a little bit different this time round. Looking for the hunt on the rest of the Dewa players. Question is, can they find them? Kiki with the stealth bites, and he is out of there.
Dewa United have not been very successful in this very start, but on the other end, Expand have been, and now they're fighting with a couple of players from Team Hind. They push up to a total of 7 eliminations, already have a hit list that's going to be pointing on Straw Hats. Now, Straw Hats, they were behind. They were trying to chase from that Maze's position that Expand are now traveling on. On the other end, Team Hind, after getting hit upon by Expand, now KD God thankfully had enough money to get in a full revive. Autobotz, they would want to go in for a full-on fight, but iQOO Gaming, they take the jump pad and make a quick run out of it. However, they instantly jump towards a fight. That's going to be Team Akkee. Couple of players did jump up and TG are going to be benefiting on top of that. And now he'll jump down. And there it is. Fix. He will be taken down. NJ Ohio as well. And iQOO Gaming without suffering any losses. Take down Team Akkee in a blink of an eye on the platform.
But Autobotz though, sending one player in. And this is about to be trouble. They've got the jump pad on their side. iQOO Gaming might be scattered in a little bit. Autobotz. The mad pressure here, and Mad God with the Drogon in hand, breaking down the glue wall now, looking for that backup, well timed, but it looks like iQTG right below the platform, looking not to engage too early. Shanky Drogon could not turn that 180 with the M590. Mad God gets the point off of the iQTG player and delete, easily bringing his buddies right back in for play.
That's still Autobotz' very first, and same for NXT as well. As you did talk about, iQTG bringing back their players. One of the players are right now close by to Mafia. Sorry, NXT is a team who's close by to Mafia. And XSpark, they didn't move in the other direction. Hemu, this is what I was talking about. Mafia from the vending machine wanted to make his move in the other direction. Will be easily spotted, picked off as well. But NXT have another opportunity right now. Straw Hats, Hemu on the grappling hook. He did spot them out, and that is going to be a call that his teammates will receive. Shots being taken by Straw Hats, but they're jumping in the other direction, not actually indulging in this fight. Wait, whether it was a giveaway? Because some of the teams are moving towards NXT, while one of them did take a jump.
Oh, I mean, just scattered gameplay all around, man. This player is just not committing in full in for those shots, and him almost got punished going in for those peaks with just 58 HP. NXT about to pay a big price if their players continue to do that. Sabo under pressure. Nil has been turned on, and this is Straw Hats up against NXT. Sabo with a sliver of health, trying to get away. Max 7 pulled out, and Sabo pays a big price for not jumping away. Flanked by 2 players on the side of the Straw Hats. NXT scrambling. Revenant XSpark watching all of this breakdown from afar.
Straw Hats, what a bait strategy pulled out over there. One of the players were taking a launch pad and every other player was actually dipping down towards the position where NXT were. Ash, oh no. Did who spot him? Yes, now he finally does. Will take shots with his AC 80. Damaged, very low. Half of his HP is lost. He's quickly going to patch himself up, but the chase is not going to stop. Straw Hats, they were so close to an opportunity in the previous game. This time they want a chance to win it all out. Nero Plushie sent, position gone, damage being done, and there's the charge, and Max 7 again pulled out, and Ash, there's not much he can do and hold off. He was trying to fend from one direction, and on the other it was shocked, and Straw Hats get their fourth.
Beautifully played here for the Bangladeshi squad. Not too far away from climbing into the top 3 as long as they can get into the final circle. This exact same performance in terms of elimination pickups. UAV sent out, Revenant XSpark scanned out. About to scan out NXT as well. This is not complete information for Team Hind. You have to be careful with the info they play off here. They should be able to flank around and pressure Revenant XSpark, but it looks like they back away. Potentially a full rotation here in NXT. Wild Fox about to be caught out. He better stay silent. Sahil Judd just spotted him. Vincent looks at KD God. The battle between Revenant XSpark and Team Hind might just break down if Revenant XSpark does not back away. Vincent could not jump away quick enough. Gets shot down, and KD God Riptide Rhythm for the finisher.
He will make sure he confirms that elimination. As we spoke about it, every point matters. Team Hind had a good start, but then got almost shut down. KD God was responsible to bring back the whole squad. They were unable to make a complete decision of who to take down, but Arvon, nice usage of the binoculars coming in. Hemu's position revealed, and KD God, who just got on Vincent, now on another sniper. Information to Shoto as well, and with the COD, that's one more elimination. Team Hind on Kalahari are looking like they're going to be very, very strong.
Absolutely, man. Can they walk away with a booyah here? Team Hind definitely needs that recovery after pulling 0 points from that first game. Ramping themselves up. Expand. Valiant dash perfectly pulled off here, but the glue wall defense time turner to make sure that they get a confirmation as well is strong on the side of Autobot. And now Expand's gonna get caught out here. Sion, finisher, not available as that backstab comes through from Johan and the M590. Luki with the reposition, has enough coins for a full squad revival. Expand can still play.
Expand started right from the maze itself, where they took down Extreme X, and now they're getting chased. Luki was quick, he had enough money, he'll get the whole team back. But he cannot survive in this position. They will chase him to the nook and corners. He will be finally spotted out. But on the other end, spotted out is even Team Hind, as GodLike now have an opportunity. Nobita, he's chasing Sahil Judd, and with that chase, with the Trogon, Team Hind will be put to rest. We were just talking about them. They looked strong, but they will be swept out as GodLike step in. They have 10 eliminations.
We talked about the rise of the Indian squads. Unfortunately, it was the Indians versus the Indians this time round. Team Hind 2 games in a row have bowed out early. At least this time they have solid eliminations on their side and something to play with in terms of placement points. GodLike now up against Straw Hats. Easy spot for Yogi here. Riptide Rhythm on standby. Has the backup of Marcos. Drove out in the open with the VSK. They need to sort him out first. Marco just cutting it a little bit closer. Has got the extreme encounter with that Zane and the Valiant Dash on standby.
GodLike, they know the position. Melter's being used. Marco might be in trouble. He's tagged. Has to back off. That was nicely played from Straw Hats to push back GodLike. Now GodLike are thinking of re-strategizing on this approach. They initially were almost close to jump in. They had their abilities on the ready. But Straw Hats, they push them back.
A very good play here by GodLike. Just choosing to recover, regroup, and then strike Straw Hats, who are now a little bit more confident, thinking that this must be a small squad that's running away from us, until they start knocking on their doors. But it looks like Straw Hats is wisening up a tad bit here, backing away. Great strategy by both, but both the teams get scanned out by someone else's binoculars. No idea who that is. Not spotted on camera at this point of time. And Strove with the VSK just looking for an angle as GodLike holds on to a decent high ground.
Now Yogi, he starts taking shots as he spots the players making a move. There's also a landmine that he just saw. So if Straw Hats move in the wrong direction, will step on these mines, damage done, and then GodLike might quickly jump in, as you said. GodLike moving back might have given an opening and an opportunity that Straw Hats think there is a chance. On the other end, we end up seeing TG picking up players from NXT, but that's been an exchange as Hemu tries to pick one off, and Autobotz on the field as we see. They are fighting off. Dewa united Horus. But from afar, GodLike have another eye. Wait, what? Dewa? One last player, Kiki, he's the only one, and Autobotz have actually got them as a whole. It's one last player, no vending machine close by, and if he tries to actually make a run, there is one. But he will be instantly spotted. 1700 he has, but Autobots have 3 players.
Autobots need to camp at that vending machine right here, right now, to stand a good chance. NXT, on the other hand, annihilated. Taken out in the 8th spot. iQOO TG, the culprits in that situation. Vending machine right down below for the quick recovery here at Refinery. Expand looking for those revivals as well, little by little, but it's now a full squad right back in. Dewa United, can they make their way back into this match? 38 points on the leaderboard at this point of time. And a double revival will keep Dewa United in the run for the Booyah.
I was almost close to elimination, but right is now Straw Hats as well in that close counters. Spotted Revenant XSpark, they're taking the shots at him. GodLike, they were the ones who wanted to challenge, but right is now Straw Hats as the circles moved and the zone's about to close. Was thinking that they can climb downhill, but it's not going to work. On one end, there was Revenant XSpark and Expand who have just gotten the players back up. So on both the directions, it's trouble for Straw Hats to make a move, and nice use of the binoculars. They will know that it's only 2 players. They can actually make a move, and they are attempting for it.
Oh. Okay, this might just be a false plan here. Expand with the trap. Yes, there were only 2 players there, but 2 others holding that high ground advantage. And here comes Luki with the snipes from up top as Waltz peppers them down with the SKS. Straw Hats right down at their door, knocking Mac 10 Xeon. Not the best gun right now. Drops the beat as he backs away. A little bit of an advantage as he recovers. Going in for the flank as well. Luki down on the ground. Caught out from afar. Nil with the charge buster. Manages the knock. MP5 in the hands of the Expand players. Going in for the chase. A well-timed glue wall. Keeps them still up on their feet. As Xeon does not turn around. Who takes advantage with the Max 7? And Waltz is making a run for it. Right in front of Revenant XSpark. This is the end of Expand.
Teams at the top are now suffering. Expand going out. Now Autobots have a big opportunity. They've already been troubling. They just troubled Dewa United. Thankfully, they were able to bring the players back, but it seems like Autobots, they're not going to leave Dewa United Horus. They're still close by, and in that battle, even GodLike have been spotted. Kiki is getting damaged. He gets hit upon, and that's going to be Mad God picking off Kiki. North's position is also compromised, but for the time being, Autobots have another attention to pay. That's going to be GodLike.
Autobots fairly consistent. Those ice grenades definitely chipping away at GodLike big time. Venom and Mad God. Mad God tagged up. Johan coming up with the M590. Kunal with a God nade. It's a double. Rushes straight in. Mad God with the Trogon. Looking for the annihilation. Autobots now annihilate GodLike early in the lobby. Out in 6 for the Indian squad.
This is the best opportunity for Autobots. 16 eliminations in total. They've been troubling everybody. Now Mafia's been spotted. And he'll also be damaged, and he'll somehow safely land around the arsenal. But that's the whole squad. And if Autobots decide to make a jump in that direction, that is them going to be going in for another battle. But North, wait, he's going right towards Autobots in a 1v3 situation. Make it a 1v4. His glue wall will give his position away, and Kunal puts him down. That's Dewa United also out, and we are in the top 4. Autobots brought the game to the top 4 last time as well. Now it's them once again in the top 4.
If they take out Straw Hats right here, right now, I'll get my top 3 on 100%. But who walks away with the Booyah? Can Autobots pull off one of their biggest matches here in the Grand Finals? Revenant XSpark just hanging on for their dear lives, hoping for those placement points, hoping for a few extra eliminations in the final circle. Revenant XSpark losing 2 players. Divine Vincent down on the ground, picked right back up here for Vincent. And Venom just making it absolutely difficult, hitting him down once again. Gopu Hopi caught out as well. Revenant XSpark, one final survivor.
Revenant XSpark in trouble. They wanted to play the long game. They wanted to just survive, and that's always brought them to the end of the game. But it's not given them booyahs, not points, and now Ursh will be spotted. Venom will pick him out with the M82B, and now it's down to Autobots against iQOO Gaming. 2 Indian squads, a 4v3 situation. TG, they send out their Riptide Rhythm, and Aztec finds an opening on Venom, bringing it back to a 3v3 situation. Kunal throwing down a lot of flash freezes, but doesn't find any damage on the other end. Arsenal completely held off. Johan, Mad God, and Kunal. Now Aztec with his team making a flank, but is that going to be an opening? Melt is being used, and Kunal, he is also making a dash right now.
Oh! go! Mad God with a mad shot of that SVD. Dilly down on the ground. Mad God one more time. Drogon Valiant dash works out fine. And Autobotz about to bag the Booyah in a massive game as they look for that final player inside the monster truck. Aztec fails on the pickup and Autobotz smash the Booyah with a massive number of eliminations on the leaderboard. So much closer to activating Champion Rush.
What a game coming in from Autobotz. The way they've moved around the game, found eliminations, challenged everybody, eliminated multiple teams, troubled Dewa United Horus, and even put an end to Dewa United Horus' run here in Kalahari.
Oh yeah.
This team, when they started and when they started playing, this is something that we kind of wanted, especially for the Indian audience and in the Indian circuit when they were playing TA's FFMIC 2026 Spring. Everybody thought this is the team, and especially of how Mad God plays, and right now him as well finding that opening, because almost brought to a 3v3 situation, he turns it around once again.
Mad God with the mad plays of the SVD and the Drogon. Well-timed Valiant dash. Everything went right for Autobotz in that final situation. And you know he was just wrecking the chances of his opponents. iQOO TG, they definitely had a decent chance, but two scrambled out there on the battlefield to no fault of theirs. It was Autobotz controlling the pacing of that final circle, and the confidence that they built up early game with all of those eliminations came in really handy. They went all out and they got it on point. And this was off of a really good game here for Autobotz for sure. Because if you look at the sniper of the squad, it was not the best position held here by the snipers. But it was Mad God that said, brother, no worries. I'll just get it done on my own as the rusher for the squad. And that's the advantage of bringing in this long-range weapons, even if you are the rusher. 35 bomber. This makes Autobotz less than 20 points away from activating the Champion Rush condition.
What did we just witness? And then Autobotz pulling off a 35 game. 30 points plus is an insane count to be pulling off in the grand finals, and Autobotz just go all out. This is why we were talking about that. Out of the 12 lot, we have 6 Indian teams, and it is an opportunity for the Indian teams, the Indian contingent, to go and take away the Asia's title in their favor. And following that suit, very close is even iQOO Total Gaming, a total of 26 points in their name. GodLike as well, they have 16 points. So 3 teams in that top 3 position. On the other end, Dewa United Horus, they have only 13 in this game. Still, something manageable that they were able to pull off. However, Revenant XSpark, they made it till the top, but the position that they ended was only the placement points that they end up getting, and they're at the bottom at 10th. But Autobotz all the way at top at a total of 62 points, a difference of 21 points from the team at the second spot. And this is during the grand finals where everybody is trying to get to the champion rush criteria, AJ.
Can India get it done early? Can South Asia win big here at the grand finals of the Free Fire Max Asia Invitational 2026 Spring? Autobotz try to prove that they most definitely can. Consistency in the first 2 games, and that was a mad rush. This time, they didn't have to do it off of Team Akkee. Everybody else fell victim to them. And Dewa United Horus, a little too early of an exit from this lobby, keeps them on the 3rd spot. And this is why we cannot trust some of the stats that we see out there. It was supposed to be Dewa United in the position of Autobotz Esports, close enough to activating the Champion Rush, but not all can be predicted here at the grand finals. This is the drama we were looking for. Can now Autobotz activate Champion Rush when we head on into Salara for our game 3?
That is a question, and now, especially after seeing the grand final standings, everybody will wonder if Autobotz will actually make that leap in game number 3. Let's talk about Venom. He was the one who got picked off very early, but still Mad God turned things around. But Venom, being that sniper for the team with the AWM, having the Skylar, this is the usual setup that we end up seeing. Moko, Maro and Suzy for extra coins coming into play. 7 eliminations, 2,611 damage and 7 assists coming into play. And Venom, phenomenal job to hold off teams, and especially in taking off teams who were trying to take them itself. Dewa United Horus, godlike the fight that happened over there. Autobotz had so much confidence that they never moved away from a fight or fended themselves or even decided to actually separate themselves, peel off from any fights at all.
Absolutely, man. They ran the Skylar Chrono A124 Oscar. This was just spelling out all-out aggression. This is the perfect active skill combination to run at your opponents, annihilating them on the way. The only player that was forced to stay far, far away from the rest of the team members was Venom because he had the Marok. He wanted to keep a little bit of distance and have a little bit of extra damage. But you see, they are a squad that respects the current state of the game. In their loadout, they've got the tactical market, the team booster, as well as the enhanced hammer. And if you're a squad that's not betting on the enhanced hammer, you are making a big mistake in this particular meta. And look at the numbers, man. Everybody was on fire on the side of Autobotz.
Yeah, big time in numbers. All working in their favor. Everybody at an average. This is not even average. Everybody is at almost 2,500 damage. There's no average that I have to pull out. That is how wonderfully they played. 7 eliminations for Venom, which we already spoke about. Kunal has 5. Mad God has 6. Johan has 5. And assists 7, 7 and 7 and 4 assists on Mad God. Their numbers are so nearby. They've been playing together as a team. This is the best team coordination on a grand final that you would expect, and them pulling it off in such a manner for a Booyah as well.
No doubt, man. Command post, they smashed it. They went on later into Refinery, looking for a little extra opponents as well. And with that high ground advantage, they pressured Revenant XSpark. And I can say one of the biggest reasons why Revenant XSpark didn't get very far was because they bumped into Autobotz a tad bit too early, forced on the recovery, bumped into them again at Foundation, and Autobotz just wasn't making it easy. GodLike got away from the side of Autobotz, but later on, even though the players of Revenant XSpark kind of survived quite long, looking for those eliminations proved to be very difficult because every time they came across Autobotz, they were losing players and being forced on that recovery play.
Yeah, I think every team, like when we were looking at game number 1, right, there was drama, chaos, every team fighting, almost looking like it could be anybody's chance. But this game, I think clearly from the very start and get-go, because you've been every circle that's passed, they've been very consistent in getting eliminations. 3, 4, 3, 1 elimination. Circle 5 has been their biggest, along with Circle 6. 6 elimination each. So brilliant stuff, and Autobotz commanded this whole game of Kalahari that we witnessed. Now moving towards Solara, a smaller map, which enables these fights a lot more. And looking at Echo Drain from the position they will drop, they have a journey that they could again travel and move towards a lot of fights that they would like to convert in. On the other end, TV Tower, another 3-way fight, something that I don't think will happen. However, I'm surprised that Revenant XSpark are not at TV Tower. They just shift themselves a little south towards Casa Vista.
Absolutely, man. I think at the end of the day, Revenant XSpark looking for the recovery play here has got to be a big focus for this squad, right? Because if you look at where they sit on the overall leaderboard, it's not a very encouraging spot. Revenant XSpark, the team that's supposed to start this day off explosive, only has gotten 4 eliminations from 2 games. How is this even possible, Lucifer?
Yeah, unbelievable. But this is something that I'm worried about. This is what we were kind of talking about when we saw in the main event that Revenant XSpark were in a similar threat. When there's pressure, right, they take some time. I feel like writers now, just like we did see the recent circuit of how they tried and played, they take some time and then they figure the path through. And I hope in the first 2 games, even if they did not pick up much, they figured things out. But figuring things out is something in Caster Predictions. You've been getting closer to it. I'm staying far away from it, at least today in the grand finals. But one name and synonymous is, yes, has to be Dewa United Horus and Autobotz. These 2 teams still have to be in the top charts. Unfortunate that the fight happened between Dewa as well as Autobotz in Kalahari, and Dewa couldn't withstand how Autobotz were performing. On the other end, you've gone in for iQOO Total Gaming, and I've picked GodLike, just hoping that there is a comeback because they're moving in that direction, but then they instantly get shut down.
Yeah, I do want GodLike to find the recovery play out here as well. I mean, something has just been messing around with them, and I think I know exactly what it is. It's these other squads, man. They're too close in terms of capability, and it's actually falling down to luck and your position out there on the battlefield. And luck when it comes to the timing, right? Are you in the midst of a rotation without a jump pad when you get caught out by some of these squads? I mean, you definitely need to have the better guns on your side. And with these teams forcing hot drops so early in the game, I think they're not helping themselves out in any way whatsoever. Underestimating this lobby is going to be the biggest mistake some of these squads make. And I think the squads who back away from the early engagements are going to be really blessed with bigger chances towards the final parts of this matchup.
I really like how you mentioned that you cannot underestimate any player, any team in this lobby. Even if you think right now they're sitting at the bottom of the charts after the game 2, they still have capability of destroying your run. It's a matter of you losing a point, you losing an opportunity of a Booyah, you missing out on activating Champion Rush. Imagine you're just 1 point away, and we've seen that happen for a lot of big name teams as well. You're at around 78, 79 points, you just need 1 point and you don't get any and you get eliminated. Now there's another map that you have to wait. So it is better that every team gears up. Points is very much necessary. The reason that we are also banking on not which team is picking Booyah and banking on which team is making a lot of points is because they are getting closer to Champion Rush. Autobotz have actually taken a leap from any other team in this race here in FFMAI 2026 Spring. 20 points is not a track in the grand finals. In the team position at the top, that difference is between the top two teams. You cannot have that, but Autobotz have clearly decided this is theirs.
And I love the fact that a South Asian team is dominating the top. I love the fact that a South Asian team is close enough to unlocking the Champion Rush. We are less than 20 points away. Yes, they've got a 20-point distance between themselves and Expand, but they are less than 20 points away from activating this Champion Rush condition.
Exactly.
But will the Champion Rush curse hit this squad who is up on the very top a little early in the competition? I don't know, because there are squads at the bottom who have got nothing to lose, and all they need to focus on is stopping Autobotz from getting there or getting that final Booyah so that they can stand a better chance of activating it for themselves and grabbing the championship. As we head on into Solara, things are only going to get spicier.
It is indeed, because Solara enables a lot more chaos and it is not at all going to be controlled. While we were seeing Bermuda unfold with so many teams in clusters in positions that they were not ready for, and then Kalahari surprising every team at every corner, Solara will force for a lot of fights as it starts off. Riders Club is where we start with Extreme X taking a drop already. Team Hind making a jump towards Windmill. I'm taking a look at the map if there is any clash right at the get-go. Waterfall is where iQOO told Gaming jump. We end up seeing Akkee, who are close to Dewa United Horus, so that is going to be a battle that we might see. And TV Tower this time almost seems to be empty. Revenant XSpark, they don't go to Casa Vista, and no other team as well come towards TV Tower, so they decide to take a drop there.
Finally, some respect, except of course Dewa looking to poke away at Akkee this time round. Can Akkee get a tad bit lucky with their positioning? Fuwara already has the cord in hand. Reset, on the other hand, looking for those better weapons. It is always a little messy to have a battle here, but Lightning Zone called out early by Dewa United. North gets caught out. What a shot by Fuwara on the slide rails as he backs away. Fix taken out of the equation here. It's a 1-for-1 between the two squads.
They end up losing Zax. Oh no, Kiki, now he's making a run. He knows he doesn't have an opportunity, but there's also Mafia. I end up seeing iQOO Gaming's Mafia here. There's a switcheroo. There could be a lot more than the hub would have requested. And there it is, Mafia with the plasma. Picks off actually a player from Akkee. I thought maybe Kiki could have been taken down, but Reset using those rails was looking forward to more. And Fix, he's been brought back instantly. Mafia would go for that again once more, but this time denied. And Mafia, who was trailing around for maybe a couple of eliminations that he could pick. No, says the team of iQOO Gaming instantly. Shaki runs in, shanks the opponent out of the lobby for the time being.
Dewa United blessed by the presence of iQTG here, allowing them to pull in those revivals. But can they get away? Horaa stops Alien Dread in his tracks. iQTG delete down, but Shanky is there for the save. Buddy's pulled right back up. And now Akkee in a little bit of trouble. Kiki still trying to find some sort of a way to survive this particular spot. But even if he goes down, Horaa on the way in. Even if Kiki goes down, the rest of the team members are back up on their feet.
I mean, this is a place where we end up seeing people trying to connect, but this seems to be a connection for eliminations. Every team is making a jump towards the hub. Horaa is here now. GodLike, they've made their entry. EG in the meantime, they're still picking players of Akkee. NJ Ohio still trying his best, but even Fuwarak goes down. But Marco now finds Horaa's players. Savage gets taken down. It's up to Stops. But I think Stops might not be here. On the other end, Revenant XSpark, we end up seeing them spotting a player, but Horaa stops. He was also here. He also gets picked off, but the battle doesn't end for GodLike. There's TG now that they have to challenge Nancy. He puts Delete down. There's a little bit of a space that's been bought. But Shanky, he wants also thinking about a revive, standing right next to the vending machine. Destroyed by the Riptide Rhythm, and also Shanky goes down with Mafia being picked off. And GodLike hold their front here in the hub.
My God, the hub was messy this time round. Engagement after engagement, team after team finding their way in, finding those eliminations as well. But the recovery is the most important. One of the first squads to fall victim to this chaos was Dewa United. They're halfway recovering. GodLike looking to put an end to Akkee. NJ Ohio does not look like he's in a right spot here. Two players looking to break down his defense. Riptide Rhythm will make it even easier for them, and GodLike takes command of the hub.
Final frontier holder right now is going to be GodLike. Numerous teams challenge the hub, but they are going to be the ones who rule it. And everybody, I hope everybody strays away from it, because GodLike have looked very confident in this position in all the battles that they won. But Autobotz, they have looked confident even more in their journey from Kalahari, and now here. Quick run, and there's already elimination. They confirm Mad God. He is on a mad prowess of eliminations. And if this continues, it's trouble for everybody. Autobots have already gotten 2 eliminations in this start.
16 points more to go for Autobots. Can they pick it up? Sakil Jad, Team Hind, not as lucky this time round as they come across GodLike. Yeah, you're absolutely right, man. What is he doing here? Caught out in the open. GodLike will say just thank you so much for those points. Free stuff off of them. Akkee up against Revenant XSpark. Oh my, he fizzled out.
Okay, only 4 points. They were the ones who started things off at the hub. Looked better, but they are the ones who will be swept off. Picks, while NJ Ohio was spotted by the last players, but did not work out. He'll also be confirmed, and the whole team is out. But right now, NXT, they want to confirm a little more, because they did pick off one player from iQOO Gaming. That player is right now at the vending machine. On the other end, I don't know, Hind, this seems to be a second time full revival.
Yeah,
I feel like in Solara, especially because teams are clustered and forced to be so close to each other, players are picking them off the skies itself.
Is one of those statements where I hope you are right about, where even the team from the bottom can perform, because Team Hind literally is at the bottom beside Extreme X at the moment, and they need these points. This better be their full final reset as they get towards that final circle looking for the Booyah, or else things might just get out of hand for Team Hind by the end of the day. Revenant XSpark versus GodLike is going to be a big fight here. Revenant XSpark already in position. Arch and Gopo OP with the flank around, but the boys are going to be outnumbered. Riptide Rhythm breaking down the defenses of GodLike. Arch does not find the Valiant Dash, and a mistimed Valiant Dash puts him on the ground. Nobita with the Winchester. Revenant XSpark up against GodLike, and the boys are all split up, which means Revenant XSpark will have to go on a reset now.
There's an opening found, but it still doesn't work out. Gopo OP jumping all around. The glue walls will still be put down and confirmed. And GodLike's knock, will the player be quickly revived? Vincent is trying to run away, but Nancy, he's a little too eager for this. And there it is, Yogi just brought back, and with the help of Extreme X as well, the last player gets taken down, and that will give a warning to GodLike as well. While they got the player elimination, they have to be worried. Extreme X right behind.
Extreme X unlucky. They did manage to get one shot onto connection with Nancy. Could not capitalize on the guy in the air. GodLike were out of there instantly. They knew they were in trouble as another team showed up for the contest, but they were not willing to stay back because the recovery was important. Straw Hats versus Autobots on the other hand. You better watch out, Straw Hats, because Autobots not messing around. But if Autobots gets eliminated right here, perhaps we extend the number of games it's going to be required for them to activate this champion rush condition. Johan shot down by the M590. Who's who with the shots, and he's sharp with it. Strove with the VSK as well. Autobots now on the back foot. Easy revival. And they're right back in it with the numbers. But Autobots definitely challenged big time.
Big time, and thanks to Venom's positioning here at Aquarium and nowhere close to Straw Hats and the fight that was playing out, he will be able to get the team back up. But on the other end, iQOO Gaming, while they're trying to get their team back up, it's not working. They're getting picked off in rotations and revivals, and once again, their players are getting picked. Shanky is down, Aztec's position's compromised. Look at him with the Moss, and there's nothing that Aztec could do. He will be picked off, and that is it. iQOO Gaming also end up getting eliminated.
Dandanaka, too early for IQTG. That was not what they were looking for. And NXT says thank you very much. Straw Hats, on the other hand, up against Dewa United. This time round at the Aquarium. Autobots out of there. Straw Hats checking in their spot. No, they're not out just yet, though. Venom's still here. And it looks like it's going to be a 3v4 Dewa player. Venom with the shots. And North follows up. As the Straw Hats now pressure Dewa United. Easy revival there, but this is not going to be a possibility for Dewa United to walk away from without losing more numbers, as Straw Hats do have the advantage.
Yeah, they have the advantage. They know the positioning, and now they're chasing Zax. He tried to put down glue walls, but he'll still be knocked. That's Straw Hats nil. And now North, his position is also known because he was the one to pick off Venom, the last one who was here in Aquarium, the man who brought back the whole lot of Autobots, and now will get chased, spotted as well. Shocked will give his position away, and North, the glue walls will not help for long, but can he find a knock? Oh, the Valiant Dash coming into play, and the plushie as well. Cryo Mine will put an end to North, and that is Dewa United unable to still recover as we move to Solara.
Yeah, you gotta appreciate a well-timed Valiant Dash, perfectly brought into the very moment where he will be able to overwhelm his opponent. And that puts Straw Hats now at 7 elimination points. A great recovery play for the Bangladeshi squad. And they need this. They were low on eliminations early on. Team Hind on the recovery. Can they walk out of this battle? They're still not with the full loots just yet. And GodLike just knocking down on their walls. Sahil Jat with the RGS 50 onto the knock. Nancy unable to get up, and GodLike annihilated early this time round.
They are going to be swept out of this game of Solara. Started strong, got 13 eliminations, but nothing against a fight. And they were unable to hold themselves off. And that is Team Hind trying to answer back, trying to recover. Dewa United Horus, they are also trying to recover. They just get their player back up. But on the other end, Autobots, they're moving back towards Aquarium. The place where they did not have a great fight. Adam did go out, but I think this is due to the vending machine that they want to move in the direction. Oh wait, Straw Hats, who he spots the players of Autobots who are trying to inch back in the same direction, and Kunal, he's caught out. That's going to be a problem. That's going to be another elimination that could be brought. Johan on the other end will get that revive up, but Shocked and Nil together smack tag, put Kunal down, and there's nothing he could do.
Yeah, 2v1 Kunal just outnumbered in that situation. Could not flex his way out of there no matter what he tried, and Autobots on just a tiny little recovery here. Kunal's going to be brought right back in, but shot. Straw Hats are not too far away. Xtrove 22. Kunal alive and kicking. Man at the AWM didn't shoot him out of the air just yet. Expand now. Bumping into Straw Hats. Looking down on the ground. Still with the shot. Zeon with the trade. And Straw Hats now in a big fight outside the zone.
They still are challenging this. Wu as well as Nail have nades ready, but Expand, they might have an opportunity, but their health is not that great. This should help them out. Zeon is the only one. Afik gets challenged. He gets put down. Zeon also not looking that great. He will also soon be put down. Wu and Nil have the better opportunity. Straw Hats seeming like they're getting better of this battle. But Vals, he tries his best. Puts down Nil, but that's the only one he got. But Zeon, he's still trying to make a run. He's the last man standing. Can he make a run? He's using the rails. He gets closer to the machine. He has money. He can get 2 of the players back up.
Nice recovery here if Expand manages to make it through. Just wants to get as close as possible to the vending machine before he hops on off. And that's a perfect play from the Expand player. Full team recovery should be a possibility in a bit. Has enough coins to bring back at least 2 players for Expand. Chooses just for 1. As he spends a little bit for himself as well. Man needed a little bit of medkit out there.
Straw Hats. Opportunity now for Autobots to redeem themselves. Straw Hats, they trouble them out. They push them out. They force Autobots to go for revives. And now Johan has an opportunity. AWM extra. Oh, there's another team. It's getting sandwiched for Straw Hats. 2 of the players get taken down, and Team Hind, while Autobots were doing the damage, the deed gets done by Team Hind, and they get all these eliminations. They rank up to 9.
Jay Hind right there. They teamed up and they annihilated Straw Hats, who were on a phenomenal run. Autobots didn't need to get the job done. As Team Hind wakes up, picking up some points for themselves. 9 eliminations now. Autobots not in a great spot for this next circle. Looking for Hind. KD got taken for a ride there initially, but that AWM turnaround annihilates the Expand player. Now Team Hind leading the lobby with the annihilations. Right beside NXT with 10 eliminations.
We've talked about confidence. That's what Team Hind is building right now. Luki, what can he build right now? He's the last man. If he had more members, this could have been problem for Dewa United Horus. On the other end, Team Hind, they joined hands and eliminated Straw Hats, and now Autobotz right in front of them. This is confidence that we were talking about. Team Hind have ranked up 10 eliminations in total, and almost they have information of everybody, but one team has creeped up close to them. That's going to be Dewa United Horus, and now the Bolt Maker being called. This is going to make everything even more interesting as Team Hind are now fully challenged. Dewa United Horus want that compound for themselves.
Yeah, Team Hind is in a great defensive spot right now. The only ones who can knock down their confidence a tad bit here is Dewa United from that lower ground floor. If Dewa does not move, Team Hind might be able to take that high ground advantage up against everybody else. Kunal with the knock. Kiki down and out for the count already. Now Dewa being pressured by Autobotz, who are right behind, but the circle is going to be pressuring Autobotz instead. The squad needs to move right here, right now. They've got the highest ground possible where Hind and Dewa are positioned.
The position is really good. While they move closer in, nobody else will be able to spot because all the other teams are right in front of where Hind are. So right now, Autobotz, they have to find a way to eliminate Dewa United Horus, which they've already tried the damage on. Riptide Rhythm used, and that should be an opening. Nades being tossed. They're trying to make a run. Damage being done. Dewa United Horus just get into the compound, but there is Team Hind waiting. There is no option for Dewa United Horus. They cannot back out of this fight. And on the other hand, Autobotz have a clear edge on this compound. The compound completely controlled. And Hind have to either take the fight head on, or it is going to be Dewa United Horus put an end. And Team Hind decide to take it. Wolvin and Katie got charging. Another team in the same compound eliminated. And Autobotz want to have a stand at it.
The right decision this time round by Team Hind, taking advantage of the situation, taking matters into their own hands, taking Dewa United out of the equation. NXT versus Extreme X on the other hand, will have NXT having Sabo going insane with the 2 eliminations. Recovery is going to be the name of the game here. EXE can't get it, but a God Nade out of Rusty takes down Sabo. Sahil Jan steals away the elimination on the side of Team Hind, and NXT up against Extreme X is turning out to be a buffet for the rest of the squads. Ash sorts out the final player of Extreme X, and it is now a lobby filled with Indian players and expand with one final survivor.
That is Loki. I don't know if he'll be able to make it out, but he's been surviving. But on the other end, Kunal finds Wild Fox. That is the player from NXT. Quickly, he's been brought back to life. But on the other end, look at Autobotz. Such an open position that they have and the vision that they will be gaining because of this. On the other end, Team Hind, they decide to challenge, they decide to move out because the zone's also closing in. Autobotz using the trucks as cover, they're making their run. Luki, he's also making a run simultaneously in the same direction. Autobotz, they have a squad to fight with compared to Luki, who's just fighting here for survival. He's moving in the other direction. But finally, NXT will be able to spot him. Luki in now, big trouble. What can he do? He cannot make a run. And on the other end, NXT also don't have favorable numbers to make this challenge happen.
Autobotz needs those big points. NXT, like you said, not enough numbers, and Autobotz claim that life from the final player out of Expand. They've definitely gotten into a great spot now. Team Hind in a lot of trouble because of where Venom stands. VSK in hand, high ground, as well as the Riptide Rhythms on standby. But Team Hind taking away the advantage from Autobotz. They take the fight straight up to them. Kunal backs away. AWM in hand. Can he get away? Yes, he can. Autobotz still in the driver's seat. Kunal needs to back up his player. Venom tagged up from the back, but a great reposition by Autobotz.
Autobotz needed only 18 points to activate Champion Rush condition at the end of Game 3. They have 9 eliminations, and all they have to do is make sure they're second. They will be able to get 9 eliminations, 9 placement points, and that's going to be 18. But if they get extra, they'll be happy, and there is the opening. Venom puts KD God down, and if his confirmation comes through, that is going to be even better. But on the other end, Hind, they will get confirmation, and Venom will actually pick off KD God. Autobotz, they've made it to the top 2. Hind, they don't have numbers. The last 2 on the other end, and NXT with one last survivor as Kunal with another God Nade picks one more. Johan, he picks off Shoto. Numbers dwindling. Autobotz rising up towards Champion Rush, and Venom with one more. Hind is the last one standing in front of the Booyah. A back-to-back is what Autobotz pull off.
A back-to-back Booyah, and they are the first squad to activate Champion Rush. Guaranteed, no doubts about it whatsoever. So far, no Booyah, no problem, but Autobotz have scored 2. Will they be able to find the third one for themselves when it truly matters? They have been leaps and bounds better than any other squad out there. And South Asia are not just in here waiting up, they are looking to dominate the grand finals through Autobotz.
Autobotz, unbelievable run in the grand finals. They had only one Booyah in the entire run through this grand finals that they made, and now they have a back-to-back. And you have to give it to Venom, the man with the sniper. Look at him finding corners, edges, picking players off, not allowing anybody to survive. And in the end, Wolverine was the last one standing. He knew and they knew what they had to do. And Kunal, the man who was always close up throwing nades, is the one with the last shot connected that gets the Booyah for Autobotz. I'm still unable to believe it had only one Booyah in their entire South Asia plains, in their entire main event, and now they have two more than their run to qualification. They made it in the grand finals.
Absolutely, man. And Autobotz, they were so phenomenal. And can you think about the main week? They had no Booyahs at all. You talked about that one Booyah, but in the main week, they were just focusing on the eliminations. They were focusing on finding those final circles, but not a single time they were able to do it. Here at the grand finals, they flipped the script, but that's what I'm worried about. Did they flip the script a little bit too early as far as those Booyahs are concerned? Because now, when it is the most important for them to pick up on a Booyah, the question is going to be whether or not they can get the job done. But as far as South Asia is concerned, they are getting the job done. Look at this. Autobotz, Team Hit, NXT, GodLike, all climbing up the leaderboard for this match.
This tournament in itself, in Free Fire Max Asia Invitational 2026 Spring, the South Asian teams have been on another level. They've been challenging everybody, and in this grand finals to see 4 of the lot of 6 that we spoke about. And look at the points. 26 we already mentioned about Autobotz, Hind at 25, NXT at 22, GodLike have 16 in their name, and every other team that was chasing towards this Champion Rush criteria. Let's take Dewa United, Horus. They had to get Champion Rush activated in 4 games, and now they look to be a little too far behind. They just got 8 points in this game. Closer after them, I feel like it should have been Expand from Malaysia. They also have only 8 points, in Akkee, this team who did struggle but were still able to push through, especially last few games in the main event, worked out brilliantly. It is not working in their direction as well. What a run this is. I mean, you cannot pull off a storyline of what's right now happening to connect to who could become the champion at the end.
Yeah, you cannot predict what's going to happen in here for the grand finals. Like I said, we are just too close to each other in terms of performance. But Autobots have just been out of the ordinary today when it comes to their performance. Extraordinary is the right word. But Expand and Dewa United are not too far away. They just need a 30-point bomber, which we have both seen they are very capable of in this current competition, in this lobby. The only problem is the awakening of the South Asian squads. The Indians are not letting go. Bangladesh is not letting go. Straw Hats were on fire this time round as well. It is not going to be easy to close this off if you're from Southeast Asia. But South Asia, though, Autobots with 3 games alone have activated Champion Rush. How insane is that?
Unbelievable. This storyline to even conclude. There are fan favorites in this. There are big names in this. And it's going to be Autobots. And if you kind of talk about it, they're the dark horses in this entire tournament. They had, in the South Asia plains, no Booyah, no problem. We spoke about that. And from their main event run, as you mentioned, no Booyahs at all, concentrated on playing really well. In terms of eliminations, I think in the last few games that we were also talking in the main event, I was kind of rooting for Autobots to figure a way to find Booyah so that they couldn't become in the Champion Rush condition activated and find their Booyah. But they finally thought and they've become what they wanted. And with that, this man, the IGL commanding them, Kunal, does a phenomenal job in that play. We saw him doing grenade, we saw him doing the close range battle with the M590, and now there is the sniper AWM. He's filled up all the shoes that's there as a role in one team.
Dude, that is the best case scenario, playing the meta on its best. He's got mechanical skills, he's got the brains with the active and passive combinations, and he's the grenadier of the squad who can snipe and, like you said, play those shotguns really well. Kunal definitely made a big difference, but this was a team game. This was Autobots at their best, not as one supreme player on their side performing well. A whole squad of performers out there who were on their top game. They had the Riptide Rhythm timed well from Venom, and his snipes were pretty deadly as well, rocking the Moko Maro and Suzy, getting extra coins for the squad, always keeping them on their toes. You see the enhanced hammer from Mad God, that has made a very big difference for the squad as well. He rocks the Valiant Dash off of that Oscar. Johan, as the person who's responsible for making sure the squad does not fall, and Autobots did not fall.
Nope, not at all. And again, once again, they are above 1,500 damage. Look at Mad God at 1,700 and on Venom 1,800. Johan at 2,700 and Kunal already being the MVP, 3,500 damage. This is obnoxious. This is unbelievable. This is outrageous to do it in a grand finals.
Absolutely. And to do it in 3 games, to activate Champion Rush in 3 games, I mean, Autobots are having one hell of a day out there. If anybody doubted the capability of Autobots in that first game just because they were farming off of one squad, I think Autobots has managed to shut some mouths out there for sure. The start to end, it was a great run for Autobots from Eco Drain into Bayside, but where things got a little heated was at Aquarium. But you know what they did? They just ran away. They did not want to deal with Expand at that point of time. Casa Vista got a little messy as well. Autobots were forced to play Recovery, but they pulled it off perfectly, right? They had a lot of instances where they could have been taken out of the equation, but they always kept a couple of steps ahead of themselves because they were never committing to a full fight with 4 players at the same time.
And problem does happen, and I think even Team Hind, in terms of holding off just one compound for themselves, they put down GodLike in that spot. When Dewa United decided to challenge them, they put them down as well. And I think in an instance, there was a little bit of a fight with Expand as well. So Team Hind at that very spot were able to hold themselves for long, but that position was compromised. And we kind of talk about it, right? While you know position of other teammates or opponents who are in front of you, you need to be worried if there is the backstab, somebody on the flank, and Autobots were the ones who were on that flank. They had covered. They had no space to Team Hind to move out. So Autobots had clear vision of them at all times. And while we are talking about Autobots so much, I think when the day started, while we were thinking about teams such as Team Hind, Dewa United, we were on Expand, we thought maybe iQOO Told Gaming or GodLike, I think pretty much the whole lobby did not count Autobots today when game number 1 started.
Nah. And it's just a toss of a coin in terms of who's going to have a great run out there. And you know, this is something that we talked about before this broadcast started, Lucifer. It was confidence. Because these teams are all good. But one team that builds up the confidence early should be able to run all the way to the very end. South Asia has been explosive so far. Autobots have been explosive. But the rest of the squads need to be careful because you still do have 2 dangerous Southeast Asian teams high up the leaderboard. Not very close in terms of activating the Champion Rush, but one monstrous game, which they're definitely capable of, will be able to get them there. iQOO, Total Gaming, GodLike Esports, they need to now make a difference for India as a whole, South Asia as a whole. They cannot slack off on this next match. They know that Expand and Dewa United will be looking for a massive game. Therefore, they need to look for a massive game. Maybe they would like to start things off by hunting them down personally.
I was about to say the same thing because as you rightfully said, right, we've seen massive games from them. And right now, both Dewa United as well as Expand need 31 and 32 points that they have to manage in the next coming game. And if they're able to pull it off, it's done. They have Champion Rush activated. And if you want to deny it, you better do it in the very next game. Do not give the Southeast Asian teams an opportunity. I think this is the best opportunity for the South Asian squads who made it into the grand finals. Take this title away. You've been longing for it. You've been fighting for it. You've been trying to reach for it. And now it is almost close up. But it's up to how you decide to take the fight to the opponent's doorstep, whether you're the ones winning it or not. But there are Straw Hats as well in this mix. They've been building slow confidence with themselves. The fights they've been taking, the way they've been picking points, that is no short of something that they're just flinging around. They are building their own confidence.
But more than Straw Hats, I think GodLike Esports will be closer to activating the Champion Rush for themselves if they can get deeper into these circles, man. GodLike is being being forced to exit these lobbies a tad bit too early. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we have got a very special announcement for each and every single one of you. We know how much you have been loving Free Fire Max Asia Invitational so far, and I'm absolutely excited with Lucifer to share with you guys a big news.
A legend begins with a single spark. To reach the peak, you must conquer the heat.
Oh my god! What an
But the ultimate throne is never given to a survivor. It is claimed by the one who is crowned by fire.
You see them rise through fire. Now you get to see them crowned by fire. Before we bring this competition even close to the end, we're already telling you we are gonna have more out of the Asia Invitational, Lucifer.
I am so excited. I mean, that was goosebumps for me. We are on the grand finals. We are looking forward to who will be the champion, who will be calling themselves the Asia, right? The Asia Kings. They will be the crown champions. They'll be flexing on it. And now there's already another one that the teams need to get for. That is the FFMAX Asia Invitational 2026 Summer. This is going to rile everybody up. They will get up for this. Now, whatever happens, yes, we are now fighting for one who's going to be crowned as a champion. Imagine that person has to now also fight in summer as a defending title holder. So much for all the Free Fire Max players out there. This is why the competition is getting better every day, every time these players step up in lobbies as such. And now that in the grand finals, Autobotz have actually risen through fire. And above all is what they've risen. And now we have another competition already unraveled. I am excited. I can't wait for it. And now we have champions. There's so much, AJ. I'm losing my mind.
I am bloody excited, man. And South Asia cannot let this opportunity go. They have to prove themselves. They have to get this title. Because I can already see the storyline for summer here at the Free Fire Max Asia Invitationals. Who will be the undisputed squad? Which region will be the undisputed region when it comes to the Battle of Asia? Is it going to be South Asia or Southeast Asia? So South Asia cannot afford to allow Southeast Asia to run away with this. Autobotz needs to end this. Autobot needs to finish it in this very next game. Thank God we don't have separate groups hopping on in here and disrupting the momentum. They have built that big momentum. They are close enough to wrapping things up, Lucifer.
Now, when we kind of think about what's happened so far, quickly, right? Game number 1, we started seeing how Expand, just like what they did in our main event day 1, they got their Booyah, and we thought, oh wait, the Southeast Asian teams have decided to start things off. And we saw with them, we had Dewa United Horus as well. And that told us, okay, the Southeast Asian teams are here to take away another title from South Asia itself. But then Autobotz, out of the blue, just decimated everybody on Kalahari. Nobody had a chance in a squad fight against them. And from there, they took that battle towards Solara, where it happened that we thought, okay, Straw Hats are now challenging Autobotz. They're taking them down. Numbers are not that great. Venom brings them back to life. And that second life and opportunity gave them this chance, AJ. And now they're just one step away. One Booyah, they're the champions.
I would like to thank all of you for giving Lucifer and I the chance to cast these amazing games. But we are going to have to sign off now as the first set of casters. We've got more talent coming up for all of you guys. We're going to take a quick short break. When we come back, we get to see if or not South Asia gets to close off the competition early.
The rise of India has not been easy, especially when they met the invited teams from the main event. But in the grand finals, there's only one name leading the pack. Autobotz has transformed this lobby into their knees, and a few questions remains. Will they end it right here, right now, or can someone take them out before they grab that Booyah? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. This is a FFMAI Asia Invitational 2026 Spring Grand Finals. I am Neptune the General Garcia, joined by the one and only Arca, and we will be your casters towards the next 3 games for today.
Oh, absolutely, and I'm excited to see what the teams can actually bring on the table, because Autobotz, it seems like they've started to roll and somebody needs to stop this team. And let me tell you this, if they win, I'm the most happiest, because one of my predictions are again going to come out true. Nonetheless, I've always seen teams trying to target the teams at the very tippity top. You need to slap the queen or the king to make sure you grab the crown for yourself.
I do agree. I mean, that's one thing. Once you are in their activating champion rush condition, you are putting a target on your back. We've seen that from before. Even from the beginning of this day, we have witnessed, or we have presented as well, the study wherein Bigatron by Vitality already achieved the champion rush condition.
Yeah.
It was Avidex KDC who managed to grab that championship. So what the story remains though, or will South Asia maintain this momentum and grab the crown for themselves?
I strongly feel like, the South Asian teams have got a little bit of an idea how to tackle this, right? We have been seeing that once the team showcase their complete talent, they become an open book. Their strategies are very well known, and the homework is to be done, and feels like Autobot have done that homework. At the same time, after they qualified, they did not show their true prowess, and now they're showcasing it so well that now they've got a great opportunity to walk away with the champion rush and also the championship itself. Now, nonetheless, I'm also excited to see which other team will be able to activate that champion rush again, because we have got some really good contenders. We have got Expand doing really well, being consistent but not consistent enough. Dewa was so phenomenal until yesterday. Seems like somebody has read their lines right.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough really to call. I think for everything that we've seen, especially from Dewa and Expand, they've shown so much already in eliminating the team. They have shown us a few more pages of their tactics. So let's see though if there's something that they can change all throughout. But something that we've seen has changed a lot are the drop spot of the team. As we look at the preferred drop spot right now, as we head in, or before we head into next era, we are now looking into Intellect Center with a hot drop or potential hot drop, Grab Labs, Boxing Gym, as well as Deca Square.
I think I'm going to keep my eyes on Deca Square, because that is where Autobots are trying to land, and a lot of teams would want to stop them from the get-go. Straw Hats, they've been consistently trying to take drop clashes so that they can build their confidence on that 4v4 initially, but they've not been that successful. So hopefully we'll be able to see them either avoid this fight or take down Autobots, so that it gives an opportunity not only for them, but also for the rest of the squad to activate the champion rush. Now again, as you spoke about Intellect Center, I believe that is where deception actually lies. And these teams would avoid that Intellect Center region, go towards Museum or Mortar Ruins.
Yeah, which team are going to go for the mind games? And if they were United as part of that mix, it's difficult really if you're going against 3 from the beginning. They managed to pull it off from the earlier game. They managed to get a lot of points, but towards the end, it was just Autobots who's wreaking havoc all throughout this lobby. So let's see though, if something that we expect are those preferred drop spots would be changing in a bit. We've seen that for the first 3 games. We're going to see it in a few more games after this, and I'm really looking forward to who's going to grab that Booyah. But we also have a few of our own insights of who might be leading the pack right here in this map. Again, Nextera is one of that map we're in. Despite of how big it is, there's still a lot of safety in there. There's a lot of compound to work with. There's a lot of teams are working with survivability in this game. A lot of teams has managed to bring a few more survival compared to the past wherein this is just an elimination game when it jumped into the specific map. This time around, it's more of the placement that's being gathered by the teams.
Absolutely, and I feel that this is one of those maps where Autobots can seal the deal, because it's not an aggressive map. Teams are not going to target you that much. You have space to run away from a fight, which Autobots are experts in, if you ask me. Previous map as well, one player escapes from a fight, revives the rest of his squad, and they know how to come back with a counter strategy. They've been adapting really well when it comes to those close range and the long range battles. So hopefully we'll be able to see a shortest grand finals take place out here, because that excites me. I've seen everything but not a short grand finals.
Well, I mean, we are excited definitely because of if Autobotz really ends it right here, we are just breaking records in terms of number of days it gets to end for the champion rush condition. But a lot more excitement though if anyone would be taking that spot away from them. It was explained earlier by Lucifer as well as Ager, wherein it's just a massive 30-pointer game coming from X-Pan Dewa United, and they will be in the same spot as Autobotz Esports. But that means that one spot, or one game, will still be at risk for them, giving a chance for Autobotz to take that Booyah. But, well, let's see though on what's coming up next, because this is the map of the future for Free Fire. Next, Terra bringing the terror in this game.
Speak about the terror, we need to speak about Autobots, who do not need much points. All they need is a Booyah, whereas the rest will look forward to hunt down the teams as much as possible. The flight path is going to reveal a lot, and by the looks of it, it seems like it's going to dissect the map into 2 equal halves.
Zito jumping in from mud side, heading into museum. A few of those teams who are expected to hot drop might be fruitful to that promise, but we are expecting some of the teams to move out of the way, make sure that they are safe, find their drop spot and their loot before they go in for the engagement. But from what we've seen, GodLike very near to Team Akkee, and it might be an early engagement right here. No, Team Akkee just passed by and went into grab labs. So from the looks of it, it's only Rust Down where we have trouble.
Oh my god, Revenant XSpark on the receiving end of things. A fair trade comes in against Sabo. Now Wild Fox will have to step up, puts down another player. Looking forward to end this deal for NXT. The revival has come through. 2 eliminations have already gone in their favor. 3rd one as well. But Goku, the clever one, stays away from this fight and will be reviving one of his teammates, but needs to be careful. And there is NXT coming in closer. Experience is coming into play. Goku puts one player down, goes around to buy some more time. Ash gets taken down. Goku looks unstoppable with Wild Fox coming in closer. Stops him at the right time. And this is where Revenant XSpark needs to be careful yet again.
Gopo was just saying, that's unfair, you need to wear a mini Uzi as well so we can go toe-to-toe! But Hemo has been taken down by Xeon from afar, VSK in hand. And after that engagement, seems like X-Pan wants to grab those points, stop NXT from getting it. But will they be able to end it in Rust Down? A lot of elimination has been happening as well from the other side of the map, and the United is already in trouble with only 1 player remaining. This might be a chance for the rest of the team to end them and prevent them from getting all those points.
NXT left with just 2 players in this vicinity, whereas the others are far away. Revenant XSpark, they flew right over this region to get as much information as possible. Zon gets taken down. Sabo yet again proves why he's one of the best, but shows his back, eventually gets taken down. And Wild Fox now tries to retaliate. Walls coming in closer. We'll have to see who dances better. It seems like the time turner is going in favor of Wild Fox. Mac 10 trying to sing the songs of death will be a good retaliation coming in from the side of Walls. We'll be getting another confirmation.
Well, there comes back up, but it's a little too late. X-Pan managed to get 5 elimination out of his battle, and with Max 7 coming from X-Pan was just deadly. But here comes Autobot, knocking on their doors, or probably just a little bit in there towards the gate or the fence of their front yard. But Loki knows what's going to happen, and he jumped into the bridge, making sure that not everyone can be taken down.
Autobots need to play it a little bit safer. I know they're relying on the instants yet again, trying to play it a little bit aggressive so that they do not lose their momentum. Yet again, it's got to be X-Pan trying to do their best, almost putting him down. Afik tries to escape but gets taken down. And this is where Mad God says we are still in the fray. Hunan has some information. He knows that there's another lad nearby, but Luki, that sneaky snake, needs to be careful. Dewa United gets eliminated far away. The doors are yet again open for another team. Mad God puts another one down and eventually saves his teammate.
And here's one thing though, I mean, Autobots, I'm not expecting them to be this aggressive. This time around, they're trying to beat down on X-Pan, reducing the chances of anyone catching to them. That easily. And most of the time, like if you have the champion rush condition already, you'd stay low, you'd be quiet, make sure that you find that final circle and grab that Booyah to be the champion. But Autobotz, they have that momentum. They have that elimination spree that they have right now. So I don't think they'll be letting go until midway of this game, where it really matters for them to grab and get into the final circle.
Irony, NXT coming in closer towards the fire. It's Akkee trying to hold this position, not gonna be available as Sabo puts another man down. NXT, they played a similar kind of a gameplay when it comes to the FFMIC India, spring, and it was a very, very good approach from their side. But for now, they need to be careful about Autobotz. Now they're gonna be very close to EXE, and I hope they're prepared for it.
Let's see. I mean, Extreme X not looking good really for the first 3 games that we've seen them. Most of the time, they are the first one to be eliminated, and this time they're going against Mad God and the rest of the squad. Sticking together, not quite sure if this is a good plan. It's a good thing that Flicker is far, far away to give them that hope of being revived. But here comes Autobotz moving away from the compound of Rustdown. They need to head into next phase's circle. The only question though is, who are they going to meet along the way? We're seeing a lot of elimination on the other side as GodLike has received a lot of damage. Also, one of their players has been knocked down, but will they be able to fight back against their opponent? But Team Akkee not out of woods just yet. Reset needs a little bit of reset. Half an HP has been taken down.
Kunal on the other side gets taken down. It's a fair trade. Mad God again going mad, trying to take down a player. It's going to be backstabbed. And this is where Autobots need to make sure they come up with an answer. Horaa coming in closer. Autobots, they've got EXE coming in from the other side. Deep troubles for this team. Needs to be careful. Just 2 men standing. And now they'll have to think of escaping from this position.
There's one thing though, they have a good chance of being the champions, but they were just too aggressive. And now it's payback from Extreme X and Team Akkee. Now, the battle continues though, and still a chance might be taken by Expand as they are still live and kicking in this fight. But as we focus on Extreme X and Team Akkee currently is the elimination leader of this lobby, and hopefully we see more of them compared to what we've seen them in the main event.
Autobots trying to hold the center of the map, which they usually don't do. They tend to clear their backlines and then make it inside the circle. But for now, Rusty, he gets taken down and his teammates are still looking to come back for the revival. Akkee now looking like they have a good control of this fight. And look at that, Fix puts down again. It's got to be Sage and down on his knees. There's going to be a push coming in from his side, but the retaliation has been perfect as Tucson puts down Reset. And now going to be Ohio from a distance. He's going to be reviving his teammates, and a breather for this team.
Well, Ohio saying hello to everyone else, but doesn't have enough coin to go for a revive. Well, actually, he does have enough coin for another revive, but well, that might be happening in a bit as he rides in sunset with that horse. Revenant XSpark Arch, though, has been taken down, coming from the flight. And now iQOO Gaming, who might be pulling the Straw Hat string. And Nil right now would be the first target with a good placement of the glue wall. And who is that? On that VSS, managed to go for the backstab. It's Straw Hats fighting back, but unfortunately, a couple has been knocked down.
Needs to be careful. Nil is trying to do his best to hold on to this ground, but I don't think so. It's got to be easy. He's the last man standing. Total Gaming coming closer, but he retaliates well, and it all comes down to delete. Gets the revival, tries to put down that glue wall and take down Nil, but the revivals have come through. Straw Hats changing position. One player left out, and they get eliminated as Total Gaming. What a beautiful play coming in from their side. And finally, the 2025 champions of FFMIC have now risen to be the most aggressive team in this lobby.
I really love to see more of iQOO Gaming right now, but they have to move fast. Though they are currently in third place, but there's still plenty of opponents ahead of them, like Expand above them by 7 points, and there's a few who might be able to hunt them in a bit, like Revenant XSpark, who's currently hunting NXT. So as we look into this battle that's happening outside the blue, hopefully it doesn't give so much time in here, because they need to get into the next phase's circle, because it's getting deadly with all those shots coming in from both sides.
Revenant XSpark, they have lost 2 players. Hush is now on a hunt. He tries to retaliate, misses a lot of shots, and Sabo puts him down. And this is where the last man standing for this team will have to fall back, and cleverly he does, as NXT. Let me remind you, this is one of those teams who show their aggression once they realize a team has activated the champion rush. They don't shy away from fights, but Revenant XSpark were looking so strong on day 1, and now they're not having a great run.
Definitely only 25 points, but it's a good thing that they're grabbing elimination as well as they can go on for the revive. But the only question though is, will they be able to get onto next phase's circle without getting or without being approached by any team? As we look into this current situation of Horaa going against GodLike, Riptide Rhythm on the other side from Booyah, and this might be a chance for Horaa to take down GodLike. They move in second floor just to get away from those potential nades, and Horaa right now just went in and secured this ground floor.
Horaa needs to be careful. They're not having a good run today. It's GodLike. They're being changing position, but that nade was phenomenal. A follow-up grenade has come down as well, but GodLike still survives, and that's that opening. Eventually 2 players down, and the retaliation turns out to be real. GodLike trying to hold on to this position, needs to revive their teammates. Nancy very low on HP, and look at that Stops trying to break those glue walls. Won't be able to do so, and GodLike now recover with a 4-man squad. Will be trying to hunt down Horaa, who are trying to run away from this position.
Great positional advantage that was taken by GodLike in there. It's just a timing that Horaa misses to be able to secure all those knockdowns or potential knockdowns after the damage of those nades. But GodLike doesn't want that to happen again, thus they're trying to take down Horaa, and Stops not stopping at all. Glue wall's already down, but still managed to go in for a revive. So Horaa is not out just yet. 3-man strong, or make that 4-man strong, and they might be moving out of the way away from GodLike.
Stay away from GodLike for now, because they've got a good position inside the circle. NXT on the other side, they're being challenged and questioned. Look at this. Every single team in the lobby have got a minimum of 7 eliminations. Shows how desperate each and every team is to get some points on the table. Expand. Loki's position, a prime position, and a bird's eye view for the whole circle. And he can do a lot from there as a sniper. Let's not forget that Horaa Savage needs to regroup with his team.
Well, let's see now if they can regroup with this team. They need to be silent for the moment. Third to the 4th phase of the circle, already closing in. Expand a great position, and we've seen how well Loki was on that robo head. So if they can take down Revenant XSpark, that's a huge target that they can beat down and will not be chasing them towards the end. 8 elimination already for Revenant XSpark. So good thing they have a little bit of haystacks holding or being held right now, but the zone is not on them. They have a launch pad available, and they might be able to jump in onto Loki and take him down. That is one good plan right now, but Expand is still preoccupied because iQOO Gaming is already below them, and they might be rushing a bit.
Total Gaming trying to play it as deceptive as possible. Probably if the Autobots are not in the lobby, it's time for you to become the Decepticons, and that's what they're looking out for. At the same time, NXT not having a great run, as Akkee is going to be fixed this time around. A grenade comes in, tossed at the perfect spot. And this is going to be Ohio trying to put up some kind of a pressure over NXT, but they have done a good job to retaliate. Ohio, given away his position, is now trying to run back, but NXT, they're eager to put an end for this team.
Oh, NXT is one of the leaders of this pack right now. I mean, 14 elimination already into the fray. Great revival capability, but Rusty from Extreme X they didn't get away from Zipway. They managed to wait on that final moment, and Akkee is now eliminated. NXT though, next target, and it is Flicker once again who took down Sabo, and Revive might be in the ways, and Hemu with that stealth bites might be able to sneak in, but will he be able to go for that Revive?
I don't think so, because Rusty has an idea where the player is, and eventually he's been put out, and NXT are out of this game as well. EXE 15 eliminations, Expand 12. Total Gaming have got 10 for themselves, but the Silent Assassins watching everybody's got to be godlike for now. But look at this, Expand. Loki lives that prime position. Now he's trying to come down to make sure that he gets an angle from where he can do the damage. Mafia from outside the circle trying to backstab EXE. Needs to be careful, but he gets knocked down. And now Total Gaming under immense pressure.
Let's see if the pressure can be relieved at the moment. Extreme X though, same pressure is being felt. Rusty right now being picked up, but I don't think they'll be able to move out of the way because the blue is already closing in. Glue wall stops them for the moment, but recovery can be done. Here comes Flicker. A little bit of cover from the side, from this flank, but Rusty right now is just in there. Not so much of help from the rest of the squad. As we say goodbye to Team Hind. From this lobby, it is GodLike making work of Extreme X with only 2 remaining players. It's not looking good for Extreme X right now.
Absolutely. Total Gaming just revived their teammates who's trying to fly down, and nobody's looking up. And eventually GodLike, every single player they look at, they're just shooting them down and picking up as many frags as possible. The rest need to be careful. You give momentum to Yogi, he's gonna go until the end to pick up the championship. Nonetheless, we see that Extreme EX have done a phenomenal job. Expand, all 3 players, all 4 players rather, still alive. EXE left out with 1, and it comes down to 2 best teams, Expand versus GodLike.
It's a good thing, though, it's a 4v4 situation. No one's at a disadvantage. But looking at Expand, we know how aggressive they are. We know that they're close as well to achieving that champion rush condition. Riptide ready to vault, but it doesn't go down that easily. Or Spawn on the other side, and Yogi might be in trouble. Here comes Afik, going for the chase, but no takedown is happening. They might have been baited in by Nancy, and this is trouble if in case Expand steps out and open. They need to play it with that shrink of the circle, but good enough that GodLike managed to lay a few of those blue walls to cover Xeon in this approach.
Loki, the strongest link, is now being targeted. He gets into hiding, and that could be a big advantage. Marco, he's done. He wants to get into the face of the enemy. He's going to go in for a push this time around. Doesn't find anybody, but gets punished by walls. And this is where GodLike starts to fumble. It's going to be Nobita, the last man standing, and Luki says, I put you down. And Expand, they're going to be having the final laugh of this game and the Booyah. And Luki says, guess what? The Jokers are still laughing.
They are definitely laughing because they have achieved the champion rush condition from that match. And good enough that a lot of teams have managed to challenge Autobotz Esports, giving them an opportunity to grab this title, this crown from themselves. So it's a battle of South Asia against Southeast Asia on the teams that have achieved the champion rush condition.
What a game this turned out to be, but GodLike not having the topography under their control, backstab, and everything went against them. Look at how Nancy was desperate with Marco. Probably they had to stick together, and that's one of the reasons why Walls and Loki, his prime positioning and his skills of sniping the players, phenomenal job coming in from the side of Expand, and hopefully we'll be able to see another team activating it in the next game. But I would rather say Autobotz would have got their mind straight and they look forward to get the championship in the next game.
Now let's see though, I mean they need to change their ways if they really are aiming to get the championship, because that little bit of aggression that they have at the beginning of the game, yes, it does work if they're still chasing for numbers. But since they're only waiting for the Booyah to be achieved, that was a fail in my book. But the team that is victorious, who definitely grabbed and worth it of this Booyah, is Expand right now with 34 solid points. They needed 31 to get into this condition, and now they are here. Extreme X, though, from the bottom, now slowly climbing up, but I don't think this 24 points is enough for them to be able to even reach halfway through.
Absolutely, but consistency is going to be the key for these teams, right? They need to hope that the champion rush activated teams gets eliminated and they put up points on the table. NXT have done a decent job. Total Gaming had such a prime position. They've lost it from that position. Revenant XSpark were looking aggressive. They also get punished. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, another team is going to get that crown over their head. All they have to do is make it real. Expand makes it in with 83 points. And let me remind you this, Autobots are still the aggressive ones.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Autobots a little bit too aggressive, but they can aggress, definitely. Expand, though, is more tactical at this point and manage to catch up to Autobots. The next in line would be GodLike, as well as iQOO Total Gaming. So GodLike does need 20 points to be able to do so, and I think they can achieve it. For iQOO Total Gaming, additional of 4 to be able to get into that next, to be able to get into the next spot. So will they be able to do this? Will they be able to achieve it? A little bit of correction, that's 17 and 21. Let's take a peek of that MVP. It's Waltz from Expand, Arca.
Waltz from Expand indeed was dancing around, making the opponent's knees break, ankles break. What a moment it was from this lad. And I'm shocked to see that he was using an SVD at times. Nonetheless, he's got that rookie, and that itself shows that he has a very different approach towards this game. 3,220 damage in total for 10 eliminations. And in Nikita, J-Babes, and Joseph, he was ready for being the punching bag for the team.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, especially with the J-Beebs, he was being aggressive at that point in front line. And with that silver spoon coming from Joseph as well, there's nothing that can be used to slow him down. And let's take a peek, though, as the rest of the squad. Another Alok play being used right here. And I'm really loving that they're prioritizing on healing. And does give us a little bit of storyline as to why they're surviving that long. If you remember, Expand is one of the team that was almost eliminated. But I think that Drop the Beat has helped them so much, especially with that Olivia as well as with that Joseph in hand. Zeon has done the deed of being the full support of the team.
Sometimes you need to think out of the box, and that's what Expand have done here, and it's gone their way. Waltz, 10 eliminations, 12 knockouts, and 2 assists for 3,000 damage. Happy to see that Luki was able to perform well. 3,700 damage, the highest among the lot. Yes, he's got lesser knockouts, but he's been the most tactical and has been the most watch-out player for this team. Afiq on the other side, we saw him do some exceptional stuff in the final moments. Zeon as well, trying to take more of damage, trying to, get all the attention for the team, is still relieving the pressure for his team as well.
I guess this is the only first time as well wherein we see almost everyone getting 3k in damage, and it just proves to show that Expand is not here to fool around. But let's take a peek, though, on the rotation they have taken on the circle analysis. As we saw earlier that they were almost being taken down, the revive managed to save them a lot, and they managed to get that position as well in the high ground. Luki on Overwatch just gave them that information as well as an opportunity to slowly creep into next phase of zone. Even everyone who approaches them has been taken down, and I think the only team or one of the team who managed to get close before that final circle closed in was GodLike, but GodLike did deal with a different team earlier on. It was Horaa, so that was just a saving grace for Expand. Otherwise, they could have been eliminated at that point.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, Luki's position, right, trying to get into cover at the nth moment was also a primary example of how you need to have your strongest teammate alive in this lobby. Good to see that both these teams were indulged in fights throughout the circles, and they've done a decent job. Nonetheless, Autobots, since they got taken down early, it still smiles on the faces of the other fans. For now, we look at the upcoming map. It's going to be the map of Purgatory. And this is where I feel like a lot of things can change.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a lot of things can change. This is quite a bigger map, and despite of how close the teams are, there's plenty of spaces for them to drop and move around. So they can stick to it, but only a few paces, a few meters, and they will still be safe from that early engagement. So I'm really looking forward to how the flight path is going to be, because if this is such a safe drop spot from what we're looking at right now. But if they are forced to, if a skewed flight path, like I always wish, will come up, then that's where we see early engagement.
Speak about early engagement, I still feel like Brazilian campsite are gonna be crowded, because that is where we have seen teams like GodLike and Total Gaming tend to hold the center of the map, especially in the map of Purgatory, because you have so much in stake over here. Two teams already activating the champion rush means that you need to be careful. You can target one team, but you can't target two at a time. So that makes it so much harder for the other teams. And let's not forget, since this is a big map, your snipers need to be at the tip of their toe.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I really love that the sniper is already popping off right now. No one's bringing in the double snipe setup. Probably there's a potential in Kalahari, but Purgatory, yes, you can bring it in the early game, and we've seen that so many times. From the beginning, 3 players, if not the whole lot, will be able to have at least one of the sniper or marksman, and then that's when they start getting elimination from afar.
True.
A little bit safer on a distance, but still deadly. That's one tip that I'm asking for Autobotz as well as Expand, because if they don't want to let go of their position, if it gets towards the end wherein they still want to get a lot of points, which I think doesn't do a lot because it's just a condition that we're taking. We're not looking at their rankings overall. There's no reason for them to stay at #1 spot. They just have to get the Booyah in this game, and they can continue that to push away all the opponents until they reach the final circle.
Absolutely. Now, again, since you already pointed out on how the teams will have to play, now I'm also thinking like what the active skills are going to be, because you will have to play for the latter stages of the game. You need to survive. You need to make sure that you have some punching bags in your team so that when teams are pushing against you, you'll be able to not only retaliate but also bear the brunt. So let's see which among these teams are going to think otherwise. I'm especially speaking about Expand and Autobotz in this game. The final circle for sure is going to be crowded, and that is where I would love you guys to share among your friends, because you're just seconds away from seeing which among these teams might walk away with the championship, and that's how close this tournament is turning out to be. Ladies and gentlemen, quickly go share it out.
Yeah, share the stream, like it, and stay tuned on what's going to happen, because the next map, one of my favorite, and this is what I often say, even neither heaven or hell can save the team, especially 2 teams who's already on the roll from being relegated away from that champion rush condition if they will be sleeping on the job. But here comes the game, and the battle starts now.
Lukey on our screens, ladies and gentlemen, is able to see downwards. Is gonna be the flight path. A very, very skewed one. And this makes things so much more interesting. Just imagine teams trying to head towards Crossroads, Moat House, Ski Lodge, Fields. My goodness. Now I want the circle to end up somewhere in the waters. Please, please, please do this.
Definitely, I mean, already struggling on a flight path and now struggling on the final circle. But let's see though some of the teams who already made it. It's Mount Villa, who's being occupied by Revenant XSpark as well as Extreme X. And similar story that has been happening, though it's quite better from the previous game. Extreme X did manage to survive a little bit longer, but not towards the end. But our current elimination leader, from what we've seen earlier, Team Hind being taken down and Akkee leading the fray. But going back to the battle in front of us, it's Revenant XSpark who managed to go for knockdown, but no confirmation just yet. But here comes Harsh, who might be a harsh breed who can take them down.
Harsh still being aggressive, still making sure that he pushes forward. Doesn't have the information, needs to be careful. Gopo on the other side is on a very, very vulnerable spot. Needs to be careful. Harsh now trying to buy some time. Zaf active skill is still out there, right? So probably he can use it in case he's restrained. But Gopo, oh my god, what a position. Sees Rusty, tags him out a little, and now Harsh has a bit of information. He goes in for a push. Eventually, it's going to be the dash which comes into play, but that is not going to be coming into play. For now, it's going to be Harsh who lands that shot and gets that confirmation. Rusty, a bit of pixels being visible, and Harsh misses a lot of shots.
Yeah, I was worried a little bit for Harsh right there, because he used that Valiant dash to move away and not directly to the opponent, but now he's going for the push, and their backup is real as they manage to go for their third elimination. And earlier, we has witnessed as well on that sidebar where in GodLike was almost being taken down. Same goes for Team Hind. But as we focus now on Expand, who has 5 elimination already, they're dealing with iQOO Total Gaming right now, with quick recovery being done onto delete. They need to do the same from their side. But another team who might be in trouble once again is Autobotz. Only 2 remains, and if they get taken down, then they might lose that chance once more for the championship.
Okay, Team Hind, everybody are desperate to take down Autobotz. And Autobotz, they're reviving one player at a time, and that could be good news. Look at what Venom does on the other side. Picks up another frag, is making sure that he has points on the table. He's got his fingers warm because he's going to be needing it later. Another player very close to Team Hind. You can see at the corner of that mini-map what's going to happen there. Oh my god, Mad God gets taken down and Team Hind gets that confirmation.
Yeah, confirmation of Mad God. Now, it's Autobotz who will need to roll out. Because, yes, they have vending machine right here, but after using that binocular, they have spotted a couple and a little bit of push with that vehicle.
Oh,
but no! There goes Ohio saying bye-bye to Venom. And this is it for Akkee getting their 6th elimination, and they couldn't go for the push, but out in the open they go. Might be targeted by Wolven from that 2nd floor.
I like this split coming in from Autobotz. They've understood how to play this game. Whereas Team Hind, who came into the drop spot of Autobotz to put an end for them, are now finding Akkee in front of them. Players knocked out from the other side. KD Guard is giving that opening. Final 2 players, very low on HP. Saljot gets in closer. Whoop. And on the other side comes in another set of players, and eventually they'll be putting them down as well. Akkee in a bit of a trouble, and one player immediately gets away from this position.
And that's one thing though, that FGL, it's now, I would say, one of the underestimated weapon that we have in game. It hasn't been used that much. The same goes with the RGS. When you have glue walls in front of you, you can use those FGL, all those utilities to just add more damage before you go for that rush. And we've just witnessed one phenomenal play coming from that weapon. But Autobotz right now, well, I guess it's about time. It's high time for them to slow down, because they need not to be aggressive. They are always falling down in the beginning, and they just need to survive and grab that Booyah. The same story goes for Expand, but in front of them, it's Revenant XSpark. Will they be able to go for the push? Waltz right now with that valiant dash, misses that knockback, but with that weapon, he managed to help Luki for that knockdown.
Expand needs to be careful because Revenant XSpark at times can pull off a 1v3 or a 1v4. Harsh, one of the strongest players, is now jiggling around, but Expand Neon says that's enough. He puts him down and gets that confirmation immediately. The rest of the players from Revenant XSpark are now falling back, but Vincent says, let me try my luck. But Luki says, I'm also a sniper. Probably let's face it out in a close range battle.
Well, let's see now. It's a 1v1 sniper. Hopefully the rest of Expand will be able to let this go. Waiting for that revive if it does happen, but no! It's Divine who managed to pull away together with Vincent, but Vincent goes down. X-Divine now needs to survive. Didn't get that much of damage because of the explosion, but will they be able to find another vehicle to pull away from Expand and bring back their teammates, as Marbleworks vending machine is already on guard by this Malaysian team?
Expand, are they making a mistake trying to get outside the circle? By the time they make it inside, what if that circle is filled with players? Revenant XSpark on the other side. They're across the bridge. Gopu is right in front of their eyes. Afiq, with a vehicle which is already on fire, needs to be careful. And guess what? As they make it to that position, Straw Hats are also present in this vicinity, and Expand needs to be careful.
Yeah, that's one thing though. I mean, if Straw Hats manage to stick to this area, then once Zeon jumps in, then they will be the ones gatekeeping the pack. And I think they also have seen Revenant XSpark already. Thus, shots are being dropped in on towards that area. But they're not the only one in here. IQTG is also in here, hearing gunshots coming from Straw Hats. And this might spell trouble out of the 4 teams within that crossroads vicinity.
Ohio immediately falls back, understands it's important for him to survive. Guess what? He gets that elimination and tries to run away, and eventually Sajin puts him down and gets that confirmation. EXE not a great position in this overall standing, but still he gets tagged down. Nobita from a distance. He's got to be using that grenade launcher, and he's putting it to good use.
Definitely. Grenade launcher. We seldom see that, but it's best to be in the final moment, especially or in CQCs where glue walls or a lot of glue walls are involved. But godlike, this is not what we expect coming from the team. Only 2 elimination, especially if they're trying to catch up and they need plenty of points. But Vaults, though, dealing with Straw Hats from when we thought they're the ones who will be doing the gatekeeping, Straw Hats needs to pull away.
Straw Hats. Again, all these teams, they realize, right, it's important for them to also activate the champion rush. And that's why they're trying to play it safe. For now, Shocked. He goes in to revive his teammates. I don't know how successful he was, but Expand, they've got that elimination. 12 eliminations. My goodness, they're still picking up eliminations to make sure that they have a champion rush so active and so strong that they become the champions itself.
Sita, I mean, it's very close. Definitely very close for Expand, but they're still being aggressive. Again, there's no reward of being that number 1. All they have to do is be that Booyah taker for this game, but I guess they don't want to lose that momentum. They want to eliminate as much team as possible so that towards the 10-minute mark, they will need to deal with only a few teams. And the same story with the rest of the squad, so why not just let them do those elimination? But, well, we know if Expand is on the roll, they're on the roll, but hopefully they're not the one rolling on the ground.
Horaa gets eliminated. And again, that's sad news for their team. A team which looks so strong when it comes to their aggression is unable to read this lobby right. Team Hind on the other side, now they approach to one corner of a map. Another team, fan favorites to be frank. And they've already proven themselves. And that sly player from Straw Hats who's been hiding behind that container is just going to hide there. And Team Hind have no clue whatsoever. Wash on the other side is now going to be challenged. And Shocked might have a bit of an edge.
Oh. I mean, not so much of HP remaining for Arsh right now. If this blue wall's fold goes down without the recovery happening, Shocked would be shocking him down. And there you have it. Arsh is shell-shocked for the moment, and 5 elimination being grabbed by Straw Hats. But this is one thing that worries me. Only one team being taken out. Even Revenant XSpark has a good chance of reviving their teammates. I stand corrected. Because Extreme X is low. But okay, 2 teams being eliminated. But 10-minute mark, very close towards the end. And this is not looking good for Autobotz as well as Expand, who's aiming for that Booyah.
Neptune, I'm kind of sad. The water and the zone are starting to have a breakup within themselves. And the circle is trying to get away from the waterways. And that means Autobots, who have been holding closely to the shorelines, will now have to reposition themselves or hold on to the spot for the longest time possible. Sadly, they've also got a split going on, a 1v2 or a 2v2 split. They need to be careful because the closest team to them right now is got to be Team Hind.
Let's see now. Team Hind right now might be able to go in and jump directly on them. Now, will they be able to do this? Because, again, if you want to anticipate, you should expect that another team will be taking that. Kunal. Now, I'm seeing that Kunal is using this as a bait. So if Kunal gets spotted or shoot at Team Hind, then they or the rest of the squad of Autobots might be able to gang up on them. But Hind chooses to jump in above them. And now KD God's the one falling down. And will they be able to go for the pickup? Because here comes Autobots trying to bring them down.
Autobots need to be careful. They've already lost a player. It's a 3v3 situation. Johan, he needs to survive.
Whoa!
They get shut down by Team Hind. What a push that was. They took down Kunal first and then immediately look at how desperate they are to save this sniper as well as the IGL. KD got at a distance, treatment gone, trying to keep him alive. And eventually, they might be getting that revival as well.
I didn't even know the treatment gun can go that far, but that's a smart move coming from the team of Team Hind. But extra Oh, tagged up. What a cryo mind. Straw Hats were in there trying to survive. It's NXT who's ganging up on them next. 6 elimination already from the side of Straw Hats. Bangladesh team needs to be careful. We need to get the next phase of circle as well as they triggered that Bolt Maker lightning zone. And on the other side, it's iQOO Gaming that has been eliminated, but now Shock right now doing the same thing that he did earlier against Wonder Players and Wonder Players of Team Hind, and Straw Hats is now ranking up on those numbers. But there's little no chance for them to revive their final player or one of their players. Let's see what they can do.
Every team is falling down like a domino. Sabo on the other side was clever enough to put that glue wall, but can he survive? It seems like it's going to be a very tough one, but finally he uses a skill to knock down a player, and Straw Hats have left out with just a single player not interested to shoot down Sabo, and that could be a little bit problematic. Straw Hats at a distance, GodLike in a very prime position. Prov needs to be careful. GodLike have an idea. At the same time, let's not forget Expand still survives. He's still taking fights out here. And this time they've got Akkee in front of them.
Well, it's a battle of Southeast Asia right here, where Expand is, but on the side, Yogi did manage to end Straw Hats. Now Reset has been taken down, quick pickup has been done, but here comes the rest of the squad of Expand. Valiant dash on them, knockback has happened, but Expand that face, Reset on the ground, Puwara will be going next, and Ohio saying Obayo as Expand take this high ground.
Expand one player down, and I wonder who is shooting at them. It's GodLike from the other side. Needs to be careful. Expand have already got the momentum going, and can they grab this championship? Because they have been showcasing some phenomenal gameplays from the beginning, and now they tend to push towards GodLike, who are also desperate for eliminations. If GodLike pulls this off, they activate the champion rush, and Team Hind, the silent assassins of this lobby, look at them. They're just watching these two teams take head on.
That's a good plan for Team Hind. Hopefully it doesn't last long. A little bit of Riptide Rhythm coming from GodLike, but NXT has been eliminated from KD Gods AWM. The battle's still not over, and the snipers, I believe, are the ones doing a 1v1 from long range as the frontliners goes in for the push. Marco almost being taken down, but there goes the finisher. GodLike denying them of catching up, and now Expand very close to being the champion of this game. Only Team Hind in front of them who might be able to stop him.
KD God brings his team, brings the cavalry back into this fight. Expand on the other side, trying to make sure that they have the topography for themselves. The distance, the containers, everything is bringing in masala to this drama. KD God trying to spread around, trying to read where the circle is going to move next. Whereas Expand on the other side, Lukey getting away from that position, trying to get information off the opponents. Not gonna be an easy job. Shots have been taken against an off-fake far away. Glue wall melters coming in. I believe Team Hind, it's time for them to strike, but it's not gonna be easy. Zion gets taken on. Waltz on the other side is trying to do his best. Off-fake and Luffy, they've done amazing. And now Team Hind in deep trouble. Shoto is getting down from the zone. Expand is left out with one last player. Shoto versus this last player. Shoto pulls it off. What a gameplay coming in from their side. Shoto, he joined the team late as the MVP player, and he pulls it off amazingly. And they deny Expand being the champions in this game.
When we thought that Malaysia is going to take the crown, it is Team Hind who didn't really aggress that much from that final moment. But on that 1v1, even outside the zone, Shoto just took shot and wished for the best, and he managed to land that finishing blow, denying Expand for the championship.
Shoto pulling off a 1v3. I would love to see how that went down. Trust me when I say this was the moment Shoto sees. And let me tell you, he was taking that fight outside of the circle, and I was expecting him to get taken down. And look at him. Oh, it's a 1v4. Which he has pulled off an amazing one, if you ask me, because Lukey, he was trying to get in closer, and eventually takes advantage of the zone, gets inside, turns around to land one, and gets that Booyah in their name.
Now, one thing I would say for Expand right there, they got a little bit too confident over too confident. Because most of the time, when engagement just like that, you go for initial the pickup. And they usually prioritize on picking up their teammates. Because of the numbers that they have, they didn't anticipate that the zone will be closing in. They try to chase Shodo out, but it's just Shodo moving in a little faster. 32 points, and with this, they have achieved and also activated the champion rush condition to their side. So we have 3 teams already who activated champion rush condition, and it is getting crowded right now, especially on those next final circles.
Autobotz unable to hold on. And let me tell you this, Autobotz is also one of those teams who come from the southern part of India. And I see a similarity. I'm already having a deja vu. GodLike also activated their champion rush, and they were desperate to get that Booyah when it comes to FFMIC 2026 spring. But this time around, Autobotz have done it in 3 games. And now Team Hind have activated it in the 4th or the 5th game. This could be troubles for them. Autobots need to make sure that they roll out quickly, or else it could be the other two to walk away with the championship.
Well, Azino, as we see 3 teams already on the board with green and marked champion rush condition achieved. There's still a few who is trying to go for the chase, like GodLike and NXT Esports, who's very close, but not who's close, but not that close. So it might be another one being added. But take note, everyone, for those of you who's watching and who just jumped in for today or just from that match, we have no cap on the number of games that the team are going to play until these 3 teams or more teams will be getting that Booyah. We will continue on, and I'm loving that denial from the final moment can get us another game. But let's take a peek of an MVP, Arca.
Shodo stepping up for his team. What an amazing fight he took in that final moment. The M590 with the Drakey, and that's how he was able to point out who was the weaklings first, to target them, put them down, and ultimately, walk away with the Booyah. An Oscar dash, which we did not see that much use in the final circle. But Antonio? Oh, okay. This is where things get interesting.
Yeah, and that's one reason why he managed to survive that final battle.
Yeah.
The Gangster Spirit on a passive skill gives you a little bit of extra in the shield points, and it just gives you more of recovery as well and survivability as well in that final battle. And you can see for a fact that it's not just aggression. He's fortifying himself. And he did manage to get that clutch. But let's take a peek at the rest of the squad. So other than Shodo with that Oscar, there was also that time turner coming from that Chrono for Wolvin, Nero as well coming from Sahil Jad, and KD God with its Kyler. Pretty much overall standard build when it comes to a normal team. But I was expecting at least Wolvin to survive right there, not risking really that 1v4 situation, because he does have that Tiva who can revive the rest of the squad, who can equalize it. But it's a good thing it was Shodo who ended it and managed to pull that clutch.
And how they played this game was also interesting, if you ask me, because Wolvin, Shailjat, and KD God, their primary aspect was to make sure Shoto survives. He's got that Wolvin, which might come into play at the nth moment. He's got 11 eliminations for the 11 knockouts, which he put down. He's clinical. 3,500 damage for 11 eliminations. I take it any day.
Well, let's see now. I mean, anyone will really take that if you have a double-digit elimination and double-digit knockdown as well. And, well, I'm just loving that there's more on the board that's chasing against Autobots as well as Expand. Now, it's Team Hind right here. And we also witnessed from earlier, I guess we are going to see that as well in the circle analysis on how Team Hind managed to survive for long, because they were not that aggressive, but they managed to get just enough points. And I'm looking for Team Hind right now. Hopefully, I'll be able to spot them.
They're at the very bottom, right, near Fire Brigade. Yeah. And they go to the golf course, and then they come back. And they hold on to that position. EXE comes in closer, evades them, goes for a deeper rotation, sees Autobots, jumps upon them, waits for the rest of the teams to fight it out, and that is where they were spectating the whole lobby. They're like, let's wait it out, we've got a good compound, and then they jump in, and they jiggle around at the edges. Nobody from that team went into the center of the circle, and that's one of the reasons why they have done so well. But One thing which I'm shocked to see is that even though they were evading fights, they've got eliminations in every single circle.
And that's one thing though, you need to be aware not only in the map, not only in the opponents, but also where you stand in terms of the rankings. And I think the similar approach has happened earlier when some of the teams are just catching up in terms of points to activate that champion rush condition. But one thing I would say though, is Team Hind's decision to take that small pier towards that river against which one was that? Extreme X.
Yeah,
that's one thing that we didn't expect that they would have won. But it's a good thing that they split up, and we also noticed that healing just to make sure that everyone would be in play until that final circle. That's what I'm talking about. That's what Expand could have done. Prioritize on healing their teammates, make sure that they have the man advantage before they go for the rush. But no, I think they were just a little bit too overconfident. Thus, they didn't grab that Booyah.
Absolutely. But again, Kunal's position for Autobotz was kind of questionable, if you ask me. He was away from his team, a 1v3, was expecting that Team Hind will go on top of that building, and that is where he'll be able to shoot them down. But KD God was clever enough. He was like, he sent the rest of his squad thinking similarly. He was like, I'll give you a backup from here. And as soon as he saw that Kunal is still alive on his right side, he shoots him down, make sure that Autobots are under pressure, and from a distance does an amazing job. He gets taken down, but that doesn't matter, right? Because ultimately his teammate was able to pull it off properly.
Exactly. Now, we're anticipating on how this is going to end right now. Turn up, especially in our game number 6. The next map would be in a very difficult position, I believe, that we don't have any idea yet on what's going to happen into these games.
Yeah.
If we set our mind straight, some of the teams, like the 3 teams that we're looking for to be the champions, Expand, Autobots, as well as Team Hind, they need to be cautious. They need to be silent right now. Just get a few elimination, especially if they have no way out, because we can see already that they can go for those knocks. They can go for those elimination, but it's more of a passive approach right now. But this time, this is what we're waiting for, the map randomizer, to find out what our game number 6 is. So let's bring it on, and hopefully it is something good.
Hopefully. I mean, I am looking forward for it. But again, ladies and gentlemen, share it among your friends to make sure that this map of Solara is going to be shining brighter than the rest. And it's going to happen very, very soon. But again, you know, I just love this energy which has been put out by these players. I'm not saying that the competition is weak in this lobby. Eventually, in the beginning, we thought that like Autobots have got a complete control of this tournament, and all of a sudden every other team is stepping up. And guess what? It's not the team who've got that chance. It's the team from the bottom of the table who are rising up to the occasion and activating the champion rush. So hopefully we'll be able to see something unique take place in the map of Solara.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, not a lot of teams has been doing so much in this map, but let me take a few names. We have Dewa United, who managed, out of the main event, managed to get that #1 spot or the top of the leaderboard without getting any Booyah, and they have done it mostly in elimination. NXT would be the next. They have one of Booyahs as well as GodLike, but it's Autobotz who is currently 3rd. So if they can, this time, grab that Booyah, they might be able to end it in game number 6. But again, the battle is not over for Expand as well as Team Hind, and hopefully Team Hind doesn't get that motivation that or overconfidence that Expand had earlier, and they need to be tactical, a little bit more smarter, I would say.
I mean, they already showcased that they're smart enough to evade fights in the previous map, so I'm expecting them to kind of replicate that in the upcoming one. They've already proven to us that in a lobby where it was filled with some really good firepower teams, they were able to hide away from teams and able to walk away with the championship. And I believe that KD God would love to replicate it and make sure that they create history of back-to-back championships under their belt. Nonetheless, we have still got teams like Expand who are looking phenomenal. Again, they come into the final circle. It's just that they fall short. Luki gets taken down first yet again, and that starts to mount a pressure over the rest of the players' shoulder.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully from all the teams, I mean, all the teams who has been denied, they don't start the infighting, because in situations just like that, especially in that final moment for Expand, you miss that great opportunity. You have more numbers, and it starts to eat up against you. Hopefully they just go for a reset, wait, do the same thing. and in the final circle. But again, it's a lot more challenging this time around because we're going to a new map. Compared to Purgatory, this is somewhat different. There's a lot of entry and exit that they need to work on. But again, there's still a lot that can be done for them to be able to achieve it. Again, 3 teams have achieved that champion rush condition. We have one more that's very close. It is GodLike, who only needs 5 points. So one goal for GodLike is make sure that Expand, Autobotz Esports, as well as Team Hind got eliminated, and they just grab that 5 or maybe that more than 5 points, and wish that no one close enough to that 80 points will be grabbing the Booyah, and then just proceed to the next map.
I'll give you one better. Just GodLike walk away with the Booyah. You're not going to be stopping the rest of the teams from getting the championship for themselves, but also getting hefty amount of points to make sure that you activate your champion rush condition. So GodLike's mindset is obviously going to be through and through aiming for that Booyah. And let's not forget that the last time this map was played, that is the 3rd map if I'm not wrong, Autobotz walked away with the Booyah. So they already know how to play this map. Now they've got an advantage and home ground condition, to be frank, in this lobby, and let's see how well they can execute this.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, this is where Autobotz did manage to get that back-to-back Booyah. It's not that much in terms of elimination points, but that's where they achieved that champion rush condition. It was just enough for them to reach or exceed 80 points. But the question though is the following matches, it's where they fail. So I don't know. I'm still struggling. My heart's still struggling to say that Autobotz can take this. But if they can do it once again, just grab that Booyah, remain silent, survive, get a few elimination. It's not bad. But make sure that they grab that Booyah, then yes, Autobotz will make it. Just deny everyone else of being the champions and they will be able to pull it off.
I feel that 2 brains needs to stay calm. One is going to be the IGL Kunal. In the first 3 games, he always had smiles on his face. He knew what to do. He came up with a strategy of how to reach that champion condition. And afterwards, it seems like he's come under a lot of pressure. And let's not forget Johan as well. He's been picking up so many frags and he's missing out on those 4v4s when it comes to those close range battle. Just in case these 2 come back into their fray, then Autobotz can roll out with that championship.
Well, let's see now. I mean, there's a lot of storyline that we can build right now.
Yeah.
But again, one thing that really surprised me is because in this crucial situation, there's a lot of teams as well who changes their pace. Based on this position they have on the leaderboard, if they're catching up on 80 points or if they're already there and just trying to survive, there's a lot of different, like from both ends of the spectrum. We've seen that earlier.
True.
Autobotz, Expand. They were, well, Autobotz and Expand in comparison. Yeah. Autobotz was aggressive in the beginning. They're not really being passive, surviving towards the final circle. And in comparison to Expand, which is like, yes, they are bringing in the elimination, but they know if they are in a pinch, they pull away. They don't go for that final moment wherein there's only one remaining. So those things that we didn't expect out of 2 teams that has achieved the champion rush condition is being shown right now. It's happening right now. So even for those trying to catch up, they're not in the correct tactics, I would say, not in the correct mindset based on what is needed, but it's more of what is comfortable, and that might be troublesome.
Yeah, absolutely. But we're going to be looking at the drop spots of this game. And it seems like there's a huge cluster towards that TV tower region.
Well, let's see now. TV tower, 3 teams in there. NXT, Team Akkee, Team Hind. Well, if they want to survive Team Hind, they need to move out of the way. Windmill, Delta Isle, best drop spot now, I'd say, because of the exit and entrance or entry that you can get into the next phase of circle. Or if you would be just getting out of the way, just get in studios right now. Autobotz has a great advantage. The same goes with Expand right now. Echo Drain and Bayside. The only trouble though is forced within Casa Vista. If they hear those gunshots, once they loot it up, that's where they might meet and they might eliminate each other. So hopefully they become silent for a moment, just get the perfect opportunity so they can have a bigger chance of grabbing the Booyah as well as the championship.
You know, all of a sudden, I'm trying to remember the similarities of championships being taken away, right? The last time Team Hind got a championship for themselves, it was they had around 100 and 11 points. Okay. And previous to that, I think it was FFMBB. That is where I saw another team who walked away with the champion. Even they had 111 as their overall points, and now we have got Expand who have also reached the same number. So I strongly feel like, slowly my head is tilting towards Expand, and they might walk away with a Booyah in case these numbers do play a magical role.
Well, definitely a magical role. At some point, some treat it as good luck because 3 of a kind is not something that you get often, especially in this kind of situation. And I do agree, if the pattern evolves, if the pattern shows up in many instances, then it might not just be luck. It's just a pattern that everyone is chasing, is getting there. It's being set up for them to achieve their ultimate goal. And that's the ultimate goal of every team right now, to be the champions of this competition. So let's see if that happens for Expand. Let's see if they get denied again, because that would definitely hurt a lot. I can't let go. I can't really imagine what's going through the minds of Expand right now. Ending that game wherein you're in a 1v4, you lost that fight, and you have to do it once again. And those who took you down might be grabbing the crown, the trophy away from you. So hopefully they have their minds clear right now, their hearts cleared, so that they're ready on what is in front of them.
I knew that you were the god of fresh water, and I hope that you did not predict the future and be the bearer of bad news for Team Expand out there, because you just laid down things so much that probably Team Hind will have smiles on their face if they're listening to you right now, and probably replicate to walk away with a Booyah and the championship for themselves. But again, since we are speaking about teams who can also activate their champion rush condition, we have a lot of contenders out there. We've got GodLike, who are very close to it, 5 points away. Then we have our NXT, who've been aggressive throughout the lobby, who've been picking up eliminations. Even, they're kind of having around 12 points for them to activate that champion rush condition. Dewa United have also come in closer. They need around 15 points, and so on.
Well, again, it's just getting closer and closer for some of the teams right now. You did mention about Dewa United. iQOO Gaming needs the same number of points.
Exactly.
They need 15 points as well. So it's just like, again, the condition is, for those who haven't reached it, is not just to reach that champion rush condition, not 80 points. Eliminate the first 3 teams who already activated it, and then that's when you gather all those points. How close you are means how less effort you will have to put to be able to do it, because it wouldn't end here. Even if you get that Booyah, yeah, okay, you have the prestige. I'm not saying that Booyah is bad. I'm just saying that not at this moment. It doesn't make sense at this moment. If you only need 10 points, just grab 10 points or 11 just to be safe. But that's one thing. Just do what is necessary onto that level that you need to. But you did mention about things that might go wrong, and I guess you just got reminded of Murphy's Law. Anything that can go wrong will go wrong. So hopefully they're prepared for that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, I'm kind of disappointed to see that Extreme X are unable to perform like how they did in the previous day. Till yesterday, it seems like they're one of those teams who walk away with a minimum of 16 points per game. They were very aggressive. They could convert those 4v4. Straw Hats as well. And this was the team I was speaking about. Straw Hats was the team who walked away with a championship with having 111 in their name. So 111 points in their name. So there's a lot which is coming into play. There's a lot what is happening out there, but it's time for me to bring in the experts, and that's gonna be you guys watching us on the stream right now. You guys have been phenomenal so far in predicting which team might walk away with the championship. Now we give you a chance out there, right? Let us know which among these teams will either hit the champion rush condition. If you feel that no boss, I think the teams amongst the 3 will be the champions by the end of the day. Let us know which among these teams, and let's see which among you will come out true.
And also give us a like right there, and make sure that you invite your friends, because the game is not yet over. Though this might be potentially the last game, but there's still a lot of excitement that is about to unfold. Again, apologies for a little bit of delay from our side. We're just making sure that all the teams are ready, prepared, no problem at all, before we jump in onto our next game, or potentially last game, depending on what they're going to do right here. But this is something that, again, we need a little bit more of your patience, and gives us more time of talking as well, because there's a lot of things that has been happening so far. We did point out some good points as well, especially for those who have achieved the champion rush condition, but those who are being left behind, those who are chasing, and they need a lot of change. Revenant XSpark, what do you think is happening with this team? Because from the main event, I think they've done so well, but they're failing this time.
Yeah, but again, it's the pressure, right? Everybody knows that, there's a team which has already activated the champion rush. So every other team is desperate to pick up fights. And that's one of the reasons why they're unable to, convert those 4v4s first and then go on to pick up those Booyahs. So probably the IGLs will have to forget about it. They should be like, Murphy's Law is there, man. If it has to go wrong, it will go wrong. Why don't we just play our game, enjoy ourselves? Probably that is what expanded in the initial games.
Yeah, let's see though if that would work for them as we take a peek once again. Just a recap for everyone, guys, as we take a peek on our grand final standing. This is what we were talking about. For GodLike, they only need 5 points to activate that champion rush condition. 12 points for NXT Esports. Same 15 points for Dewa United, Horus, and iQOO Total Gaming. 23 points for Straw Hats. 28 points needed for Extreme X. And 29 for Team Akkee. For both Revenant XSpark as well as Horaa, that's 40 and 41 respectively. So you can see just right here, right then, after 4 matches, or maybe 5 matches, there's still a lot of teams who was doing good in the main event, but not doing good right now. And as you mentioned, Arca, it's more of the pressure, because there's already some teams ahead of them, but hopefully they can brush it off.
Yeah, hopefully. But again, practically speaking, on which teams can actually make it through, I believe that until Extreme X, anybody can still do it. I know Akkee have still got that opportunity, but again, as I said, they are under pressure. Look at them. No placement points itself shows that they're desperate to take fights and they're unable to play for those final games. In case they realize this, that they need to survive for a bit more longer, probably we can expect a big game coming in from their side, a 30+ bomber, and then immediately activating the champion rush itself.
Well, let's see. I mean, easier said than done, though we've seen a few teams manage to do that, like Autobotz, who managed to pull it off, almost pull it off twice in a row, though.
Yeah.
That's the 2 Booyahs they have. So in Kalahari, 35 points, and then 26 in Solara.
True.
Even on Team Hind's side, 32 points from that last Purgatory game. So it is possible for most of the teams. All you have to do is be patient. Aggressive in most cases, or in some cases, but you need to be tactical as well. It's just that balance of both. Now, we don't see often for most of the teams. It's just either one side of being aggressive or being passive, wherein both are ending up as a loss.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, again, as I said, it's about you calming your brains, forgetting about whatever has happened in the lobby. Concentrate on your agenda. What's your agenda? Either activate the champion rush. If you've got it, try to survive until the end, but do not shy away from fights. Expand. Even though they were not shying away from fights, it's just that Team Hind just showcase some really phenomenal firepower at the nth moment, and hopefully we'll be able to see them replicate that. Autobotz on the other side are kind of evading from fights, trying to play it a little more safer, which is kind of backfiring for them, and hopefully we'll be seeing a different approach coming in from their side. Team Hind, I mean, I've been impressed by this team through and throughout. They were my favorites coming in the previous tournament where they walked away with the championship. But this time around, I feel like Wolvin is under pressure. The MVP is under pressure. Shoto might be picking it up, but Wolvin needs to pick up in case they need the championship.
Oh, definitely. I mean, you need to spread that energy around, especially if Shoto with that motivation, as well as the Booyah that has been gathered earlier.
Yeah.
If he can spread it around, give that confidence to the rest of the squad, and we were talking about that confidence as well earlier. If they have that confidence, they can manage to at least win battles and survive battles, then they might be the ones grabbing the championship this time around. Again, the scale is still weighing towards South Asia and Southeast Asia. On who's grabbing the championship, who's grabbing the trophy. And again, we're asking everyone right here, which team is your favorite? Which team do you think will be able to get the next champion rush condition, as well as who would be the champions right here? Because despite of how much more we want to start the game, we need to prepare much better. We need to make sure that everyone is all set. Thus, a little bit of delay of starting that game number 6.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, the fan favorite teams from the region, Indian region, right? Total Gaming and GodLike. For the first time in any tournament, I see them under a bit of a pressure. I'm not able to see the IGLs thinking straight. The front-line assaulters are unable to pull it off. I know that Marco and Nobita are trying to do their best of what they can. But again, with Marco not able to pick up those close-range battles, I feel like this could be an issue. But again, let's not forget that Total Gaming as well, hashtag sometimes has picked up the pace, sometimes has been the frontline assaulter, making sure that he picks up fights to convert those 4v4s. But Mafia's position is going to be very, very crucial for them. They need to make sure that Mafia picks up some frags initially so that the team can have a bit more confidence. With this, ladies and gentlemen, we have a bit of a news for you guys. There's been some technical issues going around. We are trying to fix it up as quickly as possible, and this is where God gives you an opportunity. Share among your friends, bring them all out here. Cheer for the teams out there. Probably that energy can make things proper very, very soon.
And then more opportunity as well as you listening to a podcast by Akkee and I. So we might be talking a few more because of what's going to happen right now. But, well, thank you very much, production. We're going to go for a quick break. And hopefully when we return, we have everything set up. So make sure that you stay in here, chat who you think will be the champion, and we'll be right back.
It's one Malaysian team and two Indian teams who've got their hands on the trophy. And now let's see which amongst them are going to come in to snatch it away from them, because several are very close to activating the champion rush condition as well. You guys are watching Free Fire Max Asia Invitational 2026 Spring. With me on the desk is going to be me, Orca. With me is going to be the man with the smile, Neptune, yet again. You know, it's been a phenomenal day, if you ask me. Energetic game. I've been sweating in and out. I've been looking at these games. I'm at the edge of my seat. What are your thoughts? Are you expecting more teams to activate the champion rush, or are you looking at a champion in the making?
Definitely. I mean, I want more teams to be in there. I want more chaos to be in there. And the reason why I'm smiling aloud as well is because of the storyline that's being built right now. Yeah. It's just going through my head. We're in. Autobotz could have taken it, and then Expand grabbed it. Expand could have taken it, but Team Hind grabbed it. So it's just that back and forth. Yeah. And it is a strategy for the teams, but it's comedic from the perspective of a viewer, because why couldn't they take it? Why are they being denied? And I'm really looking forward to the teams or other teams who can stop them from doing so. So let's see though. And we just witnessed earlier from the randomizers, our next game is in Solara. So let's see if Autobotz this time around can finish it off, or another team might get and activate that champion rush condition.
The map of Solara, ladies and gentlemen, on our screens anytime soon. Again, I request you guys to let us know which team do you think is going to walk away with the championship, because it's just few games, my friend. Why don't you be smart in the chat for now? The flight path seems to be a little bit skewed yet again, and in case it is, I'm going to have a big smile on my face. Oh no, I think the gods are like, you know what? You guys have been watching a lot of entertainment. Let's give a chance for these teams to showcase their true powers.
Bro, you're pulling my leg right there. I'm about to say, hurrah, another one flight path. But no, this is the usual that we have. But let's take a peek at those teams that might be going in a little bit early. Team Hind, I think they are being targeted by Expand right now, especially with the spread that they've done on this side, especially coming from Windmill. But Hind right now will be seeing GodLike. Will they be able to finish him off? It's Nancy! He managed to go in for that headshot with that Kingfisher. No, it's only one player though. Let's see if with that trade they will be backing off. Sahil Chad will be taken out. Shodo as well. Will they be eliminated completely? Will they be taken out of this lobby and denied of the championship?
Oh, Kerry God. He lies. He lies like a slithering snake behind a rock, trying to wait for these fights. At the same time, look at the calmness. You can also see a bit of a pressure on the cam in his face, but Expand on the other side, they've got that early 4v4 converted in their name, and that's a really good start. Zion on the other side says, I can pick some more as he pushes towards Rusty, who's surviving at a bit of HP, and he gets taken down. And that's triple elimination going in the name of Zion.
A lot of teams has been fishing all those elimination with the Kingfisher, pun intended. But 5 elimination from Expand. Again, there's aggression coming from these teams that really worries me. And it's a good thing that Autobotz is one of the team out of those 3 that has activated champion rush condition who's managed to slow down in this early games. But Expand right now, still a few hunted might be met from Riders Club. How quick they were from Windmill to Riders Club. It's only 2 minutes and they grabbed that 5 elimination already. This just shows that they're getting aggressive.
Absolutely. Team Hind, Shoto, he revives his team, and that means Team Hind is back in this game. Yogi, he's been stuck. He's the patty in the sandwich for now. It's got to be fixed from one side and Savage from the other. Yogi is trying to have a divided attention, which is not good, and Ohio puts him down, and Yogi is going to bleed out eventually. No teammates close by, but Reset. Look at him go aggressive on Horaa.
See, Horaa. Let's see if we're gonna go say Horaa out of this fight. Team Akkee, no fix. Moves away. Shots onto Horaa with Voodoo. And a revive on Fuwarak right now. 5 elimination already for Akkee. But Horaa is not out just yet. They still have a couple of players remaining, one with half of HP, but on the other side, it's Autobotz right here, who felt a little bit of pressure from Revenant XSpark, but not so much that they can be taken down.
GodLike 3 points away from activating the champion rush. Autobotz finally coming back to their senses. They're pushing Johan to go in and take fights, and he's been successful. A bit of confidence to this lad, and it could be a different outcome altogether. Vincent gets taken down, confirmation comes through, and Autobotz, they would have lost Venom far away, but they've got that vending machine, and he's got to be back in this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about back and forth. I guess it's the story of this. It's not just position, but also the teammates. It's always back and forth. Even GodLike, look at those numbers, those teams. A full revive has been done for the team already, and they're slowly gathering all those elimination. Targeting Team Akkee right now, but Riptide Rhythm, a little bit of miss, and doesn't have a chance to take down Fix that easily as he flies away, moves away with that slide rail, but Yogi unrelenting with a G36 flying like a G6.
80 points and champion rush condition activated. For all those GodLike fans who are jumping in joy, you'll have to wait for another game, ladies and gentlemen, because they might have activated it, but they have to get the Booyah in the next game, and that is only if the other teams do not walk away with the Booyah. Venom, look at him chasing down KD God. Has an idea where he could be. Shot gets connected, and Venom puts him down and gets that confirmation as well.
This is what I'm talking about. 3 teams battling for that championship, and they're the ones taking each other down.
No.
Saijat once again. No, it's not Saijat. Earlier it was KD God, who was a sole survivor. Now Saijat has a chance to revive the teammates, but only a few points remaining. For Expand, though, a little bit silent, just staying in the edge of the circle, but they can go for the pinch against Straw Hats right now, especially shock, damage, and a couple of players already jumping into the fray.
Fake. He's trying to put the player down, but eventually it's retaliation as Neil puts him down, gets that confirmation. Before getting taken down, another player also goes down, and Expand are starting to lose players. Luckily, Straw Hats have fallen back from this fight, and that means Expand have now got an opportunity to revive their teammates.
Let's see, are they going to use that revive platform or just find a vending machine? Hopefully a vending machine. 4,100 coins from Loki. Plenty rich for an early game right now, but almost the same goes for Straw Hats right now with 2K on the coins. NXT has been eliminated. First team that has been taken out in here on a 6-minute mark. But Straw Hats will be pulling away from that next spot of being in the lobby.
The calm before the storm, Neptune. Every time this happens, it kind of makes my heart beat harder. Look at this. Neil tries to come down, and Revenant XSpark says, let's put him down mid-air. Successfully, Gopu gets that, and immediately he falls back. He knows nobody's going to come here to revive him. So ultimately, Hush is going to be the next wolf on hunting. He doesn't see the last player. But now we look at another favorite from Indian region. Total Gaming are trying to push in against Expand, and this could be the fight to finish.
Well, let's see, I mean, if Expand gets eliminated right now, more chances for Autobotz and Team Hind to grab that championship. But Nage being killed, being thrown at iQOO Total Gaming. I don't think they will be staying for long. One of which has already pulled away using a vehicle, and everyone just guarding the door. Shanky, especially as he has that Mag 7 in hand, he might be able to take down Xeon the moment he steps out. Uses that glue wall to block it, but glue wall melter into the fray, giving opportunity for an open shot by Xeon, but misses it. Let's see, where is the backup though from Expand? I'm not seeing them. There goes Bolts though, but he needs an opening. There goes a glue wall melter. Not so much of pressure, and it's taking a long time for the elimination to happen.
They call in the cavalry. Finally, it's Expand trying to regroup out here. 1v3 split. Can they do something out here? It seems like Delete is going to knock down Walls with that skill. And all of a sudden, Total Gaming are trying to do their best to put an end for Expand. It's going to be Walls who gets taken down as well. And the final player, it was a very, very lucky move for them as they go in for a 1v3 split. And due to which they still survive. Total Gaming on the other side, They're picking up frags. They're close to 70. They need 11 more to activate the champion rush condition.
All right, let's see now. Champion rush condition slowly being achieved by some of the teams, but those who has already been here was in the brink of extinction from this game, like Team Hind as well as Expand. It's only Autobotz right now who I think was playing it safe. Again, they failed twice already, and now they thought, okay, we shouldn't really rush in and get all those points. Doesn't matter if we're number 1, as long as we don't get that Booyah, this never ends.
This time, Autobots are thinking straight. Look at that. They're taking a fight, or they're holding a ground where there's a vending machine. So that means anybody tries to push to this building, the last player would relentlessly run towards that vending machine and get those survival. And they'll have to have a bit of coins in their pocket for that. Hopefully they have it. GodLike on the other side. They need to be careful. Look at how this place is turning out to be a most crowded region in this overall map.
I do agree. I mean, there's a lot of teams already gathering towards this area of Bloomtown. I don't think anything will be blooming right now, especially with how crowded it is. But, well, still have to wait for next phase of the circle, where it's going to come up. Rival points is about to be closing in there. And there you have it. Thank you very much, production, showing us that circle as it closes down. Team Expand are outside. Straw Hats putting pressure on them, and they might be losing real estate later on. A couple of players from Expand in the middle, but they can be dealt with by Autobotz right there, as well as some other teams. I'm still looking for Hind.
Yeah, there they are at the bottom left.
Slowly moving in, and I guess they had a great ideation, similar to what we've seen from the earlier game.
Team Hind thought that the circle might end up somewhere close to them, but now they have a challenge. Now they need to take a rotation, hiding from everybody else. And then and only then can they walk away with the championship. Dewa, oh my god, North puts one player down. An immediate trade comes in from the other side. And this is a back and throw, ladies and gentlemen. You guys are witnessing the rumble at its best.
Well, the only question though is, are they ready to rumble? As Dewa United, a team that we expect to have taken that champion rush condition a little bit early in this game, denied so many times, and still on the chase. Zone closing in already. We can hear the sirens. And the only question though is, from those teams that we saw earlier outside the zone, will they be able to get in? Will they be able to find a spot? Definitely there's a few more compounds to work with, but it's a matter of not being targeted as you sneak into some of those compounds.
Autobots and GodLike have played the maximum of the games together because they come in from the same region of South India. So that means they might have an idea that the team shooting or the team receiving end of things are either GodLike or Autobotz. Nonetheless, Revenant XSpark on the other side are doing a phenomenal job for now. They picked up a lot of players from that of Straw Hats. But they need to be careful because the Bolt Maker is going to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it is Revenant XSpark who managed to trigger that. Just make sure that they will not be third party overall, but it's Expand who's getting close. Shot onto Luki. And there goes a little bit back up to make sure that Horaa would lose out one of their players. Now, there's 3 players remaining for Horaa though. There's Revenant XSpark who would be deadly in this approach. They are covering the better part of this area, of this circle. Thus, they need to take them down. A little bit of saving grace for side Straw Hats as well. When we thought that they would be taken out, a couple of players has been revived.
Expand now will have to make it inside the circle. Where will they go? Use the binoculars to get to know that one compound is completely empty and they're trying to traverse around. But Autobots, they've got a chance to hurt them, but they miss it out. And this is where Autobots need to be careful, because closest to them is going to be Expand on one side, Revenant XSpark on the other, as well as Horaa. And look at this circle. It's going to favor the rest of the teams. It's GodLike, and Team Hind is now flying to the same vicinity.
No opening. It's a good thing no one shot at them. They are saved. They managed to survive. And I don't know if it's a swing of luck or no one was just paying attention. Wolven has been picked up, but they might still be receiving a little bit of damage because of that Bolt Maker. Flicker though, and Straw has run for this game, and we are down to 10. What's deadly, Arca, is we are on the 13-minute mark, and we still have 10 teams remaining. It would be chaotic in a bit, and we are seeing that there's almost full squad all around.
This is what a champion lobby is gonna look like. Look at those grenades from Dewa. Finally showcasing what they can do, but Fix says, it's better you hold on to your horses. Stay away from the window. GodLike, Team Hind so close to one another. Team Expand on the other side will now have the zone pushing them inside, and Autobotz will have a bit of an idea where they're going to be approaching from. If Autobotz do not respect Expand from coming in closer, that could be a bit of a problem.
Well, let's see though. I mean, I'm seeing Kunal right there with that sword, and definitely glue walls that's being laid out can be taken down. A couple of knocks already on the Expand, and confirmation happening as well. The denial is real. Autobots is making sure that there's no contention for that championship as they remain alive as a full squad.
GodLike on the other side is interested to the center of the circle, whereas Autobots, they are keen to take down that final player from that of Expand, who's so low on HP. Now they concentrate on another team altogether. Affik, still being that final ray of hope, is traversing around, comes into the jaws of death if you ask me. He's gone to the wrong side of the circle, and I hope he finds some place to call home.
You know, I mean, it might be going home. That would be happening right there if he doesn't survive. But Autobots right now has moved to a different compound. Overall, step by step, Autobots are doing it right. And they might be the ones grabbing the championship right here. Next target would be iQOO Total Gaming on the low ground. And Autobots has the utility to be able to wreak havoc against them. But will they have the time? Because in a bit, the zone will be closing in.
Team Hind holding on to their horses. Autobots, Mad God says, I am done enough. He pushes in. Can he land a shot or two? Total Gaming goes into the hiding, but all they'll need is to watch out for this player who comes inside. Kunal on the other side gets taken down. Johan is trying to do his best, and eventually Johan and Mad God put an end for them. Autobots need to recover, need to come back to the center of the circle, because GodLike is still alive and kicking. Team Hind is still alive and kicking, and guess what? Now they might have to face Team Hind. This is where the championship is going to be drawn. Team Hind so close to that next circle, and Dewa is the only team which can restrict them.
North with the God Nade against Tucson. They might be able to end Extreme X right now. Make sure that they have this compound, but battle is not yet over because they were united. Might be waiting for them on their approach on the next phase of the circle. Adrian, 4-shot against Revenant XSpark. Vincent and Ars has been knocked down as well. The battle continue though on this side of the map. For Revenant XSpark did manage to survive that, but they need to deal with Team Akkee as well as GodLike. Chaos overall. We have no view of who's going to win, and even those on the top of the board might be taken down, especially with the position that's being taken. But speaking of position, Autobots in the best position, but everyone is targeting them right now.
Oh, they're changing position. I don't see any Moko to reveal the location of Autobots. Now they call in the vehicles as well. It's gonna be important for... Look at Affik! He's still alive and kicking. Finally gets taken down by Johan himself. Autobots can strip history out here. They see GodLike coming in closer, and Mad God needs to be careful. If he gets taken down, the story can be different, but he pulls back. This is where the grenade is gonna be tossed in at the right corner. GodLike, they need to watch out for Dewa. They need to watch out for Revenant XSpark. But what is Team Hind doing amongst all these teams? Now they pounce upon EXC, and Sejon runs away from that position.
Oh, two more contention in here to be that champion. Revenant XSpark already being taken down by Marco with an M590 from GodLike. Now, Extreme X being taken down one at a time. Earlier, it was Team Hind who's dealing with down. Now, it is Dewa United from that second floor. In a bit, the zone will be closing in. We still have a few teams surviving. Make that 6 to be exact. And it is a trouble zone right now. We don't know where it's going to shift. We don't know where it's going to go as to each swing of those guns might lead the downfall of those already waiting to be the champion.
Team Hind still holding to the corner of the circle. Autobotz says, let's run away from this position. Dewa comes in closer towards Team Hind. Soiljot very low on HP, gets taken down. And it's going to be the others who are trying to relentlessly put him down. Autobotz are playing a very, very key hand out here. Soiljot is going to be the last man standing for the side of Team Hind. Dewa knows this exactly. And from far away, look at how strong Autobotz are looking with all 4 men trying to take down players. Soiljot runs away from this position and Dewa still survives.
Hell, 4 men strong, Dewa United might be deadly, especially on pressure just like this.
Oh, no.
Autobotz needs to back away, but I think they still have a good plan. Lay it as it was earlier, like Team Hind did it. Slow down, slow the pace, and then that's where you take the advantage. It's only Autobotz right now who can be champions. Lifting on the 2-2, going against GodLike. Being aggressive will not give them dividends, especially with this shrink up the circle. But hopefully everyone on the other side is being afraid of a team like Autobotz.
Autobotz finally come in contact with GodLike. Nancy gets taken down. Marco in a deep trouble. Autobotz are trying to play it safe, but Dewa says we come in here and they need to roll out. What happens out here is going to predict which among these teams are going to be champions, because the other two have activated the champion rush condition. Autobotz are playing it safe. Kunal is going to be holding on to his horses for the longest time possible. Dewa is now forced to go towards GodLike as Autobotz are trying to make it safe. Look at where GodLike have placed themselves above that building. Johan is trying to do his best. Adrian gets taken down. Tiki is too close for a sniping angle. It's not going to be easy, ladies and gentlemen. It all comes down to a 3v3 where Autobotz are left with 2. Johan, the last man standing, can he pull it off? Because this is GodLike inside the circle. Johan cannot heal, and GodLike walks away with the Booyah. The drama continues. 2 more teams activate the champion rush condition. Autobotz so close, yet so far.
Another denial of that championship, and it is from a team who will be jumping in to join them on that champion rush condition. And correct me if I'm wrong, we might be seeing 5 teams already after this game would be chasing for the crown. And we just hit that 6-match mark already. Remember from last year, the target was 8 when Abitex KBC managed to grab that Booyah as well as the champion. We're getting close to that.
GodLike Yogi. Yogi is eased out of pressure, and that could be a problem for the rest of the lobby. Mark my words when I say this, but what a valiant effort coming in from the side of Autobotz. They had it, almost had the championship in their hand. It's just that Johan was holding the center of that building, steps out for some reason. Look at that, Johan is right there at the center of it all. And suddenly, instead of coming to the center, he goes to get in those fights. And GodLike, they're like, you know what? There's too much glue wall out here. What we'll do is try to create a maze. By the time he comes out, he's gone.
Yeah, I mean, the ring around the Rosie that ended a little bit short because of the aggression that we were seeing out of this team. But I'm really loving the drama. I'm really loving the storyline right now. Here comes a Booyah being grabbed. This time around when it really matters. And GodLike is catching up with a lot of teams. Now, with that being said, I think they've already reached 100 points as well into this game we're in. Well, there's really no need to get that much, but for GodLike, they have achieved the champion rush condition. As you look, 28 points, just following 27 from Autobotz.
A lot of teams are so close to activating the champion rush condition yet again. But let me tell you this, with more than 3 teams already activating the champion rush condition, the upcoming lobby is going to look the strongest throughout this tournament. Nonetheless, XtremeX yet again falls short. Total Gaming have been punched down, but it doesn't matter, right? I mean, wait a minute. They did not activate the champion rush. They're 7 points shy.
I mean, that's tough. They could have grabbed that already, but it's just the name of the game right now. Well, other than Free Fire, the name of the game for this Grand Finals is to deny them of grabbing that 80 points. So let's take a peek, though, on the Grand Final standings, just to be sure that we have it right in terms of numbers. And I do agree, we have a few teams that need only a few points. And iQOO Gaming, NXT Esports needs 7 points to activate that. But we've seen stories, miracles happen all throughout the day, especially for the last 3 games that we were casting.
Imagine the upcoming game has a final circle with all 5 teams who have got the champion rush activated, fighting it out for the championship. Yet again, the Indian teams are looking out the heaviest. Look at that. 3 Indian teams are out there, and make it 2 more were on the verge of activating the champion rush condition. This couldn't have been better for the Indian fans. Nonetheless, we have still got expanding their powers throughout the lobby.
Yeah, well, let's see though. I mean, it doesn't really mean that you're first to the key, you're first to the goal. It just means that the trouble or the struggle will continue on, especially with a lot of players, a lot of teams right here chasing that spot. 6 games done already. 5 teams already activating that champion rush condition. A couple more teams who might be able to deny them and grab that spot for themselves is waiting. And with this storyline, I thought it was about to end. Autobotz looking close to be able to get that champion, but it's more of how smart and calm GodLike is to take that higher ground, to take a view of everyone else and spot out the best approach to be done. And well, let's see who is the next one to do that against these 5 teams who's waiting.
Damn, I'm sweating. I've used all the tissues around me. I've taken, my kerchief is soaking wet right now, and that's how close games are turning out to be. If this is our case, just imagine what the teams might be undergoing. Nonetheless, I want to tell this to you guys. I know your predictions, most of it is coming out true. And you'll have to thank this lad for GodLike. I said Marco needs to step up. And it seems like he's listening to us. 7 eliminations for 2,390 damage. GodLike did everything right in this game.
Yeah, I mean, he will be able to listen because I think that post is not to block his ears. It's to show that they have the smarts of outsmarting even the best team in this lobby. With that valiant dash, J. Beebs, Nikita, and Joseph, he lead the fray of this game, and 590 in hand. We've seen how well those swings did manage to get all those points. And we're seeing a pattern right here. Some of the MVPs right now are putting in a little bit aggressive, especially with the passive skills that they have. And I'm just loving this storyline. Let's take a look at the rest of the squad though. If it does align with what Marco has. Nancy definitely with that same with the Joseph as well as Nikita. The only difference is if he has that time turner, he'll be able to go for the pick up or quick pick up with that Tiva.
Absolutely. I mean, you have broken it down so perfectly. Now I wonder what kind of a loadout they're going to come up in the next game. Are they going to stick to this and make sure that, they have a coda, which we have not seen being a default in any other team? For that reason, Nobita, no wonder he uses that grenade launcher, right? He knows exactly. He's got so much information. So he's like, okay, you guys are walking in from this direction. Pow! And you guys are gone.
Yeah, I mean, this is one signature move that we've seen in one of the teams from Thailand, and that's Captain himself from Booyah United. So I'm really loving that they're carrying it over to their side as their, I would say their arsenal. But as Nobita, he doesn't really have that much of elimination. But if it's a grenade that he is going to bring into the table, damage definitely has been brought in. It's more of Marco, Nancy, as well as Yogi who managed to go in dealt with most of those elimination. But that doesn't take out Nobita because we know for a fact that he has what it takes to bring all those numbers for later. But I'm just excited. It's going to move to the next game, past game number 6, because I'm loving the storyline for the teams. I'm loving the drama, and I'm loving that we still don't know who's going to be the champions.
I mean, I know that we are all enjoying this. I know most of the chat is really happy because most of their predictions are coming out true. And that's one of the reasons why I ask you again, do you feel that more teams are going to activate the champion rush condition? Or do you feel like, we might have our champion rush activated and one amongst them is going to have the championship for themselves?
Well, let's see though if that happens. We're going to go for a quick break, and hopefully this next set will give you that championship. Next up, we're going to have Lucifer and Crips back, but we'll see you in a bit. Don't go away.
here to crown a new Asian champion, and every single game that we don't, the stakes get higher, the tension gets much tighter, and obviously the anxiety will go through the roof. Every single game that we don't crown a champion, more and more teams enter the champion rush condition. More and more possible champions are right around the corner, waiting to grab that trophy with both hands. And will this map will finally be the one that we get a champion? We will find out which map it is, and if at all this map gives us a champion, then it will be absolutely phenomenal.
And we head towards the next era. Round and round and round. It's a merry-go-round at this point, Crips. Opportunities so many, lost by so many teams. And right now, just because of that situation, how many teams do we have with the champion rush condition active? 5. The same thing when we headed to game number 7 back in FFMAI 2025. We had the same number of teams. They kind of tell you, right? History kind of sometimes does repeat and you don't know when, but it actually does. And right now it's happening. Might not be the same teams, but the virtue of it is happening right as of now. And on top of it, who will win it? The unthinkable and the unthought might win it. Or even the Southeast Asian strongholds that have been getting their opportunities, winning battles, might have a chance. Because Dewa United Horus were very close, but GodLike took up the better opportunity in that final zone. This was almost a carousel, almost a funfair, but yes, ironically it was in Solara. Right now in FFMAI 2026 Spring, it is an opportunity for another new teams if possible. Because just going back, Crips, when we started the day, the champion rush race, the graphic that we had, by this time we should have at least had 11 teams with champion rush condition active. Hello?
But
it's only 5.
Yeah.
Get ready for chaos. This is what we expected.
Exactly. Like last time, we had teams like Bigetron who were able to activate the champion rush condition way before anybody else. And then Avida stole the Booyah right from under their noses and took home the trophy. I think something similar might happen this time, because as of now, you got Autobotz, Hind, you've got Expand. It's been a while since they activated their champion rush condition, and the fact that none of them were able to win, even though there were like 2 of them in the final circle, it kind of makes me very nervous, because as and when they squander those opportunities, more and more teams enter that fray. And surprisingly, I was very shocked to see Dewa United not performing well today, considering that they were absolutely dominant in the main event. They got like 159 points in just a single day of play. And I was like, okay, cool. Maybe if this is the pace that they carry on, maybe they will be able to activate their champion rush condition in the 3rd game itself. Well, it took them twice the amount of time. It took them 6 games to activate it. But now that it is active, everybody needs to start respecting the threat that is Dewa United Horus.
Everybody should, but I think at this point, everybody right now has a lot of respect for all the teams right now in this grand finals. Because nobody expected each other to be at this level. When we started the day off, we did not think Autobots will be the ones who will be activating in just 3 games. And then yes, Expand and Dewa United Horus should have, but along with them, even right now, Team Hind have made their direction. GodLike, the way they performed, and now you can see Yogi with confidence. He was happy. This is now we heading into game number 7. Welcome to Free Fire Max Asia Invitational 2026 Spring, where the champions can get crowned now. This is a game from the very start in our South Asia plains till the main event, and now in the grand finals have been high scoring games. Is that gonna happen once again as we start the game now?
Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Next era is that map where we often see the highest number of eliminations. And if this is the map where we crown the champion, that means the champion will have to shoot their way to the trophy. They can't hide, they can't use tactics, they will have to fight their way through. And that, in my opinion, is the most entertaining and the most prestigious way to win this tournament. Let's see whether or not we crown a champion, because we've got Expand currently leading with 124 points. Autobots with a bunch of eliminations have 122. GodLike following close behind, having won the Booyah in the last game. They activated their champion rush condition. They have overtaken Team Hind, who've actually activated it way before they did. And then last but not the least, the ever-present, ever-looming threat, Dewa United Horus, have also activated their champion rush condition. 5 teams, 5 potential winners in this game, and if none of them take it, then we might even get an 8th map. But GodLike seem to be in trouble already, having lost Yogi and Marco. Luckily, Vending Machine is right around the corner, so Akkee will not be able to eliminate the entire team just yet. But it's still not the right start that they were looking for.
A lot of teams who are looking forward to a Booyah with the champion rush condition active, not having a great start. Even Autobotz, iQOO Gaming, they're finding them. Quick exchange coming in that direction from Mad God. That was quick to recover his teammate as well and grab the elimination. But this is how it ends up. This is the pressure that everybody's feeling off the lobby. While we are at game number 7, a lot of you and us, and you can let us know also in the chat, we thought this should have ended at game 5 or maybe even game 4, looking at how Autobots were playing. But right as now, Autobots still have trouble. The elimination leaders, the one who got the very first elimination, Straw Hats, have now spotted them as well. Quick on the revive, back again, getting the player back. Kunal just running all about to make sure the team survives till the very last.
Wow. It actually is quite bold of Kunal to split away from his team. Well, since it's very early on, I guess he can afford to do so. He can gather more information. Meanwhile, while Kunal was running around all by himself, Venom takes off one player from Revenant XSpark. NXT, though, I do feel kind of bad for them. They were one of the teams in the final circle of the previous game. Oh man. That's a very unfortunate way to find Savage. The point I was saying is that NXT almost made it to the champion rush condition in the previous game as well. They were in the final circle. They could have activated it over here, but they missed out by 4 points. Make it 3 now. So yeah, maybe this will not come and haunt their dreams later on.
If this game doesn't end with the champion rush team getting a Booyah, it will haunt. Otherwise, maybe not. There is still an opportunity. And there it is, Autobots once again. Straw Hats nil. This was the team all the way from Mudside, still chasing them and once again put an end to it. Revenant XSpark in a similar approach, expand. They end up losing Luki, but Arsh is here. He can also put down Luki, and that's what happens with Luki down. Zion also goes. Confirmations coming across. Afik is quick on his run, but Arsh, he moves in the other direction, gives an opportunity to revive. Electrotherapy being used. Arsh's position known, but Afik, he wants to challenge this. This is happening at Boxing Gym. It seems like everybody is going in with punches all out. And finally, for Arsh, making Expand feel like they could maybe end up losing, they put him down as well. And that's another confirmation. But Revenant XSpark, it doesn't seem like they're backing off as Gopo OP, he takes a leap and he's also here at the gym.
Yeah, Revenant XSpark have nothing to lose. 53 points to their name. They don't have many chances of activating their champion rush condition in the next game or 2. So they might as well start playing aggressively and hope to farm as many eliminations as possible. And if they ruin the games of someone else in the process, then so be it. Gopu trying his level best to get the angle onto Afik, but he was so low in health, he couldn't do much at all. But Expand are in trouble right now. Look who's here. It's Aztec from Total Gaming converting those 2 eliminations as his own. X-Divine also almost got taken down. Wait a second. Mafia was coming in to provide some backup, but he gets shot down by Sprosis. This gives enough time to Aztec to reposition and heal himself, but you got X-Divine and that charge buster in his hand. Nobody's winning with him up close.
This was almost very close. Oh wait, it's another close one for Dewa United. Horus and Hind might have an opportunity. What is happening here on Nextera? Autobots already out, meaning it should have been an opportunity. Dewa United, Horus, Expand, Team Hind, GodLike. But everybody's being in trouble now. Nancy is the last one. Yogi is found. It's Team Akkee. Every team who have champion rush condition active are getting taken down. Nancy, thankfully, will bring back 2 of his comrades back into action. Did not have enough to get Nobita back, and that's what even North ends up doing. Gets his whole squad back in play. This is just chaos breaking out, and especially as you mentioned, teams who have nothing to lose, they're going in, taking fights head on with everybody.
Yeah, and it's not even like these teams are losing their members to one particular team or one particular opponent who's like hard targeting them. Multiple teams end up fighting against them. Like GodLike right now are locked in a battle against Dewa United. You got Nancy being chased by 3 members. But this was not the first fight that GodLike had picked up. They've also locked horns against NXT and Revenant XSpark in the bus. So yeah, this is just Nancy dying and Nobita trying to provide some backup, but not with that. Woodpecker is just so good. He takes down Nobita without any effort whatsoever. Meanwhile, Revenant XSpark is running around, are just clashing with everybody, right? These guys have tried to pick up fights against Dewa. They tried to pick up fights against Expand. Even NXT wasn't safe against them.
Straw Hats, for all the losses that they had in the games, they're also now going and dishing damage to everybody. They were the reason Autobotz are out now. The team from India who had an opportunity to get themselves a Booyah and crown themselves as the champion of FFMAI 2026 Spring is not going to have this chance in next era. Only can hope that the other teams get knocked down, and that's happening.
GodLike, I hope they don't keep losing their players left, right, and center. There's only so much coins that you can use to revive your teammates. Oh no, Nancy's trapped. Well, luckily he's not the last player for his team, so even if he dies over here, it won't be that much trouble. Riptide Rhythm doesn't do much. He still has hard cover, and Wolvin wants to take him away. Pre-firing around the corner. Nancy should be able to see him now with the TPP. Both the players use their chrono time turners, and now they're just dancing around in the bubbles. Amazing dance. But in the end, it's Sahil Jat that comes through and eliminates Nancy. And while we were doing all of this, Total Gaming have reached 80 points. They have activated their champion rush condition for the next game.
But still, fingers crossed for iQOO Total Gaming. Reason is, they have to make sure that nobody here gets a Booyah who have already active on their champion rush criteria, the condition, and if they get towards the last few circles, could be a problem for iQOO Total Gaming. So they should also be still surviving. Fight for confidence, fight for points, and still keep this going. UAV used just in case in somebody at corners coming in for the flank. Nothing as of now. Aztec has been crucial. On the other end, Dewa United Horus, as we said, they're building confidence for themselves. Extreme X, they find eliminations on Straw Hats, but right now Dewa United Horus with the shots being taken, UAV used, information gathered, Fix is put to his knees, and now more challenge. North tries his best, doesn't work, so it's up to Adrian. He dashes in, but is not still going to be landing him a knock. He has to find a way through, and finally, yes, Fuvarak's confirmation comes through. Team Akkee, who wanted a challenge and dish damage to Dewa United Horus. They were not even known that this was Dewa United Horus, but for them, every individual, every survivor is a picking of elimination that they could gather and maybe get their own in terms of champion rush. But right now, a team, another being denied, while another activates their own. It is going to be NXT activating and Revenant XSpark denying a chance, and that is GodLike out of the race.
And while GodLike have been eliminated from the race, NXT have activated their champion rush condition. They almost made it to the vending machine, man. You could see that they were literally on the vending machine. Before they could plug their teammates in, they lose their lives. And that's why a lot of these teams will start camping the vending machines now. They want to deny any comeback opportunities to the teams that have the champion rush active. Autobotz and GodLike, despite trying their level best, have succumbed very early under the pressure of next era. And now you still got Hind, Dewa United, and Expand, who still have the potential to win.
Akkee, I think that's the last player. NJ Ohio, no, thankfully, he is the lonesome right now, stuck. Shoto doesn't check. He's still holding. I think finally should have gotten a glimpse. No, still not. He's still surviving. And if Team Hind let this go, it could be a problem for them. But finally, they spot NJ Ohio. Wolvin should be able to easily grasp this, and yes, he will. That's an added on elimination. But Team Hind, they don't need eliminations. They need a Booyah. They need a way to convert next era. And their challenge is right now Expand as well as Team Dewa United Horus. These are two obstacles in front of them. If both of these survive till the very end and Team Hind loses their opportunity of a second title within just a month's span, this is big for Team Hind as an opportunity, but the zone's closing and Dewa United Horus on one end and a team who just activated the champion rush. However, iQOO Total Gaming need to wait. Expand don't need to. Walls rights in and gets that elimination on Straw Hats.
Expand also making sure that they clear up the room in front of them. They are just trying to make sure there's nobody in their way. They're not going out of their way to pick up any fights. They just want to get to safety. Even Team Hind for that matter, while they've been picking on a lot more fights than the others, they at least have their bearings straight. Now as they get into the zone, they just need to survive this encounter against Dewa United. And they've got the tents, they've got the hard cover. Just a couple more seconds to get the players rest up, and I think Team Hind should be good again. Meanwhile, Dewa United Horus, they need to be very careful right now because Revenant XSpark and Total Gaming are in the vicinity. They can't focus too much on Team Hind right now. They can't focus on gatekeeping them. They need to save their own skin. Meanwhile, Team Expand, I'm just worried about them. The vending machine is still available. Extreme X is around the corner, but they're not camping the machine itself. So it's still possible. But instead of taking that risk, they send Xeon way outside the zone to get the res onto Autobotz and Akkee.
Right now, see, if they did try to go jump in where there were a lot of enemies, it could have been a problem. Those survivors would have taken them down. And for them, the challenge of rising through fire wouldn't have happened. And that is right now the best case in scenario. On the other end, iQOO Gaming with their champion rush condition for the next game being active. Now they're going all out, picking eliminations. Extreme X, they don't have to lose anything. They're picking up Horaa Esports. A lot of eliminations being missed, and with that, Tusin lands the last blow to get Horaa Esports out. But iQOO Gaming with that, a nice shot coming in from Mafia, puts Rusty down. They have two different teams right in front of them to pick off. NXT on one, and the team who just ended the run for Horaa, that's Extreme X.
Yeah, they've got plenty of targets to pick and choose from, so Total Gaming can have their fill of the action. Mafia is sniping away, shooting at every single thing that moves. He doesn't care if it's NXT, Straw Hats, or even a completely different team for that matter. He does not care who's in front of them. Even if it's Dewa United or Revenant XSpark, he will still shoot at everybody. While Extreme X is quite far away from them, they are still within Mafia's reach. Meanwhile, Expand are just sticking to the horizon. They're tanking as much blue zone damage as possible simply so that they can sneak in without being spotted, because they have to cross a massive gap. That road between their current position and the white tent across the road is a treacherous gap which might just get them picked off. So they're staying extremely careful. They'll much rather tank the zone damage and go all the way around.
Out of the three teams right now who can become the champions of FFMAI 2026 Spring, two are neighboring to each other, and one, yes, afar taking and tanking the play zone damage, as you mentioned, that's Expand. Now, how they make it across is their own thought, is their own plan of action, and if they're able to lay it down well, Dewa United, Horus, as well as Team Hind might fight amongst themselves. But before that happens, it's going to be iQOO Total Gaming laying down players from NXT. And with that, joining hands is Extreme X. A three-way battle standing off in these three players, opportunity and chance. But if this was a case where every team was trying to still go for eliminations, stay at the tabletop, this would have been Dewa United, Horus, as well as Team Hind trying to play in this battle. And as of now, they are not. They are making sure that they do not give away their position and chance, as well as iQOO Gaming have nothing to lose for. Playing in that is Revenant XSpark, and they find one of the players to knock against Expand. Thankfully, they're together on a 2-2 split, and therefore that player will not be lost. And this is an addition added on elimination that Expand managed to grab because the other teams are doing the damage.
Yeah, at this point, Expand and Revenant XSpark are both trying to steal eliminations away from Extreme X. They were the ones who are actually pressuring NXT quite a lot, but because NXT made that big jump using the launchpad, everybody started targeting them. Whether it's Total Gaming, whether it's Extreme X, whether it's Dewa United, it does not matter. Even Expand tries to get a piece of the pie, but now Hind become the common target. They have to relinquish their compound and get inside the zone, and there's so many teams gatekeeping them. Total Gaming are raining down bullets and hellfire upon them. Team Hind have already lost two players. Vulvin and Sahil Jat are on their last legs. Sahil Jat keeping the Bastion alive for the team. Can he survive this one? He's going to have to tank the play zone damage here, Lucifer.
This has become problematic. Team Hind, Sahil Jat, last man surviving on the other end. Now eyes are on Expand as well. Dewa United, Horus are the only team who's surviving. Players are getting taken down. Luki is down. He's a crucial player for the squad. He gets quickly revived back, but they cannot cross over. It's very tough. They have just a wooden barricade and teams peppering them down. Now Zion gets taken down. Revenant XSpark, Dewa United, Horus, Extreme X all have their address, and you can see Revenant XSpark are trying to close in the gap. Dewa United, Horus, this is the best opportunity. The zone, however, is moving against them, is moving further away. Therefore, Dewa United, Horus need to find an approach. Expand's been seen. Revenant XSpark's position is known. Dewa United, Horus, they've done multiple booyahs on our debut day when they performed on day 2 of the main event. Everybody thought they're going to break through. They should be the champions, and right now they have the best opportunity as Expand are out in the open and Team Hind don't have enough to do anything, and they've also been out of the game.
Yeah, Team Hind, I don't think any more chances for them will be enough, because there's going to be so many teams on Champion Rush condition next game. Can Revenant XSpark get enough eliminations and somehow climb to the Champion Rush condition themselves? They have a lot of points to cover, but it's not impossible. Dewa United targeting Straw Hats up close and personal. Not takes down Akkee as well. And now we have just a couple of more moments before we figure out whether Dewa United can win this or not. but Expand might not survive this encounter. Revenant XSpark and Total Gaming both working in tandem to shoot down Expand, and they will be out. Even Team Akkee get eliminated.
This is an opportunity. Dewa United Horus, they're the last standing Champion Rush condition active team. They could have right now confirmed themselves an opportunity, but they have to fight with a lot. The three teams who have nothing to lose in this game, but there is one opportunity, especially with Extreme X activating their Champion Rush condition. They will also be fighting to not give Dewa United Horus an opportunity, but Dewa United Horus, they've taken an advantage position in the circle, and Revenant XSpark, they don't have numbers to fight or push them off. And on the other end, Dewa United Horus have the vision. Extreme X now finally making a move. North has spotted it, vision and information call. Riptide Rhythm on the other direction for one of the teams on Dewa United Horizon's end that wanted to take an advantage. That's going to be Revenant XSpark. The Riptide Rhythm was used there. Vincent is just now surviving at the edge of the tree, but the challenge now in front of Dewa United Horus in the name of Extreme X.
Extreme X knocking on the doors of Dewa United, and Dewa United will gladly answer that door. They will take up their challenge. Adrian dashes right through, straight into the cocoon of glue walls. Flicker with the double. Sejan comes through, but North and Zax eliminate Extreme X. Dewa United keep the hope alive. They use the reinforced glue UAV and the chrono time turner to get the full reset. And now it's just them against 3 members of Total Gaming and 3 members of Revenant XSpark. They must win the tournament in this game, because if they don't, the next game will be that much harder. But there will be so many teams vying for the Champion Rush.
Indonesia have been fighting to get the title in their name. They've been trying to take the title in the Worlds as well. And this could be the start. And there it is. 2 of the players from iQOO Gaming are down. And Shanky is going to be the last life, who will also be swept away. The last and final challenge. The numbers are weak. That's going to be Revenant XSpark. They're divided. They're spread around. Ursh is the man who's the closest. X-Divine from afar is trying to pepper them down. Ursh goes in directly towards Kiki. Takes down the sniper. Now it's back to a 3v3 situation. Dewa United Horus, while they're about to flank, their members lost.
And that was a lovely flank. They target North once again. X-Divine very close. He's trying to get the angle, but Adrian keeps him at bay, using the utilities to make sure he peppers him down at half HP, forcing X-Divine to go back and heal. That's a small hiatus that Dewa also used to completely reset their HP. North floating with danger around the corner. That nade from X-Divine completely ineffective. Adrian dashes up close. Vincent covers X-Divine. He takes down Adrian. Time turner popped. North and Adrian both invade at the same time, and they're trying to go for the res again, but North won't have the luxury. Vincent in a 1v1, and he will be denied. North clutches out the championship for his team. Dewa United Esports have won the Free Fire Max Asia Invitational.
What a game for Indonesia. Dewa United Horus. It was looking a little doubtful. The way Revenant XSpark were going around, it almost looked like there was a possibility, but not. He took this farther away and showed everybody what the right direction for FFMAI 2026 spring was. And that is for Indonesia. Southeast Asia will get the title once again. What a show this was. It looked almost about to be lost. Revenant XSpark, they were about to take them down. They were the ones who were thundering upon Dewa United Horus. But the opportunity for North to turn things around. They are going to be so happy. Look at them jumping from their seats, celebrating. They are also not able to believe, because it did not and should not have come down to a 1v1. But they are the champions. It took them these many games. Game number 7 is once with their name written. And they are going to be called the Asia's best of 2026 spring.
They ascend from being one of the best teams in Indonesia to the best in Asia. They have conquered new heights, almost set new records during the course of this tournament. From 159 points in a single day, displaying their dominance, to struggling in the finals to even activate their Champion Rush condition. But once that condition is active, once they have their goal in their sights, they will not miss. And if you're gonna come for the king, you better not miss. You better take their crown.
Dewa United Horus, they were not the very first team to activate the Champion Rush condition. Other teams managed to make it across. Dewa United Horus had to even push through to get to this position. They thought like how they performed on day 2, it would have been a breeze for them. They got 159 points in a single day with only 5 games that they played on. And right now to be crowned as the champions from their region, they were podium finishes, but right now they end up taking the title, the trophy, the glory, and the big briefcase, $15,000. And now in the race to challenge the other champions around the world, they crown themselves Free Fire Max Asia Invitational 2026 Spring Champions. What a team! I think all of us couldn't have thought that Dewa United Horus would have been a champion when we started the grand finals and how Autobotz started. We did think that they should be the champions when main event day 2 and day 3 was going on. But grand finals was a complete different story. But them not giving up, still holding off, even after losing Kiki, still holding to their guns, making sure coming down to a 1v1 situation, still keeping those shotgun shells pumping, M590 to end this day and crown themselves as the champions. That is going to be a proud one to do it on. And in a situation where there were many teams who had their active condition for themselves who could have taken it away.
There were so many teams who could have stolen it from them. Exactly. I mean, Nextera happens to be some of the strongest maps for these teams who have their champion rush condition active, right? So, in a situation where everything is stacked against them, in a situation where Extreme X tries to grief them and steal their opportunities, they survive in the end with Zax clutching it out. Zax gets the res onto all his team members. They fully reset before Total Gaming can come towards them. And before they even close in the distance, they take down Aztec and Shanky. And then, even after having the numbers advantage, you had Revenant XSpark striking first, getting it back down to a 3v3. But not when the pressure is insurmountable, when the weight of the world is upon his shoulders. He steps up. He denies Revenant XSpark the Booyah. He wins the 1v1. And even though Vincent had more HP, North gets that double pump with the M590 to win the Free Fire Max Asia Invitational 2026 Spring.
I mean, right now, it is such a picture perfect end. North getting the final shot, him making this clutch, him getting a Booyah, and on top of it, crowning the team as champions. I think, yes, it says right that North is always right. The direction that always points North is that person taking his team to the top. 31 unbelievable points, and in especially such a high scoring game, you end up seeing 21 eliminations from Revenant XSpark, Extreme X with 16 eliminations. They activated the champion rush condition for the next game. iQOO Total Gaming, they activated the condition for the next game. NXT activated for their next game. And it is still Dewa United Horus who take this opportunity away from teams as such.
Exactly. I mean, in a game where there's 5 teams with champion rush condition activated, if Dewa United managed to clutch it over here, that's the only way they win this tournament. Because if they didn't, they would have to deal with 8 champion rush teams in the next game. And at that time, it's nearly impossible to figure out what the playstyle of the lobby will be like. Because you could already see how teams like Autobotz was struggling to stay alive when they had their champion rush condition active. Somehow, they couldn't finish it off in Solara, and then they struggled in Nextera, even though it is one of their stronger maps. You had teams like GodLike, despite everything going correctly for them, despite them winning their 1v1s, they got picked apart by 3 different teams. And Dewa United Horus could have met the same exact fate. But luckily, they did not. They win the tournament because North steps up at the right possible time. Still,
congratulations.
Kudos. Yeah, still, congratulations to Dewa United Horus, but still massive kudos to teams like Expand and Autobotz Esports, who, despite not winning their regional championships, despite not being the most feared teams in the lobby, still proved that they belong here and still proved that they deserve everybody's respect. They deserve to be feared.
And what a way for this man to crown. Arka was mentioning, everybody has the crown above their head, but it's not yet placed. It's just hovering, and finally it does, and this is the man who ends up being the MVP as well. North from Dewa United Horus, wielding an A124, the thrill of battle, and he was feeling the thrill of the battle in that 1v1 with Nikita, Alvaro, Moko, and being the Grenadier, having Beastion. And look at that! His MVP weapon was also the grenade. That's amount of damage he dished with 4,499, 7 eliminations, 8 assists, all in the final game where they got the Booyah and now they're the champions. This is what this one man did from Dewa United Horus. But no credits taken away from his teammates as well. To kind of hold off in the position they were in, to keep powering through Team Hind, who had an opportunity to make their way in, Expand had an opportunity to make their way in, all of them being denied by this one team. They knew their competition and they challenged them really well.
They challenged everybody really well. Dewa United Horus did not stop believing in themselves for even a second, because despite dominating during the main event, their chances of getting in here with the champion rush condition in the grand finals did not really look so hot, considering they failed in the first few games. But yet, they did not give up. They persevered, and now they are crowned champions. They are also one of the only teams that actively use the A124 along with the Beaston and Alvaro on the same player. Generally, the IGL picks up the A124, and the Grenadier has a completely different set of abilities. But these guys are pioneers. They set their own meta. You got Adrian using the Oscar and the Dreki along with Joseph, J-Beebs and Nikita, which proves that he is a self-sustained shotgun abuser in that close range. You saw that battle against Extreme X. If it wasn't for Adrian as well as Zax clutching it through, this team would have been dead then and there.
Yeah, that almost seemed like it was about to be done, but Zax saved them. That Chrono having the Thiva as well helped to quickly pick his teammates back up. Otherwise, that was a done deal. I thought at least with one casualty, Dewa United Horus will end up going into the next battle, but actually no. Zax, the timing of his clutch ended up giving an opportunity to get all their 4 players back up. Great stuff being done. And on top of that, let's take a look at the numbers. Adrian having 5 eliminations, same going for Zax as well, and Kiki with 2. This has not been a great game for Kiki. However, it was everybody knowing that they would have to target Kiki, and Kiki in the building they were in, he couldn't snipe, but still on top of it he's done 2,700 damage, having 4 knockouts, 3 assists, helped his teammates. That is how you end up playing. Even if the sniper is unable to take those long range fights, help your teammates out, and that's what they eventually did. With Zax, getting that clutch was very crucial. 5 eliminations, 4 assists, 6 knockout, 2,345 damage, and Adrian doing something similar but higher on the assists. Therefore, these rushes at points were ending up being pillars to turn the game around in the favor of Dewa United Horus.
Yeah, and Dewa United Horus had to go through a lot, considering that a lot of these teams were still alive in that final circle and everything was getting so crowded. I fear that we might be heading towards yet another Solara game, but take a look at their movement over here. You see, once they get towards that edge of the zone, they hold their ground against Total Gaming, Revenant XSpark, Extreme X, all of them trying to get in towards their tents. But they stick together as a unit, and they started sticking to the western end of that circle, even if it took them towards the open areas, even if it made them stay out of cover. They used their glue UAVs really well to keep themselves alive, even in that treacherous situation. They thinned out the lobby just a little bit during the first and the second circle, and then during the 5th and 6th circle, they didn't move too far out of their way. They just went from position to position and making sure that nobody gets too close to them. Whenever teams like Extreme X got too close, they eliminated them, and they just maintained their distance. Dewa United is a team that needs their space to win, and once you give them the space, they will take not just the space, they will take your lives, and they will take this trophy.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's what they did, and we've been talking about it from day one of when we've seen them in action, right? If you want to take down Dewa United Horus, be right in front of their face. Don't give them a gap. Don't give them... It should be point blank of an action that you should try and bring out, and that's when you try to take them down. If you give them even the slightest mid-range action, they're ready. They have that gap and they're ready to click and take everybody down, and that's what they did. Such a phenomenal end to FFMAI 2026 Spring in a full-on filmy drama manner that we end up seeing it, because we had no clue. Game number 5, we have only 3 teams with the champion rush condition active. Game number 6, still they don't win, and when we head over to our game number 7 now, there's 5 teams. It was about to be 8, and still we did not have a clear-cut winner. Even in Dewa United Horus's position, we did not think they would have a chance. They would, yes, deny, but looking at how Revenant XSpark were playing there, it should have been theirs. It could have been even Extreme X's. They activated. They were so confident. Today was just about confidence, and I think there was a little bit extra confidence at that final fight with Dewa United Horus, knowing that they can pull it off with their gun game.
Exactly. I mean, if I had to say that the script of this tournament was written by a particular person, I would say it was Mr. Christopher Nolan himself, because this entire tournament was absolute cinema. Like, the entire storyline just flows in such a crazy manner, it will have you on the edge of your seats 24/7. Like, let's take it from Purgatory, right? You had only 3 teams with their Champion Rush condition active. You had Hind, you had Autobotz, and you had Expand. Hind eliminated Autobotz. And then in the final battle, Expand had the numbers advantage against Hind. If Expand would have won that game right there, it basically meant that Hind would have gifted the tournament to Expand on a silver platter. But then Shoto pulls off that clutch, and then we go to Solara. Once again in Solara, Autobots, they are not only in a good position, it's their strongest position. That concert stage in Bloomtown is a place which is one of their strongest positions that they've ever played in. And I thought that this was finally going to be the game where Autobots win it. They don't. It goes to a heel battle in the end, with literally everybody getting locked out of the zone with blue walls. And that's how we get to the last game, where Dewa United, the team that's been dominating the entire tournament, finally gets to win.
What a thriller. I mean, honestly, such a phenomenal run that we've seen, and credits to every team that participated, from the South Asia Plains main event and even in the grand finals team. Nothing taken away. You put your best battle forward. You rised through the fire. You got your opportunities. But there was another team who played even better when they had an opportunity, when they had a chance, and there was Dewa United Horus. There was nothing that you could take away from them. But even the South Asian teams, with this new 2026 spring that we ended up seeing, they brought their own battle, their own flavor, which was almost on par in matching up. Because at least when we saw in FFMAI 2025, right, Crips, there was a little bit of a difference when we saw the Southeast Asian teams. They had the advantage, but our Indian teams, the other teams from Nepal, all tried to balance that out. But this season, everybody was out there gunning. I have kudos to the teams from Bangladesh who put up such a brilliant run. Straw Hats. Even right now, Extreme X, who almost had an opportunity. On the other end, the Indian contingent, we had 6 Indian teams playing it out, comparison to the 3 Southeast Asian teams. That tells us that this was a brilliant run, and all credits goes to all the 12 teams. The competition like this wouldn't have been possible in FFMAI 2026 spring if not for you all playing in such a phenomenal fashion. Yes, some of you might be a tad bit sad at the end of the day that you were so close but yet so far. But that is the aggression, that is the fire that you have to carry to be crowned by fire. That is in FFMI 2026 summer. That's what is up next. The next Free Fire Max Asia Invitational 2026 summer is just around the corner. Keep that fire going on for it.
Exactly. I am super excited for the next tournament, for FFMAI 2026 summer. This entire tournament was basically written in a way which can be described as absolute cinema. And if this tournament was so interesting, I cannot even imagine what the summer tournament will look like, because then the heat will be way, way higher. Quite literally. I mean, just take a look at the difference between the 2025 FFMAI and the 2026 spring tournament. The gap between regions has decreased, and it's like at the hair's breadth right now. In FFMAI 2025, you had Southeast Asian teams dominating quite a lot, and the South Asian teams were struggling to keep up. But now, between these 2 regions, the gap has narrowed down even further. But overall, as a continent, the level of gameplay that we expect from Asian teams has become much higher. So now in the FFWS stage, I think the Asian teams will pack a very solid punch. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been a phenomenal tournament, and I cannot wait for the next one. I know you guys can't wait either. Unfortunately, this is it from our side today, but you make sure that you subscribe to this channel and stay tuned with all our updates so that you never miss any other tournament. All the future tournaments are going to be even better than this one. That's it for now, ladies and gentlemen. See you again soon.
Yeah.